just make sure that we don't. Before I gavel back in, I want to make sure that I let the media know that we have about 10 pieces of legislation that we're going to go burn through first, with capital projects as well as finance and a small public works piece. And then we're going to go into the Browns piece of legislation last, so that everybody's aware, okay? Madam Clerk, do we have, okay. Hold on, we got committee of the whole, though. All right. It's still committee of the whole. I know you got it.
Okay.
We'll make it work. I know what you got to do. You got to go in person? Okay. If you could, I'm probably going to need you to come back to make sure after,
Okay.
because I'm going to need that. I'm going to need to count that head
you
after a
text
while.
me?
Yes, I will.
Jasmine?
Jasmine, can Jasmine let you know when it's about to call the roll on that, okay?
Now, but here's a question is, if it doesn't pass on the committee, it can't go to the floor.
Well, no, it's supposed to, it won't be recommended, but it can still go to the floor.
Right.
Right. But that's one of the things. Let me make sure I do something real quick, because that's one of the things.
You are smiling too much. Where are you going? You're gonna go celebrate. No, you're happy. That's good. You deserve it. I'll be there one day.
All right, we're going to reconvene this Committee of Finance, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. I'm going to ask if capital projects can come to the table. Once again, I'm going to ask council members if we could, a lot of these have been vetted already. I'm asking you guys to make sure you limit your questions, because most of this has already been vetted, and we want to give ample time to have a discussion around the Browns piece, okay? Thank you. All right. So, The first piece that we're going to hear is ordinance number 1082-2023 by council members Bishop, Harrison, and Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Capital Projects to apply to the District 1 Public Works Integrating Committee for state funding for constructing improvements to portions of State Route 283, East 55th Street, and St. Clair Avenue to apply for and accept any gifts or grants for this purpose from any public or private entity authorizing professional services agreements with public and private entities, and any relative agreements, and authorizing the Commissioner of Purchases and Supplies to acquire, accept, and record for right-of-way purposes any real property and easements necessary to make the improvement. Director.
Not here, I'll take it.
Commissioner.
Thank you, sir. Now, this project is about 1.1 miles long. Improvements will include pavement rehabilitation, new sidewalks, ADA-compliant ramps, landings, new driveway aprons as needed, new water main. This will be an ODOT-administered job. It has a number of features we'll be looking into to add to it and to make it more complete and green. Estimated project cost is somewhere north of $13 million.
Thank you. I know it was relieved by Councilman Bishop, your team has looked at this?
Yes, Mr. President, we've heard this in municipal services, and we fully recommend it for passage.
Thank you. Councilman Harrison, you relieved this out of DPS.
Yes, sir, but they did get a briefing from the team about this piece. Fully support, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, ordinance number 1082-2023 stands approved. Please sign on. Next is resolution 1407-2025 by council members Griffin, Bishop, and Harrison by departmental request. An emergency resolution declaring the intent to vacate a portion of Mount Carmel Road. Director.
This particular project was originally awarded to the city of Cleveland through NOACA. At such point, the county made a request to take on that sponsorship to extend it from that South Corp line over to Euclid Avenue. So the county will be participating in this project through the design, construction, and construction administration. They are capped at putting in $400,000 into this project. The
Thank
current
you.
estimate is about $3 million.
And you said it's going to go to Euclid Avenue?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a different one.
Oh,
Mount
which one?
Carmel, Mount Carmel is in between
Oh,
Wood,
we
Wood
went to-
Hill.
I'm sorry. we
Yeah,
went to-
between Wood Hill and
Sorry. Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
sorry, went to the wrong one.
Okay. It's 1082. Resolution 1082, vacating a portion of Mount Carmel Road. 1407, yeah, 1407. 1407.
I can take it if you want it.
It's the Woodland Hills, Morris Black street vacation for Mount Carmel.
So, Mr. Chairman, this street vacation is just a partial street vacation. And on this portion of Mount Carmel, there was head-in parking, and it was for the residents of the housing project that's been removed, and it's part of the Woodhill Choice Project. So they're looking to vacate this small part of Mount Carmel so that this piece of right-of-way can be part of the development site. And within the new project, there's going to be on-street parking and parking lots for residents, so this head-in parking is no longer needed.
Very familiar with this, drive by it every day, totally in support of it. Municipal Services and Properties, you have any comments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we fully support this for passage.
DPS? Yes, fully support. All right, thank you. And once again, the council on record is me, so I support as well. Seeing no other questions, ordinance number 1407-2025 stands approved. Next up is 1471-2025 by council members Bishop and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance determining the method of making the public improvement of repairing or replacing specific non-compliant sidewalks under the non-compliant sidewalk repair program, formerly known as the 50/50 Hazardous Sidewalk Program, authorizing the Director of Capital Projects to enter into one or more public improvement requirement contracts for the making of the improvement for a period of up to 2 years, and authorizing the Director to apply for any gifts or grants from any public or private entity to implement the program. Director.
Mr. Chairman, so this is, as you said, this is for what we formerly called the 50/50 sidewalk program, and it allows us to enter into one or more requirement contracts, and the amount of those contracts would be between $50,000 and $300,000. So just to remind council, a couple years ago, we moved away from the large mega contracts for the 50/50 program in favor of smaller contracts to help grow small businesses. And so the last couple of years, we've had contracts that have been at 50,000. And we've had, mixed results. Some small contractors really didn't have the ability to do the quality of work that we were looking for. Others did well. And as a result of trying this for a few years, we're allowing ourselves to award up to a $300,000 contract to those smaller businesses that wish to grow. And so the idea is that you have a pipeline from a small contract to try out and maybe build your workforce, purchase some equipment, up to currently a $300,000 contract, which would allow you to do more work. And so this is sort of the evolution of our goal for growing small businesses. And so as you referenced, the contracts would be up to 2 years, and this would, we would bid it out over the wintertime, and they would start work in the springtime.
All right, thank you. Councilman Bishop, you relieved this from Municipal Services.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we did relieve this out of municipal services, but I do want to ask a couple questions about the program. Have we thought about, gave a lot of attention to trying to communicate with our base, with our residents about the change in the 50/50 program, and that this program is going to take the place of this 50/50 program, and actually let our residents know that that we're not discontinuing the 50/50 program, we're just renaming it, and we're trying to reset the table to this program. Have we thought about that, Director, or have we did any outreach about that?
Through the chairman of the councilman, great question. From the resident side, nothing is changing. So I'm not even sure that are we updating our paperwork that we're sending out to the flyers with, and is it simply with just the new name of the program?
Yes.
Because the real change relates to how council interacts with the program, which is that council or church or a nonprofit could put in the residents 50% of the cost of the sidewalk replacement. And that was at the request of council, so that council could assist with the 50/50 program if there were residents that just couldn't come up with the funds to fix the sidewalks. And so, but from the resident side, the program runs the same, where they let us know that they want a cost estimate for the sidewalk repairs. We give them a cost estimate for everything that's non-compliant on their property. So that could be their drive apron or any of the panels of their sidewalk, or if the whole sidewalk is non-compliant, then a cost estimate for that. And then they can choose to participate in the program. These contracts that we're referencing would be the ones to do the work, but they would send a check in for their 50%. Or if there's a third party that wishes to contribute that 50%, then the city matches with the rest of that cost. And it's not really quite 50%. If there's a cost overrun, the city covers that cost overrun too. We take that initial payment up front, and then we cover the rest of that. So to answer your question, have we retooled our marketing? No, but that's a good question that we're going to think about and see if there are things that we need to do to make sure that our program requirements are clear and residents are clear on how they can participate.
Okay, thank you for that, Director. And through the chair, with this new program, could you explain how this new program will cultivate smaller businesses that's trying to get a foot in the door and trying to get some experience behind them?
Yes, sir. So we started, so traditionally we would have a major concrete contractor that would accept a contract for a 2-year period for all the sidewalk work throughout the city. And what we found is that the larger contractors, with the amount of work that they have to do, weren't really putting in the TLC, if you will, to get work done for these for the smaller projects which are resident-based. So 2 years ago, we started working with the Department of Equal Opportunity to identify concrete contractors and issue contracts at $50,000 or less. And the idea was there's a lot of mom and pop businesses that could do concrete work. And so if we broke up the major contract into small pieces, then you could award those contracts to many different businesses. And over the years, the hope was that if you only had the equipment and staff to do, say, $50,000 worth of work, that after that contract, or maybe after the next one, that you could purchase the equipment and hire the staff to grow your business. So we don't have track record yet on our business is really growing, but we can tell you that we have issued contracts to many small businesses. The first year, we didn't have good enough specs in place to make sure that the folks that were accepting the work really had the equipment and qualifications to do the work properly. So we did have a lot of issues that first year. This year, 2025, we had better specs that went in place, and so we had better small businesses that were applying. And we still have issues, and there's a lot of handholding and education that happens in our process, but we do feel that we have a much better work product this year than last year, and we feel that the businesses are understanding the city requirements better. And so I think the idea is that that neighborhood businesses can take advantage of the city work and then grow their business. So I think it'll take a couple years to really see if this is working to grow the business, but we do think that there's a benefit for not lumping this all into one big concrete contract for one big contractor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Bishop. Seeing no other questions, ordinance number 1471-2025 stands approved. Thank you. Next is ordinance number 1472-2025 by Councilmember Starr, Bishop, Hairston, and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance to vacate a portion of East 73rd Street. Director?
Mr. Chairman, so just a reminder, this is for a street vacation. There's 3 steps for street vacations. This is the third of 3 steps. First is a resolution of intent to vacate. The second is Board of Revision of Assessments, and the third is the ordinance to vacate the street, which is where we're at today for East 73rd Street. This is what we call a paper street, meaning the roadway is no longer existing at this location, and you should have a map on your tablet, but it's in between Opportunity Corridor and Grand Avenue, and this is a site that the Department of Economic Development is assembling for redevelopment, and so the paper streets, if you will, that are in this area are being vacated so that the land can be assembled.
Councilman Bishop and Councilman Hairston, both of you have relieved this out of your committees.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, fully support this passage.
Councilman Hairston. Councilman Starr, this is in Ward 5.
Support this initiative.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, ordinance number 1472-2025 stands approved. Next is ordinance number 1470-2025 by Councilmembers Bishop, Hairston, and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance giving consent of the City of Cleveland to the County of Cuyahoga for resurfacing of Nottingham Road from St. Clair Avenue to the South Corporation Line to apply for and accept an allocation of county motor vehicle license tax funds for the improvement, authorizing the Director of Capital Projects to enter into any relative agreements in making of the improvement and to cause payment to the county for the city share of the improvement. Director.
Mr. Chairman, so this is related to the resurfacing of Nottingham Road. Councilman Hairston was a good advocate for trying to get money put together for the resurfacing of this road. The Cleveland portion is from St. Clair Avenue to the Southern Corporate Line, and we received NOACA funding for this project, $2.4 million of NOACA funding. Subsequent to that, Cuyahoga County agreed to take this on as a county project for county motor vehicle license tax funding, and they're going to extend the project south to Euclid Avenue, which I believe is in the city of Euclid. Is that right? Yep. And so we're seeking authorization to enter into the required agreements with Cuyahoga County. Design would start next year, and construction is not until summer of 2028.
Thank you. Councilman Bishop, this was in municipal services.
Yeah, yes, Mr. Chairman, we relieve this for fully supported for passage.
Thank you. Councilman Hairston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Fully support. As the director indicated, this has been a long time coming. I've been hot on his heels for several years now, and so we finally got this project together. Thank you to our Cuyahoga County counterparts for working with us and supporting this request here, and so ask the committee for their support. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, ordinance number 1470-2025 stands approved. Please sign on. Next ordinance is ordinance number 1481-2025 by Councilmember Starr, Bishop, Hairston, and Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance to vacate a portion of East 70th Street. Director.
Mr. Chairman, this is similar to the ordinance we heard a few minutes ago. It's this paper street, if you will, is just off of Grand Avenue, and the street is not existing. We're seeking to vacate the roadway so that economic development can assemble the land for future development.
All right, thank you, Councilman Bishop and Councilman Hairston. Both of you relieve this from your committee.
Yeah, yes, Mr. Chairman, I relieved it fully supported for passage.
Councilman Hairston.
Yes, Mr. Chair, relieved, fully support.
Thank you, Councilman Starr. Are you in support of this project?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions, ordinance number 1481-2025 stands approved. Please sign on. Next ordinance is ordinance number 1486-2025 by Councilmember Starr, Bishop, and Hairston by departmental request, an emergency ordinance to vacate a portion of East 71st Place. Director.
Mr. Chairman, so this roadway is in the same similar location as the others. East 71st Place is in between Opportunity Corridor and Grand Avenue. The roadway is no longer remaining, and we're seeking to vacate so that we can assemble the land for economic development purposes.
Thank you, Councilman Bishop and Hairston. Both of these were they were relieved out of your committees.
Mr. President, we fully support this for passage.
Councilman Hairston.
Yes, Mr. Chair, fully support.
Councilman Starr, this is in Ward 5.
Yes, I do support.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other questions, ordinance number 1486-2025 stands approved. Please sign on. Next up is ordinance number 1487-2025 by Councilmembers Moore, Bishop, Hairston, and Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance to vacate a portion of Redmond Avenue Southwest. Please proceed, Director.
Mr. Chairman, this is the final step of street vacation for another, what we call paper street, which is called Redmond Avenue. And this is sort of a remnant piece of right-of-way from when they constructed the Jennings Freeway ramp and the Steelyard Commons Drive. Currently, the property around it is all owned by ODOT. We have passed legislation that would allow ODOT to transfer the property to the city, and eventually this land would be transferred to Steelyard Commons. And so as we were preparing for the transfers, the eagle eyes of our surveyors realized that there was this street in the transfer parcel, so we're seeking to vacate the land so that the entire parcel can be transferred.
Thank you, Councilman Bishop and Councilman Harrison. Were these relieved out of your committees?
Mr. President, we fully support this for passage.
Councilman Hairston. All right, Councilmember Moore, this was in your area. Are you supportive? Thank you. Seeing no other questions, what number was that again?
1487.
Seeing no other questions, 1487 stands approved. All right. Ordinance number 1488-2025 by Councilmembers Kelly, Bishop, Hairston, and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance to vacate a portion of West Boulevard. Director.
Mr. Chairman, so many years ago, the city relocated West Boulevard from in the middle of Kudell Commons to the western side of Kudell Commons. And this is the ordinance that would vacate where the old West Boulevard used to be located. What's relevant here is that the majority of the Tamir Rice Memorial is over this portion of old right-of-way. So what this allows us to do, and that memorial was recently landmarked through the city council and city landmarks. And what this ordinance will allow us to do is vacate or release the encroachment permit that allowed the memorial to be built there and replace it with a permanent easement to give the memorial permanent rights to remain in that location. So we're seeking concurrence to vacate the old West Boulevard.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilman Hairston and Bishop, this was already relieved from your committees.
Mr. President, we fully support this piece of passage.
Councilman Hairston. Thank you. Is Councilman Kelly in support of this?
It's
Councilwoman Spencer? Okay, so it's
And he is.
Councilwoman Spencer.
Yes.
Okay, can we make sure that Councilwoman Spencer needs to be added to this
Oh, no,
piece?
is it not you? Is it Kelly?
It is.
It's like right on the border?
Yeah.
Could we please make sure that Councilwoman Spencer is added, okay? 1488, yes.
Yep.
Okay? All right, thank you. Seeing no other questions, ordinance number 1488-2025 stands approved. Last ordinance for Public Works is ordinance number 1496-2025 by Council Members Bishop and Hairston by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Capital Projects to issue a permit to Cleveland Clinic Foundation to encroach into the public right-of-way of Allen Court by installing, using, and maintaining a concrete driveway and rip-wrap erosion control barrier along the existing ravine. Director.
Mr. Chairman, so as many of us know, Cleveland Clinic is building the Fairview Hospital, oh boy, I forget the name of it, Fairview Hospital New Medical Center building. And there's a piece of their driveway that needs to cross over what is right-of-way, and it's called Allen Court. And so this would be an encroachment permit to have that right-of-way cross, or to have their driveway cross the right-of-way. And so it would be a concrete driveway, and like you said, rip-wrap erosion control along an existing ravine, which would allow delivery access to the new medical office building.
Thank you. Councilman Bishop and Hairston, this is relieved out of both of your committees.
Mr. President, we fully support this passage.
Councilman Hairston? Thank you. Is Councilman Slife in support of this? I know that most of this is in his.
Signed to consent, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no other questions, ordinance number 1496-2025 stands approved. Please sign on. Thank you guys so much.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, may I introduce Eric Westfall? He's our chief surveyor for the city, and so many of us may not see his face, but he's the one that does all the great work that helps all of us here every day in the survey section.
It's good to put a face with the name because I can remember 4 or 5 years ago, I had to work with Mr. Westfall around vacation of East 100 and First Street, or East 103rd Street for the Meyer project.
Oh, right, yes.
Good to put the face with the name. 'cause
And the
that
new
was,
council maps,
Yeah,
that was
all of that. He put
Eric's
all
staff, and also the SID districts, those all
Outstanding.
go through, yes.
Good to put a face with the name. Thank you, sir, for all your work. Please, if you could.
Just adding, Council President, that Mr. Westfall helped us get the Gordon Square SID across the finish line, so I'm very grateful. It was a lot of work. Thank you.
I don't think so. Okay, thank you
you.
guys, appreciate it. All right, we're gonna go to Parks and Rec, so we can hustle these, and then we got a couple of finance pieces, and then we'll go to our last piece, which is Mayor Bibb's proposal for the Cleveland Browns. And if you could, Madam Clerk, could you please prepare the administration? I believe the chief and his team is gonna come over on behalf of the mayor and speak to the amendments, and we are gonna let our guest, Mr. Kucinich, go first, okay? All right. Director, first one is ordinance number 1461-2025 by Council Members Bishop, Hairston, Conwell, and Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the purchase by one or more requirement contracts of trees and labor and materials needed for urban forestry services, including but not limited to maintaining and planting trees and removing trees, stumps, and tree waste material for the Division of Urban Forestry, Department of Parks, Recreation, and the Departments of Aging, Public Works, and Community Development for a period of 1 year with 1 year option to renew exercisable by the Director of Parks and Recreation. Director.
Thank you, Council President. I'm here today to request authorization for us to enter into an agreement with a supplier for trees for our Community Tree Assistance Program. This is called CTAPS, and this program does support seniors aging in place and having money set aside for the maintenance of trees, which also includes removal and trimming. We did seek competitive bids, and we are interested in entering into an agreement as detailed in our ordinance.
Thank you.
Questions?
This is very, very important. It's probably one of the biggest issues that we get is that seniors, it's very expensive to trim trees and cut trees. And many seniors, especially living on fixed income, have a challenge with this. So I really, I would hope, even though I'm in favor of moving this, I do want to spend time at some point in time making sure that we understand what is the waiting list, how long does it take for this to happen, because a lot of times this is probably the biggest issue. Just one other question that I had before I kick it to my colleagues to discuss. Does this just include trees, or does this also potentially include large bushes that grow into trees? Because I'm getting more and more requests that seniors can't even ride wheelchairs down sidewalks because of some of the overgrowth that some people have, as well as the safety issues that some seniors have by not being able to cut or trim back just trim back bushes. Many of us, a lot of people always give council people grief over everything, but many of us actually get our saws and our electric trimmers and just go and do sometimes ourselves. But it's impossible to keep up with the requests. But can you tell us at some point in time, I don't think we're going to be able to boil the ocean today, but I do want to kick this back to Councilman Bishop at some point in time, maybe with Councilman Conwell, to have a joint committee hearing to discuss how this goes in the future, if you don't mind. But I won't try to boil the ocean today. I just know that this could be a hot topic. So I'm going to kick it to the chairs. Municipal Services, DPS, and Health have relieved this from their committees. Do you have any comments or are you fine with relieving this?
Mr. President, I'd like to offer up an amendment to Ordinance 1461.
Thank you. Please proceed.
In Section 2, after the Director of Parks and Recs may sign all documents that are necessary to make the purchases and may enter into one or more contracts with the vendor selected through that competitive process. And I like to, right after that sentence, I like to add that the Director of Parks and Recs will alert the Clerk of Council when any agreement, a purchase agreement is made to contact to alert the Clerk of Council. Let me just get this verse together. It says that notice to the Clerk of Council whenever any purchase is made through the cooperative process, which notice shall include the details of such cooperative purchases.
You have it, Madam? Okay. Do we have a second to Councilman Bishop's amendment? Second. Councilman Casey has seconded. Or is there any discussion on this amendment? Councilwoman Rebecca Moore.
Thank you. I just in plain English, could you share what that the goal of the amendment?
Councilman Bishop, please proceed.
Well, under this section, Councilwoman, under Section 108B of the Charter, when they make purchases under that particular section, they don't have to notify anybody of the purchase. Okay, so I wanted to make sure that this council is notified whenever we enter any purchase agreements with any vendor.
Got it. And I'm asking just because CTAPs, we've sometimes struggled to get our seniors even like into this program. So I just want to make sure I understand the connection that this would essentially be the vendor contract for the people who would be cutting down the trees, because those would be the only people who we'd be contracting with under this legislation.
Through the chair to the council member, under the CTAPS program, we do work with an outside contractor to provide that support. The city's Division of Urban Forestry has limited resources, and that's the reason why we have two different contractors. One is for the CTAPS program, and then one primarily helps with storm damage.
Got it. And so is the expectation that do you feel like this is an administrative burden you're comfortable with notifying the council of when a purchase is made under this bill as amended through the chair?
Through the chair to the council member, there have been some things that I'm looking at, and I certainly am not opposed to any additional steps in how we make our purchases, and then we just have to plan ahead to make sure that we can do things that don't burden our residents.
Okay, that makes sense. I'm comfortable with it, and so that you don't have to put me back on the mic, I'll just say one time that we've really struggled with Van Kuren to get these trees done well, and in particular, as our like almost sole vendor for tree stuff, I would like, I think the future council should be notified if it ends up being Van Kuren, because frankly, that means someone needs to be out with a pair of binoculars looking at the work that they're doing. So that is my concern, and with that, I'll support the amendment that the chairman proffered.
I agree. That's the reason that I support the amendment, because oftentimes I think we got to pay closer attention to this, and I think that's a good amendment to do that. Councilman Conwell, this was also relieved from Health and Human Services, and then Councilman Harrison, this was relieved from DPS.
You know, to Councilmember Bishop putting the motion on the floor, will we pay attention to that, though? I mean, you can give her extra steps to do what she needs to do, or will it cost, through the chair to the director, I think it would cost you time constraints to do what you need to have done, to the chair, through the chair to the director.
Through the chair to the council member, City Council was really very wise to support the hiring of a new urban forestry commissioner. We hired top-tier talent out of another large municipal city. This person is already looking at some of our systems and processes and identifying opportunities for us to make some improvements in our efficiencies. As it comes down to different checks and balances, certainly it could impede our ability to serve the residents. I am not opposed to any additional checks and balances. I know that this person has the qualities and the capabilities to work around any additional checks and balances that we would have to do. So we are already looking at how we can improve the quality of service to the residents and decrease the amount of time it takes to get trees trimmed and to have service provided.
Okay.
You know what, through the chair to Councilmember Mike Polensek, I wish we had tree farms again, because of the environment. When you look at some of our wards, or in Glenville, Collinwood, different areas, we're having a lot of problems and issues with air quality, and we have to get ahead of that. And is there a way, Director, you remember that, don't you, Councilmember Mike Polensek? We had tree farms, and this was a forest city. But when you go, especially in Glenville and Huff and Fairfax, you don't see a lot of trees anymore, and that affects the environment. It will affect our dealing with cancer, dealing with asthma, and all those kind of things. I really don't like when trees are, I could cut back on the vegetation, those kind of things, but I don't like when trees come down, really. I know it hurts some of the residents with their sewer lines and gas lines and those kind of things, which is a lot of dollars that it hurts. but you need trees and vegetation. So would that go under you with the tree farms, through the chair to the director?
Through the chair to the council member, interestingly, our new urban forestry commissioner found a report based upon a study from, I believe, 1987, 1986, that talked about when we had tree farms and had recommendations on how we can improve the quality of our forest within the city of Cleveland. So even as far back as the 80s, we knew that we had a declining tree population.
Right.
Our urban forestry commissioner finding this report and leaning on it demonstrates the need for us to improve our tree canopy. Certainly, if a tree farm makes good financial sense as well as service sense for the residents, it's certainly something we can explore. I don't know why the city stopped doing that, but we obviously are, and city council, feel very strongly that we need to improve the quality of our tree canopy.
Need that environment. I'm going to say this to yield. Even when you don't have trees, some kind of way you have vegetation that in those open lots and side lots that you grow certain plants that would deal with the environment. We're dealing with idling cars and all of that, but this stuff is serious that we can't see, but we know that it's there. And so I'm with your amendment, Councilman, if it doesn't cause any time constraints. So I'm there. And I'm finished.
Thank you. Next up, I have Councilman Casey and then Councilman Palenzik.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Madam Chairwoman, to the Director, does this piece of legislation, wait a minute, are we still in discussion of the amendment?
I don't think we voted on the amendment.
No.
Okay, we're in discussion. Okay. So any other discussions on the amendment? No? Okay.
done.
So, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any discussion? No? Okay, so moved. Here we go. No one opposed, right? Okay, sorry, you guys. I walked in here pretty frazzled. Amendment passes. And then here's this.
And now you're calling on me.
Go ahead. Now, Councilman Casey.
Madam Chairwoman, to the Director, with this piece of legislation, does it include trees that are on private property, like in backyards and stuff like that? Or is this just right away?
Through the chair to the council member, I need to check to see if it's only right-of-way trees or if it does include private property trees that are in the yards of seniors. Is that your question?
Right.
Let me check on that.
All right, can you let us know before this hits the floor tonight?
Yes, will do.
I think that would be a big deciding factor, because one of the bigger issues is, we've got seniors who've got trees in their backyard and they're just overgrown, and we have no way to, the city has no way to assist our seniors with trees that are in their backyard. So I want to make sure that this does cover that. So if we could know that before the vote on the floor tonight. Thank you.
I mean, he's done, or do you want to be on the list, or do you want to? Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you. I am 99% sure that the CTAPS program is exclusively to help seniors with trees on their private property. I hope and believe that's the case. Thank you.
That's good to know.
Councilman Casey.
Next up, I have Councilman Palenzik.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I want to follow up on Councilman Conwell and Councilman Casey's line of questioning. I was here when we did have the tree farm, and it worked real well. I could get a tree in a week to 2 weeks. I would make a phone call and tell them where a resident wanted a tree, and they'd get the tree. Believe me, that quick.
Wow.
So I don't know if I can't recall if we did the planning ourselves or that aspect was jobbed out. But we had the tree farm adjacent to the golf course that we sold, or that we turned over to Metro Parks. I don't know if I think it was Seneca, if I'm not mistaken, years and years ago. But it worked. But my question is specifically on this. We all know we have a problem with tree trimming. Right now, we're told that the turnaround is approximately 20 years. Is that still the case for tree trimming in the city?
Through the chair to the council member, yes. And as sad as it makes me to say it, our tree trim program for mature trees is a 26-year cut cycle. Our urban forestry commissioner is already taking a look at ways we can reduce
Okay.
that down to a much
Okay.
more reasonable timeframe.
Okay, then to my colleagues, that in itself, when you think 26-year turnaround for trees to be trimmed. So in the course of that time, trees that can be saved, that might have a damaged limb, other severe damage, that tree now becomes a tree that has to be taken out. So this has to be a priority for us to be able to trim trees in a reasonable manner. And so what I'm asking the director with this legislation that you're proposing to us, do you believe that this will address the issue of tree trimming in a more adequate way? We're going to post to you about, we have, according to Director McNair this morning, we have 18,000 vacant lots in the city. There had been suggestions in the past, once we got away with the tree farm, to utilize water department property because they're large tracts of land which are fenced, to partner with them. That's where we would initiate the tree farms on water department property and utilities department property so the trees could be protected. So there needs to be, again, better coordinated efforts between all departments and divisions to start growing trees again. I'm fortunate in my own ward, I have a group of tree folks and volunteers that have been planting trees right now in the neighborhood very successfully, and I commend them. But this is an issue that we need to get our hands on. And my last question is this. You mentioned, Councilman Casey and others mentioned about trees on seniors' property. There's the other issue with dead trees within, not within the public right-of-way, but right on private property adjacent to the sidewalk. And it's my understanding there's a city ordinance, I do not have the codified ordinances, that the property owner is responsible for that tree if it poses a hazard to where you have children or pedestrians walking down the sidewalk. So that's something else we have to zero in on, because we have that in several cases where we have these massive dead trees right along the sidewalk line, and the homeowners insisting they do not have the finances to remove that dangerous tree. So I think that's something else we need to explore as well. We have to be very careful, because once we start going into there's 140,000 homes, residential units in the city. So we have to be very selective and careful as to what we're doing, because we could burn up all the money very quickly on private property and not address public right-of-way. But I'm urging the director, who seems to be taking a different approach on things, which I applaud her on, we just got to figure out what our priorities are and how we get back to some kind of common sense. I never had a problem in the day getting a tree trimmed. I never had a problem in the day getting a tree removed. This is all foreign to me. I never experienced like I've experienced in the last 20 years trying to get trees addressed here. That wasn't the issue. So I would only ask this, you really need to look at urban forestry. Do we have enough people? Do we have enough equipment? At one time we did. It was never an issue. Now this has become a major problem in the city. So again, I'll leave it at that point. And Director, I believe you're a very competent person, and I hope you can get a handle on this, or certainly include the council members who are dealing with this every day in their thoughts and opinions and suggestions. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Any other questions regarding this ordinance? Still on 1462.
1462, yep.
Okay. Any other questions regarding ordinance number 1462?
61.
Seeing no other questions.
As amended.
Councilman Bishop?
It's 1461, right?
1461. Okay, yeah,
As amended.
1461.
Yeah, 61.
Any other questions regarding 1461?
As amended.
As amended. As amended, 1461 stands approved. Thank you. Next one is ordinance number 1462-2025 by council members Bishop and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the purchase by one or more requirement contracts of various pool chemicals for the Department of Parks and Recreation. Director.
Thank you, Council President. This is a routine item as well. Every year, we purchase pool chemicals to maintain the water quality and the safety of our swimmers in our 39 pools. We had a contract most recently with Heritage Pool Supply. They were the only sole bidder. This year, we were able to get two vendors to bid on this, which actually revealed a $55,000 savings. So essentially, what we're requesting is authority to, in advance, so that we can enter into an agreement with a provider of pool chemicals for this upcoming season. But anyway, this is just a routine item to ensure the quality of our pools. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Bishop, you move this to committee of the whole?
Yes, Mr. President, we fully support it for passage.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mora.
Thank you. Tell me why it's surfacing from the back of my mind that during the budget hearing last year, we discussed pool chemicals because the cost has increased drastically, and just the overall cost of this contract is up. So I'm wondering if you could share, I mean, it sounds good that we have savings, but overall year over year, this has become much more expensive. This is to the tune of hundreds of thousands. So share anything about sort of the cost of this. Are we going to be budgeting for it again for a large amount this year through the chair?
Absolutely. Through the chair to the council member, we certainly expect to continue to have a competitive process. Our new Deputy Commissioner of Aquatics is very familiar with a lot of the vendors and suppliers in the aquatics industry. So for that reason, we were able to reach out in advance of going out to bid and invited several vendors to provide bids. We did have 2, I believe, that provided in, who participated in a pre-bid meeting, so that we knew that there was greater competition. I would say that from a design perspective, our pools are designed in a way that requires us to have low quantities of supplies delivered at a time, which costs more money. And our pools are designed in a way that is effective and inefficient for delivery. We have basement chemical rooms, and then we have rooms that are in the central part of a building, so that we can't have a company drive up with a truck and a hose and just connect and deliver chemicals. So moving forward, we're looking at how we reimagine the design of our facilities so that in any new future facilities, we will find a way to design them so that we can have larger quantities delivered at a time, and that it is more user-friendly for our chemical delivery companies.
Thank you very much.
So
Thank you. Councilman Conwell.
So when you order these chemicals, are you ordering the same amount through the chair that you ordered last year? Because you remember, it was a lot of pools not working. So I don't want to order something and just sit there in the inventory.
Through the chair to the council member, as we look at what we need to manage our pools, we are certainly making some changes. Our pools have a variety of different balancing agents to go with the chlorine, and we're looking at standardizing how we do that. Some have CO2, some have muriatic acid. We need to standardize what we're doing. Diatomaceous earth is the third chemical that we're using to, in our pools. So we have to standardize what we're doing in terms of how we operate our pools in order to get better pricing. And I think the other piece is we have a Deputy Commissioner of Aquatics who is a certified pool operator trainer. He understands the quality of the water, and he understands the chemical balance that is required. We are also looking at other methods and mechanisms so that we can better maintain our pools. For example, looking at updating our chemical feeders to make them automated so that we can be more efficient in terms of how we feed chemicals to the water.
But if you guys start working on the pools that were down last year, through the chair, you had a lot of children, and we received a lot of phone calls. The pools were down. At Glenville Recreation Center, as well as at Forest Hill Park. I mean, that's sad. Then you order what we're ordering, and you have nothing to put them in. Through the chair to the director.
Through the chair to the council member, we certainly have the same sadness that our residents feel. Our goal is to provide the best quality of life services to the residents all of the time. Being closed Monday and Tuesday, to me, was a disservice. This year, we've already talked to our Deputy Commissioner of Aquatics and said, I want the pools open 7 days a week, period. We have to provide expanded and improved services. That goes with my shameless plug of needing lifeguards And so we look to all of you to help support us in attracting lifeguards who want to come work for us, both indoor and outdoor.
All right, thank you, thank you. Thank you,
All right,
sir.
thank you. All right, seeing no other questions. What was that number again?
1462.
1462 stands approved. Got too many trains, we're trying to move today. All right, last ordinance for Parks and Recreation is ordinance number 1492-2025 by council members Gray, Bishop, Harrison, and Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Parks and Recreation to apply for and accept a grant from the Land and Water Conservation Fund for the Luke Easter Skate Park project, to accept cash donations from the MGK Foundation and the skate park project for this purpose, determining the method of making the public improvement of designing and constructing a skate park at Luke Easter Park, and authorizing the Director of Parks and Recreation to enter into one or more contracts for the making of the improvement. Director.
Thank you to the chair. The city, approximately a year ago, received an inquiry from the MGK Group, who was interested in partnering with the city on a new park concept opportunity on the southeast side. We had some preliminary conversations with the MGK Group that included the skate park project, which was formerly known as the Tony Hawk Project. And we realized that they wanted to help support skateboarding in the inner city. They wanted to help support the city of Cleveland. And so we started having these conversations, what we could do. We are working with these organizations to seek a grant. We're requesting to apply and accept a grant if we get it. And then we would have a cash match from the city. It would also include a grant fund from the MGK Group as well as the skate park project. This would be a 10,000 square foot skate park located in Luke Easter Park. It would be adjacent to the restrooms and the parking lot, so in a highly visible location. We think that this would be an attraction for many people throughout the region, and we could also even potentially host skateboard type events in this location. So what we request is authorization from City Council to apply for and accept a grant with the Land and Water Conservation Fund. If we do not receive the grant funding, this project might not proceed as planned. We would look at other potential opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Bishop and Councilman Harrison. You relieve this to the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Chairman, we fully support this for passage.
Councilman Harrison.
Yes, sir, same, fully support.
Thank you. Send Councilwoman Deborah Gray.
Yes, I fully support this project for the kids in all neighborhoods.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Councilwoman. All right, seeing no other questions, ordinance number 1492-2025 stands approved. Please sign on.
Thank you.
All right, finance, and then we'll go into whatever the conversation is about 1325. All right, this is ordinance number 1508-2025 by Councilmember Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance to make additional appropriations of $1,200,000 to the Special Revenue Fund. Director.
To the chair, the committee members, on the last page of the handout is the supplemental. So it's $1.2 million, and it's to transfer money to the Division of Streets to support their resurfacing program. They're going to be about $1.2 million over. So this supplemental to the Streets Division will accommodate the additional resurfacing that the Streets Division did during this year. The last page of the, yeah, it's on the very back of the last page. These are double-sided.
Okay. All right, Councilman Mike Polinsky.
To Mr. Gentile, and to the director. The 1.2, when you say that was the actual cost of the streets or material, or what led to that 1.2 million?
Through the chair to the council member, it's for the employees that do it. This goes into personnel and benefits.
Okay.
In the street department. So this will be transferred from the general fund into here, but streets is a special revenue fund.
Right.
So we have to accept the money in there so we can actually spend it in there.
So it was for the employees, nothing more than that?
No, through the chair to the council person,
Okay,
exactly.
thank
It's the
you, Mr.
employees that
Chairman.
did the resurfacing.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other
Right over
questions. Oh, Councilwoman Rebecca Moore.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I hope that didn't spill. I apologize. I mostly wanted to spend a moment narrating what these two documents are for the public that we have. This is essentially like a routine end of year. We have overages in some departments and savings in others, and so this is the traditional end of year movement of materials of money from one part of the budget to the other. Is that correct, through the chair?
Through the chair to the council. The council chair just read the supplemental, which is only the last page of this document. We were going to get to the transfers, and I was going to explain that.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. Sorry. So this is we're only talking about the supplemental right now. We aren't talking about the
it's just
transfer yet.
supplemental.
Great, because all my questions are about the transfer. So thank you. All right, thank you.
All right.
I'll get on the list for the transfer, but otherwise.
On the supplemental?
Yeah. Could you elaborate on that 1.2 some more, Council President? I mean, like, it's personnel-related expenses. What kind of related expenses? What do you?
Through the chair to the council member, the streets division is taking on more of the resurfacing versus outsourcing it. So they've been resurfacing more and more streets. We expanded our program this year to 20 million. So this is more work that they did. So this money will come from the general fund to the streets divisions to support that program. As the year's coming to an end, they're going to run out of money above the line for the employees and benefits section.
So it went in there, and that goes to what? What kind of resources? Equipment, supplies, or what?
Through the chair of the council person, this is their paycheck, so it's their salary and benefits that they get. So it's the employees that are doing the work in streets, mainly the resurfacing. This is how we're going to pay them to finish out the year. So there's no supplies involved in this. This is all payroll.
Cost of
Yes,
labor?
absolutely.
All right,
Yes.
cost of labor, okay, cool.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other questions, ordinance number 1508-2025 stands approved. Please sign on. All right, the next one is ordinance number 1509-2025 by Councilmember Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance to make temporary appropriations for the current payrolls and other ordinary expenses of the city of Cleveland for the period of January 1, 2026 until the effective date of annual appropriation ordinance for the fiscal year ending December 31, 2026.
To the chair and the committee members, again, this is an ordinance that we do every year. We're required to cover expenses starting January 1 through the end of March. And by then, we'll have the permanent appropriation in place. I'm going to hand it over to Nicole Gallagher to kind of go over the assumptions, and then we can take questions after that.
Okay. Through the chair, as Mr. Gentile said, this is just a normal, our temporary budget that we do from January 1 to the end of April. Typically, in our temp budget, we have about 6 to 7 payrolls to account for from January to the end of March, so that's what we include for payroll of employees. The longevity is 100% in the temporary budget because that gets paid out March 31st. Separation pay, we just put in 25% of the budget for separation. Hospitalization, prescription, dental, all those benefits, those are from January to March, so it's about 25%. PERS is also 25%. Police and fire pension is also 25%. Workers' comp is not paid out until May, so we don't include anything in the budget, in the temporary budget for workers' comp. Unemployment is about 40% of the budget. Some of these payments are due in the first quarter, so we put in 40% to account for that. Clothing allowance, clothing maintenance, anything that's, contractually obligated through our negotiations, those get paid out mostly on March 31st, so those are included at 100% in the temporary budget as well. Everything below the line, which we say is other expenses like contractual services, materials, and supplies, we put in 40% of the budget. There are some contracts that require full funding before April 1, so we like to make sure we can cover those amounts in the temporary budget. The first thing you will see that is new for 2026, which we can explain further, there is an additional $40 million of the expected carryover in the budget, in the temporary budget, that will be allocated for projects based on the changes to the capital and borrowing programs.
Right, and through the chair of the committee, I'll explain that a little bit more. So in the new capital debt service plan, we plan on fronting the general fund money, the carryover, to start capital projects as soon as MOCAP gets the capital projects a plan by council, approved by council, and that's supposed to be in January of next year. Then from that point, as soon as council approves those projects, MOCAP can then start doing those projects right away versus usually we're into late summer or fall when we issue bonds. They'll be able to start much sooner and start these projects moving a lot earlier than what we plan on doing at the end of the year, like when we normally issue GO debt, which we'll issue in late summer, early fall, and then we'll reimburse the general fund those expenses with the bonds, and then the general fund will be made whole of this money that we're temporarily using. Again, we won't start these projects twofold. One, we won't start interest running on these projects because we'll be using our own funds versus borrowing money. And number two, when MOCAP or a department that's doing some of these projects, we're waiting till they're ready to certify a contract to actually certify these. So this will also help the spend of bond proceeds, not issuing them way in advance and then not spending down in a timely manner. This will accelerate the spending of bond proceeds in a more timely manner so we don't run into problems with the spend down of bond proceeds.
Thank you. All right, we'll take questions. I know I have Councilwoman Mora and then also Councilman Michael Polinsky.
Oh, no, to clarify, I think that this is, the temporary ordinance is 1509,
Oh,
right?
so you want to do the last one?
I want to do I want to do the
Okay.
transfer.
All right,
Thank you.
Councilman Michael Polinsky.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Gentile and to the team. I understand your willingness or what you're suggesting to us to move utilize the 40 million carryover to start capital projects. We have not seen that list yet. You're developing that list, correct?
To the chair of the council, MOCAP is working on that list right now, so they're going through that.
Okay, so you're assuming that we're going to pass that, or you want that passed by when?
To the chair of the council person, they're supposed to bring that list to council in January at some point.
Okay. So your assumption is, and I understand that, so it's like, basically you're indicating to us we should pay now versus pay later. The question is that you're assuming that the bond market will be good at the end of the year. How do you have that crystal ball to know that?
To the chair of the council person, we're working with, it's very rare that the bond market's not available, but there's been a few times that it has.
I'm talking interest, the rate of cost of doing business.
It's hard to tell, so no one can really tell where interest rates are going. Right now, they're trending down. But,
Okay.
no one knows what's going to happen.
Okay.
What we're looking to do is to borrow the money as late as we can, and when we're ready to break ground on the projects. And then we'll have those bond proceeds for a lot less time, because one of the problems the city's had in the past is spending them down in a timely manner.
Right.
So now I think this will help accomplish both of those. Now, rates no one can tell what rates are really going to be. I mean, they may go up. Hopefully, they continue to go down.
Yeah, what are they right now, do we know?
What is rates short term, like 4 or something?
Yes. Through the chairman to the councilman, short-term rates right now, anywhere from, say, 4%, right around the 4% area in the short end of the yield curve.
And that's based on what year term?
Through the chairman to the councilman, that is again, this is approximate, that's around the 2-year area.
Okay. So I'm just trying to, as I've said, going into next year, I'm really concerned. I'm really concerned because I don't expect to see any money coming out of Washington to help us. I don't expect to see any money coming out of Columbus to help us. So we are going to have to be very fiscally wise as we move into 2026 because, we're losing the jail. We have the Browns, that whole issue with the Browns. We are anticipating, we're looking at an additional 18 schools being closed in the city, on top of the 28 they've closed already on the east side, which could affect whether or not, could affect property values or people deciding to stay or go out of the city. So I'm really concerned as we go into next year. So I want to make sure the recommendations you're making to the council that you're basing off of sound fiscal policies and practices. That's what I want to make sure. I want to say that now, that you carry on into next year. I can understand the willingness to get these projects started now. We all want to get the projects started. But I want to make sure we don't find ourselves at the end of the year in a real pickle here. That's what I want to make sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
In Robert's Rules of Order, there's really no point. I will put you back on the list if you want to point. But if you want to answer, then I'll put Councilman Collins.
Through the chair of the councilperson, yes, we've looked at this. We think this is a sound plan.
Okay.
Director Barrett kind of brought this plan with him, and we've kind of embraced the plan. And I mean, I fully think it's a good idea. I think it accomplishes 2 things. One, not issuing bonds as early as we did and sit on them too long.
No, I understand that.
That lowers interest that we're paying on the bonds. And 2, the spend down, which we've had a challenge, that also helps that. So there's been a lot of thought in this process. So we're pretty confident that, this is the right way to go with this.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilman Conwell.
Yeah, it's interesting what you're doing, and I like it. I mean, I like it a lot. What you're doing, I think, you're putting together a contingency fund. You're taking the $40 million. You know in the long run, when you pass those bonds, if you move forward, you get the bonds, then you get the money back, but you started on projects right now. And if you start on projects, if costs go up with tariffs and things like that, you're saving with the contingency funds. I mean, that's what I see.
To the chair, to the councilperson, that is one of the things. Most certainly, materials go up. I mean, they don't come down. So whether it's tariffs or just natural supply chain problems or everything else. So by doing those sooner than later, we should save some money on the materials that it takes to do these projects.
Yeah, because if you already start executing on that 40 million and the other one come in, you might could save some money and do some other things with it, or we could put it in the balance fund in the long run. But that 40 million to get you start moving on your projects and you control your triple constraints. That's what I'm looking at.
That's to the chair. That yes, that's what we're trying to do.
That's all. I was thinking. I like that.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions regarding 1509-2025? Seeing no other questions, ordinance number 1509-2025 stands approved. Last piece for finance before we go to the.
You're going to revert back.
We're going to do the transfer.
We got one more.
Okay.
Ordinance number 1510-2025 by Councilmember Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance to provide for the transfer and amendment of general fund appropriations in the amount of $19,555,000 and $100,000 within the small enterprise fund. Director.
To the chair of the committee members, as everybody knows, the budget's an estimate. So the permanent budget, we passed on April 1st through the council. That was effective April 1st. Now that the year's about to end, we do this every year. We get to smooth out the budget. Some people are going to go over their budget. Some people are going to go over. So basically, we reshuffle the deck, move some money from people that save some money into areas where they've spent more money. So again, this is what we kind of do every year, because the budget's an estimate, and this kind of trues up everything. So we're in compliance with state laws and everything else that we have to comply with.
Thank you. Pretty straightforward. Councilwoman Mora, I know that you had a question regarding this.
Yeah, thank you. I'm always interested because I think it helps us inform the budget process in the spring for the next council, just sort of what caused significant overages that we weren't expecting, or sort of, you noted around vacancies, but a couple of these jumped out to me. I just wanted to go through a couple of them. The first is within the Office of Capital Projects, 1.4 million in savings due to vacancies. Could you narrate a little bit about the why we had so many vacancies open in MOCAP through the chair?
Yeah, through the chair of the council person, just like everything throughout the city, there's difficulty hiring folks. Now, they've filled some of those positions throughout the year. This is the savings from the bulk of the year, and they will continue to try to staff up to meet that. So we've not reduced their budget. Everyone's budget, when we bring it back to the table, will have the same amount that they had last year or more. And we made some progress in hiring this year across the board. We're just not all the way there. And MOCAP is an example where they just had a hard time filling a lot of their vacancies. Again, they filled a couple throughout the year, but you still have that bulk early in the year where we've got some savings.
Yeah, thank you. I think I was asking that, and I can look up the numbers because 1.4 million seems like a pretty high percentage of their overall salary allocation. And then the next one is Department of Innovation and Technology, where we had 1.8 million in savings due to vacancies, and that seems exceptionally high for the number of personnel in innovation and technology. So I was wondering if you could narrate a little bit around that, what might be happening in that small division.
Yeah, through the chair to the council person, we've actually grown that department pretty big now, so it's moved out from under finance. And I can guarantee you they were very aggressively filling positions down the stretch. So starting next year, I was informed by IT that they would not have any vacancies or very few going into the new year. Again, this is more from the beginning of the year. They're really beefing up cybersecurity staff, and all the technical staff that revolves around IT. So yes, they did have vacancies like a lot of entities did. I know for a fact, because we met with them on next year's budget, that they've basically filled most of these, or they're in the process of filling these. So IT should be just about fully staffed, if not 100% staffed, starting next year.
Okay, thank you. And then you're looking at over $2 million in savings under the Division of Police due to lower telephone exchange billing. $2 million for telephone exchange billing seems high in the first place, and certainly a large savings amount there seems to indicate something was different for the telephone exchange. So could you share a little bit about what's happening there through the chair?
Yeah, through the chair to the council person. The telephone exchange, who falls under IT department, they went through and did a audit of all the phone lines throughout the city. What they found out is there was a lot of lines that we budgeted for that were open, that we initially were paying for years ago, that we were able to close. A lot of lines. A lot of the lines, too, did not belong to police, so we reallocated those. So the combination of those two. Telephone exchange and the internal service fund, so it has to balance. So we take their total expenses and we spread it out across the entire city. But this is just a point where we've over budgeted police for telephone exchange. Now we're bringing it back down because the number of lines are much less than we initially had budgeted.
Thank you. And my understanding of the telephone exchange was that essentially if it's going to come up as a charge somewhere, it's going to show up as a invoice elsewhere in the budget book. So if we have 2 million less, where in here is shown the change in the accounting for what came into the telephone exchange through the chair?
Through the chair, because that's an internal service fund, not a general fund, I'm not sure that that's in here, the telephone exchange, that side of it.
Okay, but wouldn't that indicate it essentially you're saying that, well, let me narrate my understanding. My understanding is that telephone exchange numbers, if you were to net out how much is being charged and how much is being received across the entire budget book, it'll net out to zero. That were, essentially all those charges are internal. But you're saying that it's not internal to this document through the chair.
Through the chair of the council person, I think I understand your question fully now. So the $2 million that we took out in savings out of the police got put into the transfer into another spot here to balance this out. So it didn't go back to the telephone exchange. It actually, that budget in the general fund was shifted to another division to balance this out.
Got it. And I'm sorry, where is that? Where is that 2 million represented in here?
Through the chair, it could be in several places. This is just basically the general fund. So when we do our end of year projections in my office, we basically, we look at, okay, we know that fire got a 15% increase, so we know that they're gonna need $11 million. So I basically just go through every single division in the general fund and say, how much are they gonna save? How much are they gonna save? And that's why it zeroes out at the bottom line. So it's not just, I put 2 million from here and put it there. It's like, I first take out, I say, okay, fire needs this much, they need this much. I do everything that needs something, and then I find where I can take it from. So it's not a direct, one for one.
Right, but I apologize. I feel like I'm
Sorry.
No. I understand what you're saying, and I am sure that what's happening here is that I do not understand accounting, and that I have something to learn. But if, in my mind, like that $2 million isn't something that we can give to anybody else. It can't transfer to anywhere because it's disappearing from the balance books of the telephone exchange. So this document shows that overall we have 19.6 million in transfers from and 19.6 million exactly to transfers to. But if $2 million of the transfers from is actually going to result in a gap in the telephone exchange's accounts receivable, then how, I know I'm over my head on the accounting, so help me understand that gap. I apologize.
Through the chair of the council person, I think I got your, I hope I got your question.
Yeah.
But I believe because telephone exchange is in balance, that their expenses came in less again because we had less lines. So I think that may answer your question. So telephone exchange is not going to be out of balance by the 2 million because their expenses were lower, so they didn't need the additional revenue that would have came out of that line to go back to the telephone exchange, which is an internal service.
So is the telephone exchange represented here in the transfer ordinance?
No, through the chair of the council person, no, because they were balanced. There was no money to take out and none to put in because their expenses were lower. We were able to take what police was going to pay them and allocate their budget to a different line that needs it.
Okay.
But the telephone exchange, because their expenses were lower, they still balance, so they're not in here.
Got it. I still, there's something about that math that is not quite working for me, because if the telephone exchange didn't have as high of expenses, essentially, like, this $2 million is only like filling a hole for 2 million somewhere else in the budget, but here we're transferring it outside of the telephone exchange. What I'll do is I'll take this offline with Joe Tytron. I'm sure I just need to study up on how accounting works, but if it is an internal transfer, it's a transfer within the telephone exchange, and it's a $2 million savings, I wouldn't have expected that we could then have $2 million cash that we could give to another department, because I would have expected us to have a $2 million hole at the telephone exchange. But I understand, I'm taking up a lot of time, so I will make sure that I understand that with Joe Tytron and for the next council, for them to understand when they tackle the budget in the spring.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Polinsky and then Conwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues. I'm going to follow up on Councilwoman Moore's line of questioning. As you indicated, it was, and I don't want to quote you exactly, but you've indicated this was because of open lines and lines not being utilized.
Through the chair of the council person, that or we overestimated in telephone exchange how many lines we had.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
A combination of all.
Okay, well then, again, I want to just say this. Are you looking at other departments and divisions for the same
Through the chair of the council person,
Same
yes.
issues?
We've went through telephone exchange. The reason their expenses are down is because we do not have as many phone lines as we've budgeted for and anticipated. So
Okay.
You're seeing that in police because they have a lot of lines.
Yes, they do.
So,
But I hope you're, again, I want to just say this, Mr. Chairman, to you folks, that I hope you're looking at each department and division who are utilizing the telephone exchange as to potential savings.
yeah, through the chair, definitely, because a lot
Okay.
of these hit the general fund, so we're
Okay.
definitely looking to save all the money we can.
So I want to touch on page 2, Division of Urban Forestry. We just had the director here a moment ago on ordinance 1461-25, going out, needing an outside contract. And here we are with savings due to vacancies, $875,000, savings due to decrease in interdepartmental charges, another $500,000. Again, it's, my last comment was to her, if you recall, you were sitting in the room, do we have enough staff people? And it's clear that we don't have enough staff people, just based on this dollar amount. So I would, again, I'm going to stress to the administration, you got to get a handle on urban forestry. You're giving back $875,000, you're moving it because due to vacancies, but we just had an ordinance here before it's going to go out for a contract for tree trimming and tree maintenance. You can't have it both ways.
Through the chair, the councilperson, these vacancies will remain in there, and she's working diligently to fill those vacancies that they have. they'll
But
also
Jim, the
select-
point I'm making, if we have the proper staff, maybe we don't have to go out for a requirement contract for tree trimming. Do you get my point?
Yep, through the chair, absolutely, I understand.
Okay. Yeah, Ms. Councilwoman Mar mentioned about the 2.1. Let me drop down to Division of Fire, 11.5 million. We were told at the table that with this last class, that they weren't in good shape from a staffing level, but 11.5 is needed for uniform overtime. And then a 15% increase. I understand that, but I mean, why we have such a high overtime cost when we allegedly ramped up? We were asked by you to fill those positions in fire.
Yeah, through the chair of the councilperson, the bulk of that 11 million is the retro on the increases.
Okay, well, then you're going to
There's about
get
$1
me.
million or a little bit more than $1 million in overtime.
Okay.
We can get you the breakdown.
Give me that figure, because that's what jumped out at me. Okay.
But the bulk of it, again, is their retros. They got a huge increase. We have to pay them from April 1st.
Okay, then let's go down, let's jump down to EMS. The council took the initiative, and we we put the positions in the budget to hire EMS, EMTs and paramedics. So now, again, high overtime due to vacancies. We took the steps to fill those vacancies.
From where? Yeah, to the chair of the councilperson, they have 32 vacancies currently. They're in the process of getting 25 lateral transfers from other entities. So they should close this loop. Again, this is for overtime because they're short-staffed. I understand that you budgeted for them to bring it in, so they should make a big dent in their vacancies. What right now was 32. They're supposed to be bringing in 20. They're in the process of bringing 25 additional EMTs.
Okay, because then, Mr. Chairman, there must have been bunch of folks retire, because that was not the number that I had that the commissioner gave me. So again, I'll make the request through you folks. I want to know how many people have left since the first of the year in EMS,
Okay.
and the actual number of vacancies in EMS.
Through the chair, yep.
Because the council president and I spoke about making sure, at the request of the commissioner, no less, to fill those positions, to put those positions in the budget. We did that. So I want to make sure that they are filled. And so, let me see my other question here. Again, I guess I'll sum it up in general. One department after another, savings due to vacancies, savings due to vacancies, savings due to vacancies. I could go all the way down here. In some cases, some very critical departments as it pertains to the delivery of basic city services. So again, Mr. Chairman, to the administration going into next year, on critical departments, especially departments where there is revenue collection, you've got to make sure those positions are filled. I don't know what more we can say here.
To the chair of the councilperson, I think HR and civil service made some strides this year. I think we have less vacancies heading into next year than we had, that we've closed it. We have about 100 less vacancies going into the new year, but we still have a lot of vacancies to fill. Again, we will present a mayor's estimate that has all those head counts still in there.
Yeah.
But they have closed about 100 net
Okay.
gain in city employees in the general fund this year.
Well, I think, again, when we budget and we allocate the funds to fill vacancies, and you don't fill the vacancies, then the question is, do you really want to fill them? That's the question that I ask myself constantly here.
Well, through the chair of the councilperson, I can definitely tell you the commissioners and directors of those
Okay.
divisions and departments want to fill those positions.
Okay. Let's hope that's the case. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Councilman Kevin Conway.
Thank you very much. To Mr. Gentile, how much is our cost of labor for the whole budget? Was it like 81%, 80%, 81%, something like that? The total cost of labor budget.
Through the chair of the councilperson, it's approximately around 70%.
Around 70%?
Yeah.
So let me ask you this. Now, another question is burning in me. When you do the fund transfers, sometimes you get bills in that might be in arrears. What do you do with those bills that might come in?
Through the chair of the councilperson, the OPM goes out and projects what each department's going to need before we present this transfer. So they contact, the budget analysts talk to each department and division where they have savings. And they talk to them and say, do you have anything that's coming, et cetera. So before we take money out of their budgets through this process, there's a conversation with these divisions to make sure they're not going to need it after we, come to council and pass, get a piece passed. So there's a bunch of communication down the stretch before this is put together and brought to council.
So I see each department have an accounting system in there, and the accounting system flows to the other ones when you do fund transfers.
To the chair of the councilperson, they're all using the same accounting system, but they have their own fiscal people. So they have budget analysts throughout the city, and all these different departments, division, or their fiscal person. So that's who OBM talks with and says, what are you going to spend between now and year end? And then when we see that we have savings and we need to, move it out of there to somewhere else, that's when the OBM department puts this document together.
Right. Now, you started working on your, on this form and through the chair, let's say in the third quarter, you think, around September? Because you kind of know which direction it's going in.
Through the chair, we start working on this at the beginning of November.
In the beginning of
Yeah, we use our October monthly analysis to do the transfer and supplemental.
Right. So with labor, with the cost of labor being 70%, so I could come in line, let's say if I only need 20 people, do you think a department would say 25 or 27 people? That way you have some contingency funds with your dollars. And if I hit my mark and I have dollars left over, labor dollars, then I could transfer it out and I won't look bad when it come down to controlling cost. Do you think that?
To the chair of the councilperson, we take a look at their historic trends, and if they continue to have vacancies over a long period, we will reduce their head count. We've actually reduced it probably a few hundred over the last several years. But we're to a point now where we want to fill the vacancies that we have. If we keep looking at these for year after year after year in the same divisions and departments,
Right.
then we will take a look at that. You can't kind of pad your budget anywhere. OPM is all over the place. Yes, exactly. Because OPM looks at that, and no, we don't allow that. You have to need those expenses.
So do you
those
charge
people.
them to the chair for attrition also? So when you lose workers and all of that, through the chair?
Yeah, through the chair of the
controller?
councilperson, they're allowed to backfill anyone that attrits, because they
Okay.
already have the head count and the budget approved through council. So if somebody retires or just leaves city employment, they're allowed to backfill that position. So like amount, like dollar amount.
I was just trying to figure some things out, because I know that when Councilmember Mike Polensek and I, we have seen time and time and time again, and you know, Councilmember Mike Polensek, that we always, it's staffing, and with your cost of labor, you can do without, you know, I don't want to cast the blame on anyone, but you know what I'm saying.
Through the chair to the councilperson, yes.
Because I don't know, I'm just asking. I don't want the directors to be mad at me, walking around here, but I'm asking a question because I know how to look for it. So I just asked the question, and that's all. Thank you very much, but I'm not blaming. I'm not
Exactly.
casting the
Thank you.
blame if I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Seeing no other questions, ordinance number 1510-2025 stands approved. Please sign on. Thank you. I'm now going to hear, and I'll read this into the record. And our first guest that we're going to hear from regarding this will be former mayor, former senator, former Congressman Dennis Kucinich. This will be ordinance number 1325-2025 as amended by Mayor Bibb, an emergency ordinance authorizing the mayor and the directors of law, parks and recreation, port control, and/or the Office of Capital Projects as appropriate to enter into one or more agreements and/or amendments to the lease by way of concession with the Browns or their designees to effectuate the terms and conditions in the settlement term sheet regarding the relocation of the Cleveland Browns to the city of Brook Park and the demolition of Huntington Bank Field, determining the method of making the public improvement of designing and performing demolition and site preparation of such sports facility and other structures, and designing the construction, various lakefront improvements, authorizing other professional service contracts, accepting gifts and grants, and establishing the community benefits project and the lakefront development subfunds. And former mayor, former Senator and Congressman Dennis Kucinich, please join us at the table for your prepared remarks.
Sit down.
Yes, please sit down and have a seat and address the thing.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Good to see you, sir. Please proceed, and then a couple of council members may have a couple of questions.
I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
So, honorable members of City Council, I have a great deal of sympathy for the position that many of you find yourself in on a matter of the city's agreement with the Browns ownership, because this council has been largely kept in the dark for the better part of 3 years, while the administration met secretly with Browns officials and then proceeded to deceive the council, Clevelanders, and the media about their true intention, which always has been to let the Browns leave Cleveland without a fight, pretending there was nothing they could do about it, pretending they had no other choice but to let the team go, pretending that this deal before you is the best they could do, even pretending that it's actually worth $100 million. It's all in the service of what I believe has been a hidden agenda. When council cannot get information, when the administration continually ignores open records requests and taxpayer demands, opting for secrecy instead of transparency, and now comes before you, joining hands with the Browns owners over 2 Cokes, the taxpayers should hold on to their wallets. What you have before you, I believe, is a fraud upon the city. The administration wants to drop their lawsuit, which was a wet noodle of legal action. The Browns openly violated a lease written to protect taxpayers and fans against owners who want to pick up and leave. But the administration will not enforce the lease. This is the benefit of the Browns owners. The Browns were not permitted to discuss moving throughout the term of the lease, which ends in 2029. The city will lose $30 million a year in economic benefits from the Browns playing downtown and another $11 million in tax revenue for a total of $41 million a year loss. Since the violations go back to 2024, the city could claim 5 years of damages. That lawsuit is worth over $200 million, but the city does not want to pursue it. This to the benefit of the Browns owners. The city wants to drop the lawsuit, even though council passed Ordinance 391-24, which required the law department to make every effort to keep the Browns in Cleveland. Yet the law department did not follow council's passed law, and this to the benefit of the Browns owners. I wrote the Modell Law, so the city would not have to go through the trauma of losing the team again. And the law gave the city the rights to buy the team. The city has not claimed that right, nor has it tried to organize local investors. This to the benefit of the Browns owners. The city wants to demolish a stadium which is 26 years old. That stadium has real value. It would cost at least $1 billion to rebuild what we already have. The city wants to pretend it's worth nothing. No appraisal's been done. Instead, you're being told, take $30 million now, or the city will have to pay later to tear it down. This simple-minded type of deduction is a typical swindle. Conjure only one scenario, an empty stadium, and don't permit discussions of alternatives. The proposed demolition of Cleveland's Lakefront Stadium wastes nearly $600 million in prior taxpayer investment and eliminates, in my estimation, nearly $1 billion in potential economic and tax revenue. Replacing a functional structure with a speculative promise is not redevelopment, it's financial malpractice. That stadium has at least 24 good years left. No responsible fiduciary would write off such an asset, especially not when renovation is less costly and a revenue stream can be strengthened. If there was a determination to serve Cleveland taxpayers instead of serving the Browns owners, the Browns want an extension of the lease they broke. I propose, Mr. Chairman, charging the owners $100 million rent through 2031. They broke the lease, charge them that for rent. That would immediately add another $500 million to the taxpayer side of the ledger. I mean, who in the world's been doing the negotiating for the city? You want projects for your wards. $100 million? Look, you get $100 million for every ward if you know how to negotiate this. The Browns should pay hundreds of millions just for the lease violation alone. And even if you don't care about football, even if you want the Browns to move, don't give away the store to a billionaire renter. Take a stand, fight back. This deal was cooked up by people who don't care about football, don't care about the Browns in the city, don't understand the lease, don't understand the Modell Law, and don't want to protect the taxpayers' interests, but oh, how they want to develop the lakefront. They want to develop the lakefront so much, they forgot to appraise the value of the land. Check for yourself. You do your own calculations. Lakefront land is at least worth $1 million an acre. 50 acres at the stadium front, 450 acres at Burke Lakefront. What great plans, what great vision they have, all built from the myth that people don't have access to the lakefront. The administration should stop telling people they don't have access to the lakefront, because there's a dozen places along the lakefront, from Mr. Polensic's ward all the way to Edgewater, that people have access to. The only people who think there's no public access to the lakefront are those who've never been to Cleveland's lakefront. Now, what's the alternative, Mr. Chairman, as I complete this? Members of council, the alternative is this. Reject this legislation. Demand that the administration fight to keep the Browns. Make the owners pay more. Enforce the lease. Enforce the city's rights under the Modell Law. Keep the stadium where it's at. Put forth a plan, which was countenanced when I put the Modell Law forward. Put forth a plan to buy the team through public subscription. Green Bay, Wisconsin has over 500,000 owners. Now, I'd be happy to work with council and work with each one of you to show how this can happen. And I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to make this presentation, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that members have.
Thank you, Mr. Kucinich. We have a couple of people that would like to ask questions, and I think Councilman Richard Starr wants to start out by asking any questions.
Thank you, Chair. To the former mayor, from your standpoint of the overview that you have with just different tax, dollars that you mentioned, programs, plans, and just from your experience, you read a lot and gave out a lot of different information, a lot of different variables. And to the viewing public, because some people don't know the history and some people don't understand what we are dealing with, through the chair, I would ask, could you break down just some credibility that you have when you're saying this stuff? Because others will play devil's advocate and say, What's your stance on something when you were the mayor and they said the city went broke when you was the mayor? So through finances today, through the chair, can you explain a little bit more about your history as the mayor
Yeah,
and that point, just so
thank
you
you.
can be able to
Thank you very
cover
much.
that through the chair?
Thank you very much, Councilman Starr. Some of you at this table may not have even been born when December 15th, 1978 came around. I was mayor of Cleveland, then youngest mayor of any city in the country, and I was faced with a decision. Cleveland Trust Bank and the Cleveland Electric Aluminum Company demanded that I sell Cleveland's municipal electric system. And what they did, we had a lawsuit that was involved, and they wanted the city to extinguish the lawsuit. They wanted us to sell the system for a fraction of what it was worth, okay? And they gave us a deadline. I mean, you know, this rhymes with a lot of things that I'm seeing here. I don't necessarily see the future in terms of the past, but the city was put into default by Cleveland Trust Bank because I refused to sell a municipal electric system. Now, I wrote a book about it that expels it out in great detail. But here's my concern, that this, based on my experience, hard-fought experience, I didn't knuckle under. I didn't cave into the banks. Cleveland Public Power is here today because of that. And you know, just not me. I mean, I took a stand, but I had people back me up. This is too important a decision for this council to be stampeded into a hasty decision that you may regret later. What is the hurry? Think about this. What's the hurry? That they're dangling $25 million over your head? Take it now or what?
And thank you to the chair. Thank you, Mayor, for that. Also, I would definitely ask, from the standpoint of the lens of this deal and the negotiation, as a person who served as mayor, how would you have negotiated this deal in favor for them to stay? What pointers could you explain? I know you brought up different values and dollars. What is a different stance when negotiating?
Well, let me just say this.
To the chair.
That every mayor has a different approach. Mine was a little bit hard-nosed, people might say. But see, you're in charge here. The council is a co-equal branch of government. Now, the Browns seem to have just discovered that lately as they want to talk to various members. But this charter is under the federal plan of the government. You have just as much power as any state legislature or the Congress, only if you exercise it, though. And this is where council's importance come in, because you're the ones who actually speak for the people in the neighborhoods. I didn't leave town, as some people did after they were mayor. I'm still living off 117th Street, in the same house that I bought in 1971. You know, I know about the neighborhoods. I understand why you're in council. That's the motive that brought me here. A real love of community and a commitment. And a commitment first to the people. These other interest groups, happy to talk to them, but if they want something that doesn't belong to them, you don't give it to them.
So through that standpoint, within this $100 million agreement, that was a deal that was agreed on between the administration as well as the attorneys. You're saying that given the fact that they made an agreement to terminate the lawsuit and accept the $100 million deal, to your standpoint, from your experience to the chair, if we as council decide not to pass this legislation, I guess it's coming tonight, right? Is it coming to the table tonight, floor?
We're discussing it now, and it will potentially go to the floor tonight, yes.
Okay, and I know that when it first was brought to us, we said we wasn't going to rush it, but within the last 2 weeks, we done had about 5 or 6 committees, 4 meetings about it, so I guess we are rushing it. So through that standpoint, through your lens, if we vote to not pass this, where do we go if you were the mayor? What's the next step?
What you do is
To the
you
chair.
go back to the drawing board with council at the table. you have the power to really redirect the future of this city away from a deal that was cut privately. You know, in law, I'm not an attorney, I just play one on TV, okay? In law, there is a concept known as ultra-virus. The mayor met privately with the owner of the Browns, as we've all read, and made a private deal. That's not legal, frankly. He couldn't do that without council being part of it. This council has real power here. And you're not, you know, that rubber stamp that's next door, that's not about the council. That was a sculptor's, that was a sculptor's idea of a joke.
Thank you, through the chair, and I know my time is starting to wrap up. I definitely understand your frustration. I have some frustration as well. And sometimes when you go to a fight, you need all parties involved. And sometimes going to a fight when it's just 50%, it makes you look weak at times. So I do understand where you're coming from, your experience, your wealth of knowledge that you brought today. And also, I just asked to my colleagues, this is a very important decision. Like Minnie said, you said you was young when you became the mayor. Some things you stood on, some things you fought for, some things you won. Some battles you came out even on top of time. But at the same time, a loss is not a loss. But what you got to understand is the decisions that we decide to make today is going to have rather positive or negative effect on the future of the city of Cleveland. And I'm quite frankly, I don't know where I stand today as a vote, because this is something that is very important. Like you said, everybody can tell you how to negotiate, everybody can tell you the contracts, but some other people ain't even studied this type of stuff. They just go off of what someone else has told them, and then what they received, and the next you know, we get something put forth us. Now, I've been able to study sports management through my undergrad years at Baldwin-Wallace, where, you know, the Browns is right there. And also being able to work and get to understanding what stadium contracts look like. I do believe that there's more that we're leaving on the table, but sometimes when you're not in leadership, you got to play your role and understand. But it's something that is very important that I just don't want to see is the decision we make today is going to have people coming back 30 years from now saying, well, I was the only one who didn't vote, or I was the one who said this was going to happen, and then our city is still left on the hook. So there's a lot of things that go into vision. When you're talking about a lakefront, when you talk about $500 million, when you talk about the overall terms and agreement, where you see it is $25 million the minute we pass it, then you see another $30 million set aside for a demolition of a stadium in which I believe inflation is going to take effect. Then you talk about $20 million over the next 10 years. And I said, this all sounds good and dandy, but what about the residents in our neighborhoods? Yeah. How much of that money is going to really make an impact? Are we talking about a couple dollars, or are we talking about no impact? And then you talk about how it's written. It is written stating that the Browns will determine how the funds are distributed. It continues to exclude council. So when I talk to what I'm saying now, and I ain't saying talk to my colleagues because I haven't talked to anyone, and no one has really talked to me about this. But at the end of the day, I just want everyone to know is I don't plan to be here for 30 years or 40 years. But I know the decisions of my vote today is going to affect whatever council that is in place and what they may have to deal with. And you never know. Some teams in the NFL have left their cities, and then those teams are calling and crying back to go back to their cities after they've done some of these things. So I'm up in the air, and I thought we was going to slow process this, but I guess this is something that we need to get through with this council session. So I'm here to learn and go through for it. And I yield, Chair.
Well, I want to thank you, Councilman Starr. Mr. Chairman, Councilman Starr brings up a good point. There's a lot of pressure being put on council right now, and I understand that kind of pressure. Go back to December 15, 1978. I was told either sell Muni Light or the bank was going to put the city in default. And I was just a young mayor. But I had to look into the future and see what was going to benefit the people of Cleveland. And the fact that that light system is still there, that has saved hundreds upon hundreds of millions of dollars for the city and for the taxpayers. Now, you're called upon, if you vote on this tonight, and I assume you will, to look into the future and see where the benefit is. And, you know, I just have to say this. Isn't it interesting that the owners of the Browns are willing to give almost $250 million to a single player? But they look at the city of Cleveland, oh, we'll call it $100 million, but it's not really that. I mean, There's something so wrong about this whole thing. It's so wrong. I'm driving down here, I see people at the freeway edge on the west side begging for food, begging for money to stay warm. What's happening here? We got to think about the city, not about the Browns owners. I love the Browns. I want to see them stay here. Of course, that's my position. But you know what? Thank you for asking those questions. Thank you.
Councilwoman Deborah Gray.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just want to make a comment as well as calling Councilman Starr. I am also very.
Could you get closer to the mic? They can't.
Okay, I am close.
He said he couldn't hear.
Okay, you couldn't hear. Okay, sorry. I am also very complex about this whole Browns deal myself. I also have not made a decision, but to say the least, yesterday I read a lot of history about the Browns' history, about the stadium. I read about the deals that had been made over time. I am a true Browns fan, but I have not understood this whole agreement, lease contract deal as so far. So I just have a question to you, former mayor. When the Mondale law was created by you, was that 99? When was that the Mondale law was created?
I'm having trouble here. Go ahead.
The Modell law was created when? When was that? Okay, when was the Mondale law created? Modell law, the Modell.
If you could just through the chair, she wants to know when the Modell law was created. Okay?
It was created, I was a state senator. I wrote the law and got it in the General Assembly's budget. It was it was passed in 1996. It became law in June of 1996. And by the way, the Browns owners, no matter what anybody says, because the people of Cleveland have invested nearly $600 million in this team with the construction of the stadium and repairs, the city has a vested interest. Again, I'm not an attorney, but the contracts clause of the U.S. Constitution says that an act of the legislature in amending the Modell law cannot take away the city's interest. And so that law was passed in 96, was amended this year, but I will say that that amendment, it's my opinion, and you know, I have to say as a disclaimer here, I have 2 lawsuits on these questions, okay, in Common Pleas Court, where you know it's going to be up for the court to decide these issues. But that's my position, and that's when it passed.
Okay, when it passed then, and during the time when that passed, and I know I read in 2012, Haslam bought the Browns and the Brown Stadium in 2012 for $1 billion from the Sun Learner in 2012. I remember that because, matter of fact, I worked for his father when his father ran the credit card company out in Chagrin, and I met them then. Right. And when his father passed, that's when the son made the deal with Hassan to buy the Browns, per se. So saying that, during all that time from 2012 up to now, has Haslam ever thought about overseeing the Mondale law, other than then by him going to the state to oversee the Mondale law, saying that he now has the right to do what he's doing now, when he did buy the Browns name in the stadium in 2012. Has he ever came to council during that time saying that he's going to oversee that particular law during that time to up to now, since he want to move a stadium to
This is
Brook
such
Park?
an important question, members of council. The councilwoman asked such an important question. Let me explain why it's so important.
I apologize.
Because when the Haslams bought the Browns. You're right, they bought them for $1 billion. Now that team, according to Forbes magazine, is worth $6.4 billion, okay? The Modell Law became an issue in Columbus, Ohio, when there was an attempt to move the Columbus crew out of Columbus, out of state. A Franklin County judge basically said it wasn't up to him to overturn an act of the legislature when a request was made for him to nullify the Modell Law. During that period, someone bought the crew team. They used the Modell Laws, period, to buy the Columbus crew. Does anyone here know who bought the Columbus crew? Right, Haslam bought it. He knows the law. He knew it when he bought the Browns, and he knew it when he bought the crew, and they just don't want to talk about it now. And why? Because the NFL, this is much bigger than Cleveland. The NFL just goes crazy with the thought of a city owning the team. They grandfathered in Green Bay. The NFL was in Columbus lobbying members of the state legislature for the $600 million to build a stadium outside the city. Now, let me tell you something. I think the city has a case against the NFL, because when you look at the initial agreement, the NFL gave the city an ironclad agreement to keep in Cleveland. So what we're giving up here, if this is passed, is an ability to really play at the highest level that any city council could possibly play. And just because someone has a lot of zeros to the right of their bank account doesn't give them the right to make decisions for the plain, the simple, the humble, and the working people of this city. It just doesn't give them the right to do that. And so you're raising that question is so important because, and there's one other point I want to make, Mr. Chairman, based on what the councilwoman said. Did you know why there's such a push to build another stadium? Because the owners of the team will put the value of a new stadium, no matter who pays for it, no matter where that money came from, they'll put it into the underlying value of their team. So if the Browns were able to shaft Cleveland, go to another place, build a $3 billion stadium or development, they could add that and their team would be worth $9.6 billion. This is why this decision by the council was so critical. If the city was able to buy the team, you get the advantage of the appreciated value, and people say, well, that can't happen. Oh, yes, it can. But it's going to take a hellacious legal fight, and council ought to be hiring its own attorneys to do it so that you have some leverage here. You have leverage that goes beyond what any council has had in recent memory, and you have real power here. And the whole country's watching this, and the NFL's watching it carefully. They are scared to death of this Modell Law because if it's enforced, they lose the power, and they're vulnerable to an antitrust investigation. Think about it. Antitrust, if you exclude people from participating in a business deal, right? They want to exclude communities from being able to participate. So, this thing is so big, and I think, and I'd be happy to work with you. Look, I didn't come here to criticize, I disagree with the mayor for sure, but I'm not here to rip him up. This is a proposal that requires careful consideration. And if I was sitting on where you're sitting and had limited access to the information that you've been spoon-fed lately and have been denied for 3 years, I don't think I could vote for it. Even if I wanted to, I don't think I could vote for it. So just give me some more information. So that, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I have Councilman Polinsky. I'm sorry. One more, Councilwoman Gray.
Okay, thank you. Okay, just say the least. By me reading so much, Chair, to the former mayor, Mommy, I read so much last night, over and over and over again. I know cities have to move forward. I know cities have to build a brand-new, different type of infrastructure as well. It's unfortunate that the Brown Stadium and the Berkeley Airport was chosen for the lakefront. That was the only space that was seemed to be recognized to build the lakefront in Bedrock. I get all that. That's for the future of the city. And I understand that. Cities has to grow. Even when I travel to other cities, the first place I go is downtown. I'm seeing what downtown look like. Beautiful. Yes, we build out our city because everyone goes downtown first. And anywhere you travel, everybody go downtown to see what their downtown look like. When you go into the communities and you hang out in the communities, you're hanging out in the communities because your family and friends taking you to specific restaurants or places that they are aware of so you can see what their neighborhoods look like. But downtown, in every city, downtown has to be built out, invested in, so it can grow, and eventually that type of infrastructure does come into the neighborhoods, but it takes time. But right now, I feel that we're dealing with a slippery slope because I don't see the amount of money that has been accepted. It's not enough for the city, for the fans, and for us to reinvest in our community. We've given up a team that we've been loving for many, many years. I remember when Brian Syke was the he was the cardiac kid. After him was that Kozar was the cardiac kid. I remember the stadium, when I went to the dog pound, it was $10 in the cold. You froze your butt out for the Browns. So I know we can't hold on to history. We can't hold on to that. And as my colleague Harrison said last week, yes, we have to make a decision of growing, investing, negotiating, and seeing what other things that we can do for our city. But we are the council. We are powerful. And I don't see that amount of money can pay us off to move forward to let this deal go through at the end of the day. I'm just saying to my president council, we got to find some type of amendment, some type of negotiation to bring it back to our neighborhoods. I know we have to push forward, change downtown. I'm not against the lakefront because when I go to cities, I hang downtown. I love it, and we all do. I see the effects of other cities have grown, and they're beautiful. And I know what our mayor is looking to do. I'm not against that either. But I'm at the age to understand that this is not financial a deal that's going to benefit the city and the fans who are fighting. And listen, and I talked to the constituents in my area. They understand too, but they said this all we get. Even if we stay at home watching the game, is this all we get? Because they're not going to Brook Park. They can't afford it. So I'm just saying this. I understand it both ways, but it's not a good feeling about this deal. I think we're rushing it, as I agree with my colleague. It's only we have four discussions. I have not seen any agreement, any contract, any lease, or anything myself as a council. I've read everything out on the internet. I have read what was sent to us, but I'm also a small business owner. I ran my business for 17 years, and I traveled the city and I traveled abroad. So I understand about dealing and willing and selling and selling. I get it on a smaller level, but I know for a fact that's something else that need to be offered to the fans, at least to the citizens of the city of Cleveland, that we should have our council president. I believe that he should have been at that table in that room, understanding the process of this agreement, whereas he could have came back and talked to the council about it, and we would have had a better idea of moving forward on this ordinance today. But he didn't have the opportunity even to be in that room as well. So I'm just saying, as a council as a whole, this is going into my second term, and I'm more wiser than I was 4 years ago. Come on now. At the end of the day, listen, I'm just going to just end it on there, Council President, because there's some shenanigans going on here, okay? So I'm just going to end it like that, Council
But you bring up
President.
some very good points, Councilwoman, and I will tell you that there are some amendments that are going to be put forth. There has been a tremendous amount of discussion about priorities that have been taking place, and those are things that we'll hear about when the administration come up. I wanted to give Councilman or Congressman Kucinich. I do have two more people that have questions. If I could, let them ask their questions, and then you could respond to both. So then that way we could try to make sure that we let yours. I got Polincic and then Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues. Good to see former mayor and former colleague at the table. To my colleagues who are here, so there's no confusion, December 15th, 1978 was strictly a political decision. I was here. I know what I was told, that the council had to agree to the sale of Cleveland Public Power. If not, the short-term notes, I believe it was 15 million, 12 or 15 million, would not be rolled over. So I was here.
It was bad.
I was here. I know what I was told. So there's no confusion. It's been documented. Default was a political decision. A political decision. It's a documented fact. So there is, we can get beyond that. Because we would not agree, the majority council would not agree as well to the sale of Cleveland Public Power. And I was one of those people. So let's get into the issue with the Cleveland Browns. I want to go back to your comment about the, what's the hurry? Why do you maintain that position that there is no hurry here? We have plenty of time to deal with this issue. Would you touch on that?
And you're speaking about the term sheet and
Yes,
132525?
Right, right.
Okay. Yeah. Council didn't set that deadline. Council has had nothing to do with putting this together. Now, you may amend it, but I would respectfully submit that if you amend it within the parameters of a $100 million quote deal, that's not $100 million, and you pass it, you don't, you lose all the leverage that you have. Your leverage, and you know, the Councilman Starr raised a question before about negotiations. Your leverage is being part of the negotiations. That's where you have real leverage. That's where council has an ability to be able to redirect this, and you want to talk about, you could still keep a team here and direct benefits to the neighborhoods. If the city actually owned the team, it'd be a moneymaker. These billionaires don't buy football teams because they're losing money. They're making a ton of money. Think of the value increase in the Browns from $1 billion to $6.4 billion. They're making money out of it. Now, your job is not to make money for a team, it's to make economic progress for a community. So what I'm saying is that this is a false deadline, that there is what they're doing, they're dangling $25 million, and they basically are saying, got to do this now. And I say, or what? What are you going to do? They can't move that stadium. They can't tear it down. They're stuck there through at least 2031 and probably a lot longer. And that's why I say increase the rent. They broke the lease, increase the rent. They want us to put 2 more years on a lease, even if that part of the lease was enforced with respect to the rent. Charge them $100 million a year. You want to start to see the money start to mount. And you could tag that for distributing into the neighborhood. I mean, there's so many different possibilities here, except for one thing. If you bind yourself to an agreement right now, and you're rushed to vote on this, you lose all your leverage. Every idea that you have in this council, and each one of you brings something to the table based on your experience, you just give it all up. For what? For who? I mean, you know, no one died and left the Browns owners God, okay? Their word doesn't go. Their word isn't more important than a single vote in city council. Should not be.
Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Kucinich.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Belansky.
Okay. The lawsuits, and I've read the terms. I've read them as nauseum. The lawsuits that we have pending, you believe there's merit to the 3 lawsuits that we have pending, the city has pending?
If there was a willingness to fight, yeah. But I mean, if you look at the lawsuit, the way it was structured, there was a lot of back and forth discussions, but there was no real effort to put the Browns to the wall. You know, instead, it's like playing a game of patty cake through a court. Read the cases yourself. See how many conferences they had. They want to go back and forth and discuss things. There was very few filings that put the Browns on the spot. And think of it this way. If the city really wanted to put the Browns on the spot, why would they come before you with an agreement that extinguishes a lawsuit? Why would they do that? It doesn't make sense. This is a deal that was cooked up without the council, without your input, and as a result, it's a bad deal. And you need time. You know, you should be bringing in, and you have access, Mr. Chairman, you have access to bring in, apart from the city law department representing you on this, to get your own attorneys, your own accountants, your own appraisers, and really find out value here. Get people who are experts. Find out what's happened in other cities when they've been held up by, you know, by team owners. I mean, this is a time to do it. There's no rush here. They can't move for 6 years or more. So what's the hurry today? It's they want to get the deal to put it out of the way. At whose expense? At whose expense? At the expense of your constituents. At the expense of people in my neighborhood where I live. Again, I served in this council. I served 3 different areas of the city. And the reason, and having been in council, it's what gave me the knowledge to go forward in politics. Being a councilman is what enabled me to be clerk of courts. Being a councilman is what enabled me to be mayor, enabled me to be a state senator, enabled me to be a United States representative. I couldn't have done any of that unless I understood how it worked in council. This is probably the most important job in politics that you have. I mean, I really, and that's why I'm here. I respect the work that you do. And that's why I'm appealing to you.
Thank you.
Don't be rushed into a decision that will not work out for the people. And if your motivation, as I know it is, to take care of the ward, you are in a position where you have maximum leverage right now. If you vote with this, you give it all away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you know, again, I've read the term sheet. And I'm wait to hear what the amendments are today. But, you know, if we agree to and again, I don't feel rushed at all. I don't feel rushed at all. And I will tell you, no one has lobbied me. No one has lobbied me, both inside and out. And I've spoken to Jimmy Haslam twice. Didn't lobby me, stated his position, et cetera, and I appreciate that. It was a very frank but cordial discussion we had. But if we agree to the term sheet, if we agree to the term sheet, if we pass that, the stadium is gone. The stadium has to be demolished, which I am not convinced, as I've stated publicly at the stadium. I have not seen an independent report nor study on the condition of the stadium. I have not seen that. I don't believe the council has seen that or has been presented to us. The fact of the matter is that they will also have input into the community benefits. Now, that I find extremely objectionable, that they would have input and have a say-so on how $20 million is spent in our neighborhoods over a 10-year period. Over a 10-year period. If they were coming up with $100 million now, and the stadium, it would be up to us in this body to determine whether or not the stadium would come down. I would find it more flexible. What I do find interesting as well, and I've indicated this to the council president, approximately 2 years ago, I was told by an insider that the deal would be $100 million. This is 2 years ago. And I said at that time, that figure can't be right. Why would we settle only for $100 million? And here we are today with $100 million, the same dollar amount I was told 2 years ago. That's what they were going to give us, $100 million from an insider. So at the end of the day, I'm looking at the provisions. I'm looking at the agreement. That's what I'm looking at. I'm looking, does it make sense? My role here, our role is here, is to look out for our taxpayers, look out for the people of the city of Cleveland. That's my role. And I'm trying to understand, and I'm trying to make, I think the council president, so we're trying to make lemonade out of some bad lemons that have been served up us at the last minute. And it's fine, I find it increasingly concerning to me that we're dealing with projects all the time at the 11th hour, not the 11:55 hour. That's what we're dealing with constantly here at the body, which to me is not the way to do business. So, and the other thing I find troubling, Mr. Chairman and my honorable colleagues, is that in the whole course of this discussion, never once did our attorneys appear at this table from Jones Day. Never once. The people who were allegedly representing us never were here at the table where we could engage them, where we could talk to them. Never engaged. We were never engaged with supposedly the folks that were representing us in the negotiation. So, Mr. Chairman, as I've indicated to you and I've indicated publicly, unless there is substantial change to the agreement, to the term sheet, I cannot in good faith support it. I couldn't even hold my nose and vote for this. I couldn't hold my nose and vote for this, the way this has been laid out. All the money has to go to the lakefront. What about our neighborhoods? What about our neighborhoods? I mean, show me one neighborhood. I can tell you right now without any fear of contradiction, there will not be $1 of improvement going into St. Clair Superior, Glenville, Collinwood, Euclid Green. There will not be $1 going into those neighborhoods that I have grew up in or that I presently represent or will represent. Not $1 out of this deal. So those are the things that concerns me greatly. How does this impact our neighborhoods? I read it, you know, I take my time, I do my due diligence. I looked at what we still owe on the complex. I still contend that if you add up what we owe on this complex, we still will be in a whole $3.9 million based on just the simple mathematics here. So again, unless I hear significant changes today, and I do want to say I appreciate the council president trying to reach out and express the concerns of the council to the Haslam Group. I think that's important. I do agree with you that we should have gone after the NFL. We should have gone after the NFL like dogs in heat. That's what we should have done. But that didn't take place, and I can't for the life of me figure that one out, why that did not take place.
Still could go after
So I'll
the
stop
NFL.
there. But the
Mr.
council president knows where I'm at, and I appreciate him willing to listen to me, and we've discussed this. Again, I will say I have not been lobbied by anyone So my vote today will reflect my own interpretation and my own understanding of the term sheet. Thank you, Mr. President.
And I'm going to let you make final remarks. Let me get Councilman Casey's questions and
Okay,
then
I
you
got
can
it.
close out
Got it.
with your
Thank you,
final
Mr.
remarks.
Chairman.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, to Congressman Kucinich, thank you very much. But I just wanted to touch on a couple of things that you had mentioned. For this council, not only were we presented something with a take it or leave it, but we were presented something with a take it or leave it. Oh, and by the way, you have to do it by this date, which was a little insulting because city council sets our calendar. The administration doesn't set our calendar, nor does any outside organization or entity set our calendar. So to be offered this deal and then be given a deadline for it is a little insulting. But there's something within the Modell law, Mr. Chairman, to Congressman Kucinich, that people just seem to keep bypassing. And that's the term tax-supported facility.
Right.
Right? Within the Modell law, forget that the state changed it to move from city out of the state. They didn't change the tax-supported facility.
That's right.
That was put in there to protect the individuals and the entities who have been paying for that facility for well over 30 years. And if the state wanted to come by and change the fact that you can move out of the city, but you can't move out of the state, okay, so be it. But they didn't change the tax-based facility. Now we all know that the Haslams understood the Modell law because they used it in their favor when they bought the Columbus Crew. The minute they purchased the Cleveland Browns and accepted one tax dollar for that stadium, that Modell law kicked in.
That's right.
Can you touch on the reason behind using the term the taxpayer-based in order to protect the people who've been investing in that facility for over 30 years?
Thank you very much, Councilman. Can I answer both then?
Please do.
Let me respond to Councilman Casey first. When I wrote that law, I was aware of how much the city had invested, hundreds of millions, in the first iteration of the Cleveland Browns under Modell. And I didn't want the city to go through it again. This is 95, 96. Those of us who have been around remember how tough it was. We lose a team, and we're sunk. The team's gone. So I wrote this saying, if we, once we got the team back, it's never going to happen again. And what's the hook? Tax-supported facility. In other words, if the taxpayers put money in to a team, they support it, build a stadium, keep it up, that's tax support, then the people have a vested interest. And I linked that vested interest that if a team decides to move, that vested interest would enable the city to have a position and a right to begin negotiations to buy the team. So this idea of a tax-supported facility is very important. Now, if the Browns hadn't received any money at all, none of this discussion would mean anything. But because they took almost $600 million in taxpayers' money, this council has a right to see those provisions enforced, but the administration hasn't done that for whatever reason. They'd have to explain to you. But I'm suggesting that this moment that we're in has consequences, because if the council were to approve this, let me make a prediction. This will have an impact on the Guardians and on the Cavs, because if there's no way to protect the city's interests, then you can kiss those teams goodbye too. Don't tell me it can't happen, because you have a vested interest in the Browns. And if that's not enforced, the vested interest that you have in other professional teams, the Guardians and the Cavs, that won't be enforced either. This is really a big moment for Cleveland. And back to what Councilwoman Gray said about coming downtown and the connection between revenue downtown and revenue in the neighborhoods. If that team leaves and that becomes a hole in the ground, Haslam's will go after the Rocket venue and take things away from Rocket Arena. Anything that's at Public Hall, they'll take away. Every venue we have downtown will be like a magnet drawing it over to the Haslams and away from the city of Cleveland. We're talking about a real effect on the local economy here that you have to consider what this will mean for the neighborhoods. That's why I'm saying this could be, since way back, Councilman Polensek, in 1978, this is absolutely the most important decision that a city is going to make in the last almost 50 years. So, Councilman Casey, your question goes very deep in terms of understanding the rights that taxpayers have here, and the right that the council has to enforce the taxpayers' rights if the administration won't. And then finally, with respect to what Mr. Polensek said in the NFL, see, when I look at this council, collectively, I see major league players here. You have the ability to go toe-to-toe with the NFL. You understand the basics here. And frankly, no other city has done what this council is capable of doing. You could change the way cities respond all over America to these owners who say, you know, our way or the highway. And that's what I'm hoping you'll do. And should you decide in the alternative to wait and to take time, I'm fully available to use every knowledge that I have on your behalf as a friend of the council and as someone who has the same interests that you have about protecting our neighborhoods. I want to thank you, Council President Griffin, for this opportunity to present this point of view, which I believe is held by a number of Clevelanders. But whether it is or not, I want to thank each one of you for your service to the council and to the city of Cleveland. I understand the journey it takes to get here, and I'm humbled by this opportunity to address you. Thanks again.
Thank you. I did want to give Councilwoman Welch, she did want to make a comment.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for your comments. They really are, they carry so much weight, especially considering all the work that you've done around not just our city, but around our state and beyond that. And I just want to just say that to your point, you know, whether or not you understand politics or you understand sports management, I think people fundamentally understand systemic harm. They understand what it means when there is an unequal power dynamic and what happens when there's systemic harm and an unequal power dynamic, which HSG has given to us, is you strip people of agency. You strip them from the opportunity to say, this is how I want to speak up about my city, and this is how I want to advocate on behalf of people who are like me, who are in these neighborhoods. And so what ends up happening is, like we keep using these relationships and these conversations about HSG with your girlfriend or your boyfriend, you know, similarly, trust doesn't just erode in one moment, it erodes over time. Until you wake up like you did and come to council today and said something is happening here that isn't right. And I think for the sake of our residents and the people who elected and support the people at this table, I hope that they give us time to make a decision that doesn't just support the few of us, but supports the collective. So I just want to thank you for your words. I thank you for the council president for bringing us back together again for this. I know that everyone in 601 is working hard to come to an agreement, but I really think HSG should really have a little bit of a shame on you for putting us in this predicament.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman, and you're welcome to stay for the administration's remarks. But I'm going to now bring up the administration to the table to make any follow remarks. But thank you so much, Mayor, Congressman. Appreciate you. So just for the record, myself, Councilwoman Santana, and Councilman Charles Slife have been working overtime over the weekend to try to work through potential amendments and to make some recommendations regarding this piece. I will tell you that there has been an agreement on most, and I will allow the administration to present. So the way that I would like to structure this conversation is that I know a member of council would have to make amendments, I believe. One of the council members would have to make amendments. And then once we second those amendments so that we could have a broader discussion. I know you heard former congressman's points. And if you guys want to elaborate on any of those things as you go along in your presentation. But I do believe we should at least hear the amendments first before we go into everything else. So did you want to prepare any amendments or talk about any amendments that you guys are recommending?
Thank you, Council President Griffin. Previously, we talked about the big picture parts of the agreement, the settlement agreement between the Browns, and so I'm not going to go over those rather than kind of get right to the issues that were raised. One of the things that I want to say is I think this is now our fourth or fifth time where we've had a chance to speak with you, and I want to say that we have listened. And so we have made some changes that are already in the term sheet that are being proposed. And I want to let you know that we heard when you said we need to protect the general fund, that we need to make sure that demolition is at the Browns' cost and their risk and not ours, and also to make sure that we are going to follow all of the city contracting guidelines for that demolition. So there are 5 important changes that I want to talk to you about. First, in terms of demolition contracting, and I think everyone here expressed their view, but I want to tip my hat in particular to Councilwoman House Jones, who asked us to make sure that we are fair to Clevelanders. So as part of that, in our settlement agreement, there's going to be a 30% requirement of Cleveland businesses, 20%, which is higher than our normal requirement. 20% will be Cleveland small businesses and MBEs. There was also a requirement or a desire to make sure that we are following our equal opportunity rules. So in the settlement agreement, there will be a requirement that any demolition comply with Cleveland Codified Ordinance 1876.22B, which is our EEOC piece. And then, of course, important to all of us is fairness on wages. So we're going to make sure that prevailing wage is included as that requirement as well. We also heard at the table previously, there's a question about what does pad ready mean? Because as our goal is to make sure that this is developable, you asked us for more specificity. And so we did that. And so pad ready means that the stadium site is cleared of buildings, major foundations, debris, filled and graded, and very clear that that is more specified. So you spoke and we listened. You also asked that with respect to the $20 million that we're talking about for community benefits, that there not be a veto by the Browns. And so those expenditures in the $20 million, I think we'll talk about how that amount may change, needs to be approved by council. So that will be council's decision with respect to $20 million, which is $2 million over 10 years. So you asked that we make sure that we do that. Also, we heard Mr. Silliman, who obviously is known to all of you, talk about best efforts and whether there could be a risk that because of the settlement agreement that we're required to put the Browns' interests before ours when it comes to the capital campaign with respect to the state of Ohio. That has also changed. He spoke, you spoke, we listened, and so now there's clarification that Cleveland comes first, and that there's no question that with respect to a decision with the state capital budget, that there is no expectation that we prioritize anything with the Browns before our own. The city of Cleveland is our first obligation. It comes first, and I think this body made a good point that we should make that clear. So that is there as well. I think that there was also some question about, do some of these best efforts suggest that we're going to pay any money? So we've also added to the term sheet clarification that there's nothing here which is going to require the city of Cleveland to spend any money on behalf of the Browns moving. I believe that Councilman Polensik suggested that this is ridiculous. You know, we're a landlord. We're not going to help anybody move. So we listened. And so there's clarification at every level that we're not spending any money. And then the last piece that I want to talk about is the lease extension. I think a number of you raised questions about why would we grant them possible options on 2 years to extend under the same terms? And so today I can bring to you another change. We went back to the Browns and said, we need this to be corrected. And so there is an amendment to the term sheet there as well, which means that for the first year of options, they will pay an extra $1 million for community benefits. And that will be for council projects that you can decide. And then if they extend for a second year, it's a $2 million payment for the purpose of community benefits, again, under the decision and disposition of the Browns. And so when we originally brought this to you, we've done a couple things. One is we've tried to respond to this body's requests and interests, but then also increase the money that goes to the community, and also clarify that it will be this body that makes those decisions. I also want to say this, which is we want to say thank you and appreciate all of these things, because I think that your participation has made things better. I would also say that when we've been working on this for over 3 years, and there was never, ever a dollar even close to this until several months ago. And so certainly we hope to get at those levels, but this is really a win for the city. The other piece is that, some people said, oh, the law director can settle anything he wants. That is not true. We have not taken that position, and we have absolutely said to you that you are important partners in this. And so we think what we have here is a deal that is historic, that will be the time where instead of us paying to subsidize professional football, they're going to pay us. And we protected the general fund, and I think we have a historic opportunity really to open things up.
Yeah, thank you. Council President, members of council, I truly hope today finds you rejuvenated in a way that only time with family around the holidays can provide. We have met 4 times in as many weeks to discuss this, and the amendments that have been put forward by Director Griffin, I hope, express our deep commitment to this body to hear you and ensure that your leadership is reflected. And the final amendment that was just announced to Mark is certainly material. It has the potential to move a $100 million deal to a $103 million deal, should they need the extension, as many in this body have made clear. I also want to make clear that that amendment sends monies directly to neighborhoods and is not specific to the lakefront. So continues to increase the flexibility and the cash available to our neighborhoods. While I respect former Mayor Kucinich, I unilaterally and unequivocally disagree with his entire statement, except 2 pieces. The first is that it is your responsibility now. It is your choice. You do have the power, and as a co-equal branch of government, this decision now rests in your hands. For the last 3 years, this administration has worked hard to deliver a deal that we believe work for the taxpayers in all of your wards, all of our wards, and ensures that the general fund is made whole. We have done that plus, and now it is this body's choice to accept the framework of that deal. What I hope this body comes to agreement around is that we have $100 million on the table to deliver for the city of Cleveland, and on the other end of that, potentially nothing. And I know the weight and responsibility of that is clear for all of you, as it has been for us for the last 3 years. The second thing that I agree with Mayor Kucinich around is that you do have the chance to be the first in the country. You would be the first in the country to create an exit package bigger than the one that we've created, because no other exit packages exist. The unfortunate reality with stadium funding is that clawbacks, exit taxes, penalties don't exist. Where they do exist and where they have existed, those penalties have been paid back to the league. So if we look at other deals around the country where teams have decided to leave a community, the money is typically remitted to the league. In an instance where it hasn't, in Seattle, the Supersonics, if any NBA fans here, some $75 million was delivered back to the city, but it was as a result of a lease break. So if you were to go forward, as Mayor Kucinich described, you would be doing what no one has done before. And that is because no council body, city, municipality, state legislator has made it compulsory for teams to pay an exit tax upon their leaving. And while I appreciate the desire to do so, the time to do it is not today. The time to do it is not today. Barack Obama has a great quote in Dreams from My Father about the responsibility of inheritance. Essentially, you may have inherited many things from your parents and your forefathers, but you have to live in the context of right now. Unfortunately, Mayor Kucinich, previous council bodies, others, have not legislated requisite clawbacks. And so while we would like a world in which sports teams were paying to leave towns, forefathers haven't made that a reality. And so as we present today's amendments and as we continue a conversation about what it will mean for the city of Cleveland to make whole upon the Browns leaving, I hope we do it in the spirit that this is historic. It is not just verbiage that describes it as historic. It would be the first time a city the size of ours, with the kind of lease terms that we had, would be sealing a victory for our residents, and it is now on this body to decide whether or not we move forward. We implore you to do so, and we believe strongly that we have put the city of Cleveland in a position that it wasn't previously in. We look forward to questions.
Thank you. Before we move further, I think there's one more amendment that we did not hear from you, and that's something else that we've been discussing with, but would Councilman Slife like to present that?
Sure. I have a number of other comments, but I can hold off on those. And
I'll make sure I put you on, but I just want to give you amendments and then I'll put you on.
But, you know, I think, at risk of speaking for my colleagues, but I think that it's a sentiment shared, is certainly a feeling that the cost that the residents of the city of Cleveland have paid over the years, directly and indirectly, is something that we hear a lot about and are very sensitive to. And I think many of us, including myself, understand and are in many ways excited by the prospect for a reinvigorated downtown lakefront for a variety of reasons, but also recognize that it is not a cure-all for all of the problems that we face in Cleveland, large and small, just as every catalytic project that has come before us, you know, has done great things for the city, but has not cured all of our ills. So to that end, the council president, Councilwoman Santana, and I really focused hard on finding ways to ensure that we're able to maximize the benefit that is felt in your day-to-day Cleveland neighborhood, whether you're on West 165th in Lorraine or East 165th in St. Clair, or anywhere in between. Very excited by and appreciative of the administration's ability to open up the opportunity for $3 additional million that would come in for citywide priorities beyond the central business district. In addition to that, the final amendment would be having $25 million be budgeted specifically for neighborhood improvements, with that delta coming from money away from the lakefront, so that we are understanding that there is a need to reduce the scale of dollars going into the downtown lakefront to the benefit of the rest of the city, so that we can create the balance that we need for both to succeed. So that is the final amendment. I will admit to you, Council President, that I'm not entirely sure procedurally of the process of how to make an amendment on a term sheet. That's more of a Robert's Rules question, I suppose, but just for my colleagues, that is the final amendment that the Council President alluded to.
Law Director, just want to make sure, if we could do it in principle, we can proceed, right?
Yes, but I think what is going to happen is that there will be a term sheet that is being drafted as we speak by Ms. Scalish that will include the extra $5 million for community benefits projects, and that will be attached to the legislation, which I believe is being drafted as we speak. So what Councilman Slife is talking about is a 25% increase in the amount that had been allocated for community benefits.
So just so everybody can know, when we looked at this, and I want to commend Councilwoman Santana and Slife over the last few days. It's been a lot of sleepless nights trying to figure out what we could do. And I too want to make sure that everybody knows that there were no shortage of attorneys, no shortage of business people, no shortage of former elected officials that I didn't talk to try to do my research on this. So I want people to know that I didn't just sit back and take somebody's word for it. We spent an enormous amount of time talking to several people, getting several independent opinions about this. And everybody I talked to really gave me the same advice, that it's very challenging and going to be very challenging for us to get more than what we're getting out of this right now. I know that it is gut-wrenching, but you know, I can tell you, out of talking to, if I would say 25 people, at least 23 said, you need to make sure that you just do this on your terms and try to do what you guys can and stand this up the best possible. So the one leverage point that I did feel that we have, which was somewhat addressed, was the lease extension. That if there was a lease extension, because it would delay us having projects being able to get done, whether it's the central business district or downtown, or whether it's the neighborhood, that it would cost money. Time is money. So we did put in some preference that if it is a lease extension, that there will be more dollars. Also remember that once we do end our maturity date with our lease and all of our finances, it will be the year 28, which means starting in 29, we actually will, if they do have a lease extension, we actually will still get admission tax as well as other fees like income tax and other things like that. So believe me, there's been a lot of work that's gone into this. I know that there's a lot of opinion. It's difficult to have 17 people negotiate. Everybody has tried to give different ideas. We've tried to incorporate as much as we can, but as you know, these things are very difficult. But what I'm going to do is, before I close out anything, I'm going to hear comments from our colleagues, because once again, I believe if we do this in, what is it called again?
As an amendment?
As an amendment, yes. But that's the term sheet that she's bringing to us, right?
Correct. And
Okay.
so just as a matter of procedure, so Section 1 of Ordinance 1325-2025 references a term sheet, which is 1325-2025A, and that will be substituted with A1 with the amendments that we've just discussed, including the $5 million from Councilman Slife, and the other amendments that we discussed previously.
Okay.
And I believe that Attorney Scalish is working very quickly and hard to get this done.
Okay, thank you. All right, so this is who I have on the agenda so far: Santana, Harsh, Starr, Slife. But I want to start off with just a couple questions before I go into those. I want to make it clear to everybody: if council does not move this forward, then this goes back to litigation. And tell me how much we spent on litigation and how much would we have to continue to spend if we were to continue to litigate this?
Council President, we've spent so far over $1.5 million on attorney's fees during a period where I think Mayor Kucinich believed that we were not aggressive enough. And as this goes to trial, those numbers get higher. So we're looking, I think, at least $1.5 million next year, probably more.
Did our attorneys at Jones Day at any time make a recommendation, hey, you guys might need to negotiate? Or was there any conversation with them to say this thing is, because of what happened at the state level, this changes the dynamics of the lawsuit?
I don't want to disclose attorney-client privilege, but I can tell you that Jones Day has always, in every case, you have discussions, because you can never predict what a judge will say or what a jury will rule upon. So there's always risk. But I will say this, without going into detail. Our Jones Day attorneys are actually very supportive of this decision and this settlement. And they think it's a good and fair settlement for the city.
If we were to pass this, or if we were to not pass this, will it keep the Browns in the Central Business District?
No, it will not.
So whether we pass this or not pass this, they're still gone.
That is correct.
Only other way that we would have any relief is if they would, if they broke the Medill law, which would be debatable because the state has gutted it, and then the lease, breaking the lease, which were the two things we were in court with, are the only two actions that we have to be able to hold leverage in order to negotiate with the team.
That's correct. And neither of those can result in a court order to keep them in the city of Cleveland.
Neither one can result in a court order to keep them in the city. So I want to make this clear that this is not about we're keeping the Browns by voting against this. See, I mean, part of this is miscommunication with the public, okay? The last thing that I want to make sure that I'm clear about is that if we don't do this and we lose the court cases, let's be clear. As you said earlier, there is no exit strategy or anything else to hold them accountable to pay 1 cent unless we win those lawsuits.
That's correct. I would add one more piece, which is under the lease agreement, if you lose that argument, the losing party pays the other side's attorney's fees. So not only would we be paying Jones Day, but we're at risk of paying the Browns' attorney's fees as well. I think we have a good case, but I can't guarantee you, and there is risk. And what I can tell you is we can't keep them here beyond 2029.
And right now, the case is in federal court or common pleas court?
Yes.
Both?
It is in federal court, it's in common pleas court, and it's before the Ohio Department of Transportation. So we are in 3 different places all at the same time.
Okay. Your director at one point in time said that there will be interference and potential disruption with the airport. Why is that off the table, and how has that been determined that that's not an issue anymore?
Yeah, so one of the parts of the term sheet is that we are allowed to continue to work with them to make sure that there is safety. So Section 1F requires the Browns to cooperate with and assist the city in ensuring the interests of public health or safety with regard to any effects on the operations of Cleveland Hopkins International Airport caused by the Browns' new stadium in Brook Park, Ohio. So we are going to continue to make sure that that stadium does not interfere with aviation or with the safety of the public.
Is there any way with the Dan lawsuits, the Dan Crossman lawsuit, and any other lawsuit, because their lawsuit is on the unclaimed funds, or any other lawsuits like Mr. Kucinich's taxpayer lawsuit that can potentially force the Browns to abort their decision to move to Brook Park and redirect them to the city of Cleveland? In other words, what if we pass all of this and then somewhere along the way their support at the state or their support falters in some kind of way and they have to come back to the table to negotiate to come to the city of Cleveland? What protects us, or is there any scenario that can happen?
I can't predict how a jury will decide, or a judge will decide, or how the General Assembly will decide. So I don't have that crystal ball. Let me say this, which is, first of all, we're guaranteed $25 million. That doesn't change. The strength of a different lawsuit, I think those are questionable lawsuits, but I don't want to undermine those plaintiffs, except to say this, which is I don't think the taxpayer lawsuit is valid.
Okay. Mr. Skinner, what is the total cost of the lakefront development estimate? I know that they're still being developed and still being still being discussed based on scope, but what is the total amount expected, and how much do we have of that so far?
Sure. So I'm going to put that into 3 buckets. The first is the North Coast Connector Project, which is the shoreway transformation from West 3rd to about East 12th, as well as the construction of the land bridge. That's a $284 million project that is funded with $150 million in federal and state grants, and the balance will be some sort of debt project leveraging the city's downtown TIF district. The second bucket is private development. So that is multifamily, hospitality, entertainment, recreation users that, if we make the lakefront a desirable site, will
want to invest in and build on the land north of Brown Stadium, which is about 25 acres of surface parking, as well as the land that Brown Stadium currently sits on, assuming the stadium is demolished. So that's private development that is not coming from the public in any capacity. The third and most relevant bucket to this conversation is infrastructure and public space on the waterfront. On the infrastructure side, we have a number of estimates based on a number of different scenarios, and it's hard to give you a specific number because we don't know exactly what's going to be there. Anywhere from $40 to $80 million. That is utilities, that is sidewalks and roads, that is bulkhead repair work. All those are infrastructure needs that the site will have that we cannot realistically count on private developers to support. And the second is public space. That depends a lot on how much public space and how we, how large of a public park we have down on the waterfront. You can see it being anywhere from 25 to 50 to $75 million as well. So in terms of funds the lakefront site needs without the stadium there for development, you're looking at somewhere north of $100 million. That will be, if this settlement passes through, a large portion of that will be covered by the settlement, as well as new community authority contributions from private development partners, and then potentially direct investment from developers as well.
Thank you. Director McNair, have we done any economic analysis to show if the city pivots to this new strategy of thinking about parks and lakefront development, help me understand how it's going to replace the $30 million in economic impact and the $11 million in income taxes and other fees that we receive that the administration's own report determined?
Thank you, Council President. So, one, I look at this, frankly, we have these conversations all the time in here, right? And we're constantly talking about not enough money for anything that it is that we do, right? This is the city of infinite need and very limited resources. As I look at all this, the two greatest opportunities we have to truly increase revenues in the city of Cleveland, one of which is being done through the Site Readiness Fund, right, which is 63% of the budget that you sit every year is paid for by income taxes, right? And so we need more jobs and high-quality jobs in the city of Cleveland. So I think that bet on taking vacant land and turning it into great job-producing sites is part of it. The second most valuable asset that we have is the 50-plus acres of downtown waterfront that is available to us. Unfortunately, right now, it's not worth much because without, as Mr. Skinner just laid out, roughly $100 million going into roads and sewers and making that developable, right, we're not going to be generating any income off of that. So to me, I think this is a huge opportunity for the city of Cleveland to actually write the long term, like, right, this is where we're curing the disease and not the symptoms.
And most developers would want to have clarity or to have predictability of how many acres that they're actually going to be responsible for developing. So they won't want to go into this trying to understand whether they're going to have 25 million or 25 acres to develop or 50 acres to develop.
That's exactly right, Council President. 25 acres or 50 acres is obviously a huge delta and fundamentally changes your site plan, your investment thesis, and everything else that goes in to private development. Certainty is required here.
Okay. Councilman Polinsky has stated earlier that there has not been a tremendous lobbying effort. I felt that my role in this time was to really educate, had conversations with the administration. I've always made it clear to them that council's always going to be looking for more support. I will tell you in these three-way negotiations, it makes it a little bit more complicated because you actually have people that are putting up their own money, so they actually want to have some input into how the decision-making are paying. If you left it up to me, I would have peeled even a few million more away for neighborhood development. However, there was a considerable amount of conversation amongst several stakeholders that really want to see the lakefront invested. And one of the things we always have to be cognizant of is how people want to spend their money. We do have to take that in consideration. Even though council has veto power and council has the will to do what we want to do politically, we do have to always keep in mind whenever we have three partners negotiating that we have to listen to several different partners. Hence why I took the leadership team with me to have conversations with both the administration and the team owners to try to understand what else we could do to reconstruct this to make it more palatable for council. That being said, I'll save my comments. I know Councilwoman Santana, Harsh, Starr, and Slife I have so far. Anybody else, please let me know.
I had a clarification.
Oh, no, I got you on.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Just a clarification.
Clarification, just a point of clarification.
Yeah, when you asked about the attorney fees, I was looking at my documents here. The number that we were given was 1.1 million. Now, we just were told 1.5. What is the real figure?
The real figure keeps going every month is the answer. So I believe the 1.1 was what we had spent through July or August. And that was actually for this past fiscal year, this past calendar year. We also had a little bit more at the end of 2024.
So it's 1.5, that's what you're telling me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Council President. I will be brief. So I have more of a remarks and then a few questions. They are scattered, so I definitely just kind of warn you on that as just my brain works. But first of all, I do want to thank Council President for convening this meeting yesterday with the HASLUM. I felt it was enlightening. It was very helpful. You know, I've learned through this position that there's always two sides of the story, and I think that the HASLUMs were able to kind of fill some of the blanks that I was struggling with and I was frustrated with. And you know, just to be clear, council was left out, right? And I'm not talking about council president, I'm not talking about leadership, I'm talking about directly reaching out to council members to talk about this deal. We had no clue, and then we were just blindsided with this press conference, which, as I'm sure you guys will also, you know, would be very frustrated as well, right? And so I think the lack of communication just really creates frustration. It creates trust issues, right? And so right now, what I'm struggling with is I don't know what's real or not, what's true or not. I am not an attorney, so I don't know what to believe, and you know, Kucinich's comments really, they really did hold some weight, and he does come with experience, but even when he talked about the Browns, they broke the lease, right? So through the chair to the Chiefs, like, they're still here. So why, I mean, why do some people say they broke the lease and then they would have to pay? Did they break the lease?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, yes, we believe they broke the lease, but the remedy for that is not that we get to keep them. The remedy is that we could ask for some sort of damages, but we haven't lost anything yet. So the answer to that is we did go to court, and we are in court today, asking to stop any of their negotiations of any kind. And actually, one of the things that we've done is we filed a motion, actually two motions, for the judge to rule in our favor. So far from sitting back, we were actually asking the most aggressive piece that we can, which is for the court to rule in our favor. The problem is that the remedy, what the court could order, is not that they have to stay here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I understand that they don't have to stay here, but do we even know what is the amount of, you know, the fee or the lawsuit if they broke the lease? I mean, could it be more than the $100 million that they're offering?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, no. We would argue that we get our prevailing party fees as an attorney, as whatever we pay to Jones Day, and we would argue that you know, that they can't leave sooner. But the actual the Browns continue to play here. They continue to pay taxes. They continue to support our local restaurants, bars, hotels, parking lots. And so the damages to the city at this time are not going to be anywhere close to Mayor Kucinich's $100 million.
Got it, thank you. Another thing that repeatedly that we heard through all these hearings was, you know, any attempts to change the deals off the table. Like, we continually repeat it. You get what you get, you don't throw a fit, which I feel like it's a comment that really gets to me, because it's like something that you say when you feel superior over someone, right? That feels powerless, right? Like, you eat that or you get nothing. And so here we are with some amendments, which I would definitely like a list of these amendments at the table. So why wasn't, once again, why wasn't council people reached out to in the negotiation to make this process much simpler than it is right now?
Through the council president to the councilwoman, I can't speak to every reason, but I would say this, which is this is a body of strong 17 individual voices and thoughts. Each of you has a different point of view. And so for us to come to the table, we needed to have something to present. And so the belief, and I think it is the case, and frankly the Browns also, after 3 years of negotiation, this was the best that we could do. And as we talk through some of these issues, I think the council has raised important issues and questions that we were able to address without changing the core of the deal.
Chief.
Through the chair to the councilwoman, certainly understand your desire to stay engaged on this. I would offer that in the biweekly sessions that the mayor has had with the council president, we have tried to keep him as informed as we can as things have changed. I recognize that that is not always the best way to communicate with each member individually, but we need to recognize that a lot of things change, and getting on everyone's calendar can be difficult as well. What I would say is the deal that's in front of you is in a shared and aligned vision from the administration. If the council has a shared and aligned vision around what this exit should look like, we are open to hear and engage on it. Where we have had specific points, we have taken them and embedded them in the agreement. And so we have yet to hear a 17-person cohesive plan for what an exit should look like. If that exists, we want to see it. But in lieu of that, what we have done is taken the individual pieces from individual council people who have expressed what they have wanted to see reflected, and to the best of our ability, had that reflected in this document. And while it is certainly down to the advocacy of many of the members, particularly the leadership team that worked over the weekend, some of the additions that we have made over the last 24 hours were through the sheer desire of the administration to continue to try to get more from this project. And so I would say to you, Councilwoman, understand the frustration. We too have been shocked by news. This place moves quickly, and we can all do better to communicate. The Council President has my commitment to ensure that communication continues and gets better. But in this circumstance, but for hearing an aligned 17-person vision on an exit every day, we get closer to that lease ending and not having a plan for the Cleveland Browns. And every day, the state and other bodies weaken our position and decrease our leverage. And so the urgency exists. The framework of this deal is in front of you, and we hope that the amendments that we have proffered meet the high bar that the residents should expect from us.
Got it, thank you. And I'll just close with this. I know the mayor did reach out to me yesterday, which I appreciate it. I wish he would have done that sooner, right? Like I said, I think this process would have been smoother. But moving forward, especially with deals like this, like, we have to be partners, right? Like, we all want what is best for our city, and working in silos is just not going to move the needle in our city. So, thank you once again, Council President, for bringing me to that meeting. I thought it was very helpful to hear from the Haslams, and I wish they would have even been at the table, because I think it's important for the council members to hear their side of the story. So, thank you.
Thank you. And if I was to give you a textbook way of how the council and administration worked in sync, the Bedrock deal is a perfect example. We actually simultaneously worked together, and we ended up with something that we all unanimously passed. I understand that it's impossible to negotiate with 18 different elected officials. However, there is an example of how there could have been some conversations to move this along, and we were under. We were told, and I'm just going to put it out there, that there was strict instructions just to have conversations with the administration and to keep it between the administration and the Haslam Sports Group. So I just want to make sure that I make that clear, because I had two people with me that were witnesses that basically told us that that was the instructions that they received as well. Am I wrong?
No, you're 100% right.
Okay.
And I would just add that in the beginning of this process, we were reached out by the Haslams, and we saw the schematic of the Brown Stadium for here in the city of Cleveland. And then after that, the news media came out with, we're moving to Brook Park. So, of course, they have their fault as well. I just want to put it out there that we were blindsided through this whole process, as maybe residents think that we were aware of all this logistics and all this information. So, thank you.
Councilwoman. Appreciate you. Councilman Christopher Hart, Starr, Slife, Polensek, Conwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to have a couple of comments here to add to the conversation. I've been sitting here all day listening. And I have to say, first off, that I pretty much agree with everything Dennis Kucinich said. To Councilman Polensek's point, I also heard 3 or 4 years ago that the plan was to let the Browns leave for $100 million, that the mayor is not going to fight for them. It kind of tracks with part of the base. Part of the far left in this city doesn't want the Browns in Cleveland. They've never liked having the stadium. They've never liked paying for the stadium. And they've made very big political waves over it my entire life. And so the notion that the administration only pretended to fight for the team while actually not wanting them here carries a lot of weight with me. And I think that that very well could be what we're dealing with. It's also very interesting to me that in the case that the city brought, which was CV 25-110189, the Cleveland against the Browns, Judge Lauren Moore ruled on Thursday, October 9th, that both parties could proceed to discovery. And the very next day, the mayor sat down with Jimmy Haslam over a couple of name brand soda cola pops to discuss an exit strategy. Of course, discovery could have told us when the administration first, it could have told us more information about the administration's talk with the Haslams, but it also could have allowed us to ask the Haslam Sports Group for all their records pertaining to communications with Brook Park when they started talking to Mayor Orcutt. In fact, I think Mayor Orcutt might have come into office with the plan of poaching the Browns from Cleveland being his signature move as mayor. We would have had that information had we proceeded to discovery that Judge Lauren Moore ruled on October 9th that we could do. It just so happens that the very next day, the mayor sat down with Jimmy Haslam and came up with this plan instead, which includes, dropping the lawsuits. Which brings me to my third point, that if the mayor's given up on the Browns, there's not a lot this body can do. I know that we talk about being a co-equal branch. I know that Kucinich wants us to muster the cavalry and charge up the hill. But contrary to everything that's said, and out of no sense of disrespect whatsoever, I do not believe that the law department of the city of Cleveland works for city council. I believe the law department of the city of Cleveland works for the person that signs the law director's check, and that would be the mayor. And if the mayor tells him to stop, don't pursue the lawsuit, we're not going to tell him to pick it up and pursue it. And without the mayor in this fight, I just don't think it's a fight we can win. And I think that's a very, very sad thing. I think it's sad for the residents of Cleveland. I think it's sad for our parents and grandparents and great-grandparents. I think it's sad for our children and grandchildren who won't have this part of our culture. It seems that we're losing a lot in Cleveland. We're losing a lot. We lost Sokolowski's, right? That was a little one, right? We lost WCSB, we're still trying to fight to get that back, right? We're losing the jail. We're losing the Browns. What part of the city do we keep? What part of the city actually belongs to the people that live here, right? And it's a tough situation to be in because I'm forced to look at the fourth thing which I wanted to mention, which is that my constituents, the old Brooklyn residents who I work for, have made it very clear to me that they do not want any money of theirs going into the Browns leaving. But I consider demolition of the stadium to be a cost that the taxpayers will have to shoulder if we can't figure out how to get the Haslam Sports Group to pay for it. And if the Haslam Sports Group leaves and doesn't tear down that stadium, I disagree with Councilman Polensek, and I don't think there's any adaptive reuse. Unless Blossom Music Center were to come to us and say that we're going to tear down Blossom and turn that into the new home of the orchestra, or something absolutely nuts like that, which hasn't come up. I don't think there's any adaptive reuse for that stadium I'm looking at. So it's going to have to come down if the Browns aren't there, because nothing else can bring 600,000 people to the frozen shore of Lake Erie in the middle of the winter. And it's not lost on me, Mr. President, that the Browns are probably playing there in the fall of '29. It's very unlikely that they're going to have anything in Brook Park built by the fall of '29. You know, it took 3 years to build that stadium. It doesn't even have a roof, right? So they're probably playing there in the fall of '29, but the mayor's probably not getting ready for a third term. So somebody else is going to have to deal with that. And in the 2031 budget cycle, we will find out exactly how much the Browns were actually worth to the city of Cleveland. Because we will have gone through one whole year of no team activity on the lakefront. They will have probably, I mean, I'm assuming that they leave maybe in 2030. And we will find out immediately, when the mayor is probably gone, how much the team was actually worth to the city. And people will be scratching their heads wondering how we let the NFL leave Cleveland, the largest sports entertainment conglomerate franchise on earth, maybe with the exception of some European soccer. But how we let the largest sports franchise leave the city of Cleveland is something everybody will be scratching their heads, and they'll look back to today, whatever today is, December 1st, 2025. And the answer from my end of the table will be, we lost them when the mayor quit. We lost them when it was decided that it just wasn't a good investment. Let them go. Try not to look like it's your fault. Try to come up with something at the end. You know, there's only 16 cities in America that have all three teams, baseball, football, and basketball, and I don't count hockey. Sorry, hockey fans. And we've always been one of them. We've always been a big league city, right? No more. Those days are over. We're now a mid-market, right? Some people have been saying that for a long time. We're not a big city. We're a mid-market city. But I think this seals the deal. I think that's very sad. It's a very difficult vote. But, Mr. President, I have to look my constituents in the eye and tell them that I did everything to protect their tax dollars and that I did not foot them with a demolition bill because I was childish or because I was hurt or because I was upset with the mayor. So I know that we've been talking a lot about telling the Haslams to kick rocks. I think if the administration is resigned to this, I don't think we get much more. I think it's our fiduciary responsibility to our constituents to protect their tax dollars. And I think that getting money to tear down a stadium we will no longer need is an exchange that I can at least sleep with at night. So I don't have a question, Mr. President. Thank you for the time, and I yield.
Thank you, Councilman Harsh. Very good points. I don't know if the administration wants to make any response.
Only a quick response and correction. Through the chair, Councilman Harsh has described certainly a seductive scenario by which Discovery painted us in a bad corner. But I want to be clear, and I will turn to Mark to talk about this, is that the formal motion for Discovery was administered by the administration as a strong move to increase our position in court, which was requested by this body. And so it is important for me to make clear that the actions that the administration has taken in the courtroom to be stronger with the Haslams were not a retreat when communications or discovery was going to be taken or depositions were going to be had. We believed that scenario set us up for success. And so, Mark, maybe talk a little bit about how we got here.
Let me talk a little bit about Discovery. First of all, the fact that they granted us Discovery, I think, is what drove the Haslams to come and agree to a settlement that they did. Secondly, I think our motions for summary judgment also put pressure on them. Let me also say a couple of things, which is it's absolutely not true that we did not want to keep the Browns here in Cleveland. And over the last 3 years, we offered them $460 million to stay here. But here's the piece, which is we were never going to sacrifice the general fund. And so the dilemma is we would all like the football team to stay here without us having to pay for them. but that's not the way the NFL works. And one of the things that I said to the mayor and I say to you is that there was never an opportunity for litigation to lead to an order to keep the Browns here. What we could do is that we could delay things. And frankly, we were shocked when the state of Ohio gave $600 million, which is more than the entire amount the state has ever paid for all of the professional stadiums in the state of Ohio. And once that happened, it became a state project. So now the state is the one subsidizing professional sports. And I think that you can say to your constituents that after 2029, the city of Cleveland is not subsidizing professional football anymore. And in fact, one of the things that your vote will do will, instead of us paying them, they will pay us $100 million. So I think the discovery really drove the settlement process. With respect to Brook Park, I think that there is an opportunity to file public records requests if that's something of interest. Let me also say this, which is the law department works for the city of Cleveland. And we said the same thing here today that we said to the mayor, which is there is not a court order that's going to keep them here. We said that, we told the mayor that was not possible, just as we were saying it today. I'd also say this, which is I also told the mayor that I can't settle this case without coming to council. And so that was part of it as well. As I listen to our discussion, one of the dilemmas, I think, is that 30 years ago, we entered an agreement, and I think that Ken Silliman and Mike White did a great job of achieving an important thing, which was to keep the Browns here. But there was a price to be paid for that. And we've paid at least $10 million a year for capital costs. We've paid another $4 million a year for upgrades for capital expenditures. And so that deal did not include the obligation that they would stay. So that is part of the issue today, that we wish that before we spent $700 million or agreed to spend that we got them to stay. But we're now dealing with a situation that was set 30 years ago. And look, to Councilman Plensick's credit, he voted against it. He voted against that public subsidy. And that can end in 2029. That is the last that I would say. But please understand, and I think that everyone here at this table wants the best for the city of Cleveland. And we respect every councilman here and think that you are acting in the best interest, not just of your ward, but of the city as a whole. And please understand that we on the executive branch do that as well.
Thank you. Councilman Harsh. Councilman Richard Starr and Councilman Charles Slife and Plensick.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to ask, from my standpoint, can someone from the table through the chair explain what communication or define what communication is as far as definition, communication? Because I always hear this word communication, but I don't understand or don't see it. So through the chair, can somebody explain how do we define communication involving two branches, co-equal branches of government through the chair?
Through the chair to the council person, I don't have a dictionary, so you'll have to excuse my lack of precision here. I would argue that communication is this dialogue back and forth about substantive issues, which we have done 4 times and which we are currently doing now. So I think we are communicating, council person.
Thank you. And through the communication, through the chair to the chief of staff, Mr. Davey, how long have the executive branch and the administration team been communicating with a potential deal regarding the Browns discussion? When has it started? How long has the time frame been through the chair?
Through the chair to the council person, we have been communicating with the Browns since there was an original stadium design proffered for the lakefront. And so we have always said that these negotiations, while most recently have been intense, that communication, as you have described it, communication with HSG has started upon taking office. And I think to get a precise date, I would ask the question back, when did your communication on Cleveland Browns Stadium start? Because it's our understanding that you saw the same renderings. I think Councilwoman Santana described seeing those initial renderings, some 4 years ago. So at the same time as you began to communicate with them, Councilman.
Yep. So through the chair, I would say that then would be October of 2023 with me, Council President, and Council Member Conwell seen surrendering. So if October 23 is the time frame, that's the time frame. And what I want to ask is, as you are negotiating and just trying to get the understanding of this co-equal branch of government, because I don't see it working. And now we're here with a problem, and it's almost seemed as if council does not have their weigh in on this actual agreement. And rather we have 4 or 5 committee hearings, that's just committee hearings. I'm talking about the actual work and the actual deliverables that we wish to see and try to reach to a happy medium. No, everyone can't get what they want. That is impossible. If that's the case, I have everything I want in the world, and it doesn't happen. My point of understanding is, you reiterated and mentioned, well, the mayor had biweekly meetings with the council president, and when the mayor was here, the council president made sure he made it clear that there wasn't no conversations about where they are going, what is going to come out. It was just, hey, yeah, we still talking, basically, through the council president. So there was nothing much more to be shared because it was just an update that you're still was negotiating. So through the council president, through the chair, do we have anything in the charter that states the mayor must do all negotiation contracts for anything happening in the city? Does it anything in the charter that states that, through the chair?
Through the council president to Councilman Starr, no, it does not. And I would say this, which is with respect to settlements of lawsuits or debts, those are actually for the law director. And there is not a requirement that everything be done in public.
And through that standpoint, so when you're negotiating the last 2.5 years, 3 years, whether it's 4 years, this whole term, or whatnot, as the mayor is negotiating what to potentially offer for the Browns regarding this stadium or the move or whatever, whether they're going to stay or anything, there's nothing in the charter that only requires the administration to do all of the negotiation through the chair.
Through the council president to the councilman, I'm struggling to even understand what that means because we negotiate contracts every single day, and every Monday there is a raft of ordinances that authorize one director or another to enter into a contract. And I would submit to you that this is one of the unusual contracts where we have come to city council because it is an important contract and it is an important issue where we've put this in front of you for discussion of the core terms. So I think this is unusual. The other piece that I would say is during the course of this, the Browns and the city requested that it be done through a mediator because we felt that public publicity would derail the really tough discussions that occurred. And so as part of the mediation privilege, both parties were required to keep those conversations confidential, but with the understanding at the end of the day, everything was going to be laid on the table in front of you, which was why we are here today and why we've had conversations and why we've made 5 to 6 to 7 amendments based upon input that we've heard from this body.
And I understand that, but what I don't get is if any agreement reached is going to require council's legislative authority to be able to process it or for the city to accept the terms of agreement, then why wasn't the person that majority of the members at this table voted to be the council president, why wasn't he? And what I mean by this is at the actual table during the whole entire process of negotiations, not being told third party or being told after the fact. Why wasn't he included in every meeting regarding these potential terms? Because there's nothing in here that states that the administration from the charter is the only ones that does the negotiation. I just want to understand from a communication standpoint, why not?
100%. Through the chair to the council person, it's a big question. It's a huge question, because what you're asking us to do is to renegotiate checks and balances of government. And considering that none of us are founding fathers, I can't describe to you why it is that the executive branch and the legislative branch have these distinct responsibilities. But what I do know is that this council often says that this legislative body does not hire, it does not fire, it does not deploy or implement. The other side of that statement, I think the dean said it. If I don't want to get my quote wrong, Councilman Polensek, that is yours. It is. I don't mean to take it. But the dean.
I'll forgive you.
Okay. Through the chair, the truth of the matter remains is that councils, legislative bodies don't typically negotiate contracts. And there is a deep incongruence with your statement, which is, why has the council president not been involved in these? But what we have heard consistently is that it is not simply the council president that needs to be involved in these conversations. It is the 17 members. And so what I have learned about communications is sometimes the best communications is not answering a question, it's asking one. And so I will turn this back to you and say, do you have a suggestion, Councilman, on the way in which
Trust me, I got one.
is there a suggestion on the way in which the council process should happen by which you communicate with the administration? Because I want to be clear, the administration is eager to communicate with each of you. It's so eager, in fact, that we brought on another teammate to ensure that communication happens more regularly and in a more fulsome way. And so if you have appreciated the addition of Mike Culp, who is a tremendous addition to our team, that is our proactive way of ensuring that communication happens better. If there is a better way, and that we should be talking to different council people and not the council president. I enjoy talking to you, council president. I know the mayor does too. But if you have a different suggestion, Councilman, I suggest that you bring it to your leadership body, and I would be happy to listen.
Thank you. I hear you said quite a bit, but I definitely will stick on one of the major points. So based on what is current today, if council wanted to negotiate and introduce the legislation and the terms of agreement with the Haslam Sports Group, we could have did the same thing like you put before us through the chair.
Through the chair to the council person, I think that's an important question, because while I appreciate Councilman Harsh's humble comments that he doesn't have any power, I would disagree. I think this is working just fine. This friction that is happening in the final hours to negotiate the fine points of a process is exactly what our democracy is made for. And so you do have a great deal of power. Now you hold it, Councilman. If you want to make amendments that have the potential to take this $100 million deal off the table, you have the power to do it. If you want to vote no today as a body and turn down this $100 million to go back out to litigation, we can do that. If you would like us to add attorney's fees, bring on more white-collar lawyers at truly exorbitant numbers, we will oblige. We will oblige. You have the power to do that today. And so to answer your question, Councilman, yes. You have the ability to renegotiate this deal on your own and put something forward yourself.
And through that, thank you, Chief. That's one of
No
the most
problem.
honest answers I've heard at this table for the last 4 years. And it was just straightforward. Sometimes you got to bring the truth out of each other. And since we having this open dialogue, we're not having a Coke or a private dinner or anything. We're not having breakfast or talking about this and then asking members to support something, because I don't believe this is the best deal for us. But then I also want to ask a question through the chair, possibly to our attorneys. Back when Art Modell decided to leave, did he pay a cost for leaving, or did he have any terms or anything he had to pay for when he wanted to move the team from Cleveland to Baltimore? Through the chair.
Through the council president, through the councilman, I don't exactly know, but I believe the answer to that is no. I believe he picked up and he left, and we got all of nothing.
And also through that question, so did Art Modell not break the term of his lease? Through the chair?
Through the chair to the councilman, I believe that he did.
So if he broke the terms of his lease, you don't think, through the chair, hold on, if he broke the term of his lease agreement with the city of Cleveland, he didn't have to pay a cost for breaking the terms of the lease or breach of a contract, through the chair?
Through the council president, through the councilman, I believe the issue was that twofold. One was he started negotiating before his term was up. But that was not a breach. And one of the things that we did, or that the city did 30 years ago, was to say you can't have any discussions anymore. But the breach was ultimately that he left before his lease was up. But all they have to do at that point is continue to pay the rent.
Okay, so he wasn't in fault or in penalty for talking about leaving, similar to how the Haslam's been talking the last couple of years about leaving. So there's no penalty within that standpoint. And also, within understanding what we have in place, the biggest problem that I have is we want council at the table, and we want to have co-equal branch of communications, but we get the last know-abouts until it's 3:45 and we hear about a press conference. Or we pass this table, then something goes out like the council passed this. That is not teamwork. That is not teamwork. And what I mean by that is, I come from a large family, 6 of us. Me and my siblings sometimes don't see eye to eye. Sometimes we don't want to speak to each other. Sometimes we say things bad. And then we see each other at the next holiday or event, and we just say, what's up? And keep it moving and get things done. Because it's not about our egos. It's about working together. And that's called family. So the deals that we make at 601 Lakeside, it doesn't go, the mayor did this. It doesn't go, the council did this. As you heard Polesic mention to someone earlier, that, hey, council never gets the credit for the work that they do. So overall, as I'm looking at this deal, I believe there's things that we left on the table. I honestly, truly do. And I know that we keep screaming $100 million, $100 million, all these different things, and then we talk about these amendments. It'd be like, to me, it'd be like, oh, we just did a couple amendments, that's it. And that's all we get for our neighborhoods. Always our neighborhoods at the back. Now, we understand 60-something% of our revenue that we generate for the city of Cleveland, for the city of Cleveland, starts from downtown. That's a fact. But I'm tired of not seeing nothing in our neighborhoods. I'm tired of seeing old buildings that were built in the 50s and 60s that was once retail space, not up and running. I'm tired of seeing properties that need to be demoed, but ain't been demoed. I'm tired of saying that we gotta continue to cut grass, but we ain't got a system in place that can make sure we mediate those or get the actual development in our neighborhoods. But one of the biggest ecosystem that we have as part of the city of Cleveland, which is the Browns, in which you heard that we generate almost 41 million, 30 to 41 million a year from them, is going to leave, and we're going to just accept $100 million, and how it is stretched out, and how it's been presented with the fact that they're going to be able to determine how we spend the 20 or the 25 million of a community benefits agreement. And also that I brought up to this administration, we said at the table through the chief, I talk about a community benefits oversight committee. Not people who want to just say they do things, but putting something together to help. Because the problem that we deal with, we still got locations in the city of Cleveland that don't even got decent grocery stores. They're going to gas stations to buy groceries. So while we negotiating, talking about $100 million and what's going to come back to the city of Cleveland, in all due respect, I have no problem with us trying to open up our lakefront. I don't. But if we got a chance to get extra revenue, and we just talked about the revenue that is going to cost, or how much it's going to cost to actually develop that, we don't even got a real pathway to get that. We have a hope and a promise that we're going to do that, whether it's private investment, government investments, all these different things. But at the same time, we still got people who can't get groceries. But we ain't talking about putting no additional dollars to solving a problem that I've been complaining about for the last 4 years. We have no problem, or we have no solution to figuring out how to make sure people living in public housing have landlords held accountable for how they're treating them. We ain't putting no funding into that. But us getting a chance to get $100 million, $25 million up front, and how we're going to do all this different stuff is only going to impact one part of our city, and this is problematic. So as I wrap up, Council President, I feel slighted. And I feel slighted because at the end of the day, at the least minimum, the bare minimum, our council president and leadership team should have been involved in this whole entire process of making sure we got an actual deal, than them having to come in then to implement some small amendments that is not going to be major. So if we're saying that, hey, the mayor gave up, like you heard my council colleague Kirsch Hart stated, and there's no reason to fight when the mayor is, and the co-equal branch of government, executive branch is not trying to fight with you, then you lost. And at the end of the day, whatever the decisions we make today are going to be the problems that we have later on. And I know my council colleague, Mike Polensek, he said he's never voted on these deals for this reason being because the neighborhoods are not getting nothing. And whether you want to like it or not, and whether you break down this $100 million, the way it looks to me is more of a $40 to $50 million deal at max, because it's really not much that you're getting for it. But for us to end negotiations and stop fighting and going to battle, we'd rather just say, hey, take the $100 million and keep it moving, because I believe we could have got more if we negotiated together and not individually as a branch of government. I yield, Council President.
Thank you, and I believe the chief has a brief remark, and then we'll move to our next spokesperson.
Through the council president, to the councilman, no love lost here from the Cleveland Browns. And so this statement isn't made lightly, but it is not the Cleveland Browns' responsibility to solve poverty. It's not the Cleveland Browns' responsibility to solve homelessness. It's not the Cleveland Browns' responsibility to fix roofs. It is our responsibility at the city of Cleveland to administer those things. And while the Cleveland Browns were playing football games, the unfortunate reality is we still haven't. We have a lot of work to do. But that responsibility is ours. This $100 million gets us close to it. And what I cannot allow to not be acknowledged, while I respect that there may be more to get, that there is more to fight for, that we think that we should deserve more, what we want to be absolutely precise about is that we don't get to deal in hypotheticals. The fact of the matter, Councilman, is that all of the sports deals across all of the leagues are to build stadiums. They aren't to tear them down. The $100 million we have received is historic, not because it is going to solve our historic and vexing problems. It is because for the first time, a city is able to lead the charge in which the way in which stadium funding happens is different. My hope is that future councils across the country don't have to face this, because what is in their lease terms don't allow it to happen. But we are now forging ahead in a new world which says if a team leaves this town, they need to pay for something. And you know what I think that the residents who with crumbling roofs and need of more infrastructure, my neighbors, as a person who lives in the city, my neighbors need? I think that they're going to say, while the Cleveland Browns did not solve our problems, at least the city of Cleveland fought hard to ensure that when they left, something was made better. And that's what we have the chance to do. And make no bones about it, Councilman, you have the power to do that. You have the power to do that. You have the power to kick the can and not make this decision quickly. You've made clear that you don't want to make this under duress. You don't have to. You don't have to. The money might go away. Some of those crumbling homes that you're describing, the $50 million that would get to neighborhoods, right? That goes away, certainly. But you have a choice.
So I'll let you have a
President.
follow-up, Councilman, but I do need to move on. But go ahead, I'll let you have just a quick follow-up if you could.
Here's the shiny underlining of everything. When you look at this deal of $100 million, it ain't a dollar going to our neighborhoods.
Okay.
There's nothing in its terms that says it's going to your neighborhoods where your neighbors can see the actual effect.
Yeah.
Everything that you are trying to outline sound good to someone who don't understand what we see. When you talk about what is actually going on, when you talk about the $100 million, when you talk about $25 million will be delivered to the city as soon as this year, more than 3 years before the Browns move out of downtown. When you talk about the next additional 4 years, $25 million, it is not earmarked for not one neighborhood. So no, we're not stating that the Browns are the ones solely responsible for helping us deal with the issues in our neighborhood. What I'm stating is if we're getting a $100 million gift, how do we distribute that money to help us in different areas in our neighborhood and not just one community? In different ways, and that's the difference between understanding and actually living in reality as opposed to living in a fantasy where we call on earth in Cleveland. And one of the things that the difference is, I'm born and raised in Cleveland.
Me too.
And I've been here my entire life. And what I mean born and raised in Cleveland, I'm a public school educated. I didn't go nowhere else. So everything about me is Cleveland. So therefore, when we talk about, well, you can kick the can down the road or you may not. The negotiation and the deal was done without us. So don't try to say we made a deal and now it's up to you to accept it. That's called being a rubber stamp. And that's the problem that I have, not the administration, with us as a council for always being a rubber stamp because they sound good at the table, but in reality, this is something that they chose and now they want us to rush it through because they saying the money don't go away. Make it make sense.
Just want to have a couple of things for clarity. If you want to talk about a model in communication, I keep bringing it up. Bedrock was a model in communication where we actually simultaneously had a conversation about a piece of legislation that was a TIF district. And if you remember, one of the conversations that were made at the time was that the downtown would eat first and the neighborhoods would eat last. And we said as a council that that was unacceptable. And we actually put provisions in place to change it. With this, what made it a little bit different is that they were settling and put forth a settlement agreement for a lawsuit, where council does not get involved in settlement agreements regarding lawsuits. And that's where there's a little bit of a rub. It would have been great if we would have had conversations and say, hey, this is what we're thinking, and then I would have been able to give some back and forth for council. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. But I just do want to make sure that I clarify, Bedrock was a great example because we were dealing with legislation to deal with a TIF district, whereas this, we're dealing with a lawsuit that they have put forth, and we have to, anything dealing with real estate or with finances, we either have to accept or turn down that offer. That's what, there's a slight difference in this one than it was with the Bedrock one. But communication definitely is something we'll look at moving forward. Director McNair, briefly, before I move to Councilman Sykes.
Thank you, Council President. Councilman Starr, I do think it's important that we clarify here that $31 million of economic impact, that is not direct revenue to the city of Cleveland, right? That is an indirect spend that occurs downtown. And I think it is important to note, look, tax finances are sometimes hard for people to get their arms around in a variety of different ways, right? And Council President, I appreciate that when the Department of Economic Development comes up here and they quote unquote show the math on there, we do that to try to simplify and break it down as much as possible. When you look at TIFs, for example, tax increment financing, I believe there are 47 tax increment financing deals currently in place in the city of Cleveland. For that on an annualized basis, right, the city of Cleveland is foregoing $3.8 million roughly a year in taxes that we would otherwise receive. We do that to help make projects possible that otherwise weren't possible. As a part of the benefit from that, the Cleveland Metropolitan School District collects nearly $18 million a year in taxes that, again, wouldn't happen if those projects didn't move forward. When you look at stadium financing, it starts to get a little bit more abstract. And ultimately, again, I think the Brown Stadium is a good one. The city of Cleveland, I think it was said, we get $11 million in taxes annually that are collected off of that facility. But when you add up all the costs that are going into upkeep of that facility, when you add up the costs around safety around that, we are actually losing money on an annualized basis. And I think it's around $2 million a year. I consider that $2 million a year an investment. Why? Because there's roughly a $31 million spend that happens in and around that stadium on an annualized basis. And there are real men and women that own businesses in the city of Cleveland that are benefiting from that, right? That is the investment we choose to make. That is what the choice is when you get involved in the business of professional sports. Now, I think it's also critically important that 3-year that kind of first upfront payment of $25 million critical. I also live in a Cleveland neighborhood, but downtown is also a Cleveland neighborhood. This is where that impact is hitting first, and we need to take these initial dollars and kind of accelerate the lakefront transformation and allow Mr. Skinner and his team to start doing work so that you are 3 years the Browns will be gone. As Councilman Harsh said, we're going to see that reality. I don't want to wait for 3 years to start laying the groundwork to actually lead to that economic transformation, right? But I think it is also important, I think it was important to everyone because, as I remind myself all the time, we are on the same team here, right? We all want every neighborhood in the city of Cleveland to benefit. We all want every neighborhood in the city of Cleveland to be successful. There is $25+ million now that is going directly into the city of Cleveland neighborhoods through this deal. And yes, it may come staggered over the course of time, but if this deal didn't exist, there wouldn't be that direct benefit, right? Like I live in Buckeye Shaker, fairly close over to Council President Griffin. And if we want to wake up and we want to go, over to the Academy Tavern and get a very delicious set of wings to watch the game, we're still going to do that, whether or not the Cleveland Browns play football downtown Cleveland, right? But it's the businesses downtown that are getting that impact first, which is why it's so important that we kind of structure it the way that it's structured.
Thank you, Director. And at some point in time, I do want to follow up around economic development so that everybody can get a chance on, to really do a deep dive in that. I know I got Slife, Polensek, Conwell, Casey, Morrow, Hairston.
Thank you, Council President. As an aside, my 6-year-old son has taken a newfound interest in playing blackjack, and part of the learning curve has been that it's not necessarily a game of skill. It does come down to luck, and that sometimes you just have to play the cards that you're dealt, and sometimes you can play those cards strategically, and sometimes there's not the strategic way to play the cards that you'd like, and you end up not winning. So in light of that, and sort of in no particular order, I just kind of want to lay out the facts as I understand them, maybe interspersed with a couple questions. And while there is a temptation to maybe litigate how we got here today, I really want to focus on being productive because we have a decision that's coming before us. The first is, the Browns currently being in violation of a lease, I certainly understand as being a tool that the city could use. I don't think it is the cure-all that we would hope it is for. I'm telling on myself, but I illegally had a cat when I was renting in an apartment. Now, my landlady could have found me in lease or violation of my lease if I wasn't so good at hiding the cat, and there could have been penalties from that. I think it would have not included in all of that would have been multiple years back of rent alongside all of the ancillary costs. I don't think it's reasonable for us to expect 25 years of rent, just specifically rent, but then utilities and safety and insurance and all of the things that we've put in to be able to be made whole purely. Unfortunately, and I'm not saying this gleefully, unfortunately, those are in many ways sunk costs. The money's already been expended. But to continue the analogy of just your regular apartment lease, there is an opportunity here to get our security deposit back. And I don't want to, I have to just putting out the spoiler of, as I am inclined to agree much of with what Councilman Harsh said, is that I worry of a scenario where we are faced with increasing the burden on Cleveland taxpayers because we have a lakefront stadium that is vacant. Now, let me be clear, to Councilman Starr's question about when these conversations began, sometimes remind people I had a life before this. When I worked in Mayor Jackson's office, as early as I remember, maybe 2014, there were questions about the useful life of the stadium. And I think the useful life of the stadium can be broken into two elements. Is it functional? Can you use it as a stadium? Yes, you can. But then we also have to acknowledge that the evolution of professional sports has gone beyond the original Lakefront Stadium, a place for people to congregate, and now it's just a whole bunch of laser light shows and screens, and there's an expectation of fan experience. And the question comes down to, does the stadium we have, which will be vacated, appeal to the market in the year 2030? I'm very skeptical that it does. And throughout all of these conversations, my center point has been that Cleveland residents have dutifully and thankfully, for us and for the region, contributed directly and indirectly all the dollars that have gone into Cleveland Browns Stadium. And I am not looking to create a scenario where I'm swapping out one subsidy, let's call it, with another subsidy, be that an empty stadium that we would have to continue to maintain and or ultimately demolish at our own cost. To the law director, I want to make sure that I understand the Modell Law and specifically where we are with it right now, because again, I'm not an attorney either. I also play one on TV. But are the Browns currently in violation of the Modell Law?
They are not yet. If they were to leave a tax-supported stadium for Brook Park, they would be in violation of the old Modell Law. They would not be in violation of what we prefer to call the Haslam Law, because that requires leaving the state of Ohio. We would argue that they should be prevented from leaving under the old Modell Law. We think we have a good case that it still applies, but again, a judge would have to decide that.
Okay, but if a judge through the chair were to determine that the new Modell Law were to be applicable, in this scenario, the Cleveland Browns, which play in a taxpayer-supported
and I'm
stadium.
sorry, I want to change my answer. I
Okay, go ahead.
apologize. The Modell Law says that once they declare an intent to leave under the old Modell Law, they're required to have a 6-month window for a local group to come and make an offer to purchase.
Yeah.
So I misspoke, and I
Thank you, but you did. You're getting ahead of yourself. That was my next point.
Okay.
So let's slow down, guys. If in a scenario where it wasn't Brook Park, say it was Marietta or Cincinnati or somewhere, the mere fact that they're would be relocating within the state of Ohio, even if it's outside of Northeast Ohio and the Browns' current market, if a judge were to determine that the new version of the Modell Law applied, essentially it would be moot. It would not be applicable.
Correct.
Oh, thank you. I also, this is less of a question, more of a statement. I love that the Green Bay Packers are owned by the people. I think that is absolutely awesome. And I think that it's a testament to why Green Bay, which is like the size of Lorraine, has a professional football team in this era where, 100 years ago, a couple guys put on like a small piece of leather and started bumping into each other. And now it's grown into this thing that it was probably never intended to be. But I have to just say the absurdity of the idea that through the Modell Law we'd be able to get local control. Nothing in the Modell Law, to my knowledge, and correct me if I'm wrong, dictates what that sale price would be. If my house is listed, if my Zillow price on my house is $200,000, I'm not listing my house at $200,000. I'm listing it at something above that. So if Forbes says that the Browns are worth $6.4 billion, and I think CNBC said $7.1 billion, let's just say $8 billion for fun, just a round number. Who's paying for that? Who's paying for that? We can't. And this following list is not an insult to any of our hardworking city workers. This is just a statement of our financial capacity in the year 2025. We can't afford to do leaf pickup across the entire city. I made a fun video about it. Check it out. It's on my Facebook page. There's an empty theater. There's an empty theater on the 4th floor of Public Auditorium that you guys probably don't know about. Get in the big elevator, hit 4, and you'll find this entirely empty place because we don't have the money. It's storage. It's where we store tables.
Yep.
We had an old aquarium off of 72nd that we ended up having to demolish. I mean, our Fire Station 23, the one on Madison, it's a carcinogen. I'm just going to call it what it is. I remember a moment that will be seared in my mind is a mother who came to public comment upset about paint chips falling on her children at the Stella Walsh Rec Center, which is something I would never have known about but for public comment, because that is the other side of the universe relative to my day-to-day life. We struggle with the day-to-day basics and the idea that the city of Cleveland and this region are going to rally together to find billions of dollars to purchase a football team so we can replicate Green Bay is a great dream, but it's laughable. I'm sorry, I wish it weren't the case. So I think we should just move on from that talking point, because that's not the card that we've been dealt. I also have to say that it is very easy to agree that we don't want the Browns to leave Cleveland. I don't want the Browns to leave Cleveland either. But if the Browns were staying, and the plan that was shown to us a number of years ago of how we would renovate a lakefront stadium were to come to pass, this divisive conversation would be about how the city would be investing to make that happen, which is not universally popular. And I just have to point out that it's sort of a lose-lose scenario for us. In one sense, we lose our beloved team, and in the other sense, we continue to subsidize a team with residents doing that who struggle to meet their basic needs and are not seeking to do that. I'm just speaking of the circumstances as I see them. I'm going to support this legislation because at the end of the day, our neighborhoods are going to get something. Is it everything that I want? No. It's also going to prevent us from having to, in lieu of getting something, having to create the subsidy to maintain a aging, surprisingly arcane facility. It was shocking to me. It was shocking to me in 2014 to hear that the conversation was already being had about major renovations or a replacement of the stadium. It was only 15 years old at the time. The paint was fresh, and as far as I was concerned. But that's the state of the professional sports environment we live in. And unfortunately, while we do have a lot of power as a city council, we do not have, I think, the power to unilaterally right this ship, which has turned a beloved pastime into this large multi-billion-dollar industry. I want to just end with this, because I do believe it wouldn't credit where credit's due. Our angst is with the state of Ohio. It was said to us, by the Haslam Sports Group that everyone was shocked when the state of Ohio agreed to give this amount of money for a stadium in Brook Park. I think that that's true. And I will also say, I asked pointedly and said that there are feelings that the mayor and his administration may not have been putting their strongest efforts into retaining their team, and essentially speaking to the theory that this was a foregone conclusion. And the response I got was that that was not the case, and that the linchpin in all of this has really been the amount of dollars from the state. Now, that is arguably hearsay, but just for the sake of the public record, I want to state it. So I want to remind I want to tell my colleagues of my position, which is that this is not a vote that I am making with a smile on my face, but I agree with Councilman Harsh that the financially responsible thing at this point, given the facts on the table, given the bad cards we have been dealt, is not to inflict further financial pain on our city and on our taxpayers, and to understand that the best path forward at this point is one that is not preferred. However, it is what we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman, for your comments. Appreciate it. Councilman Michael Polensek, Councilman Brian Casey, Moore, Hairston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues. First of all, I want to just say this. You cannot compare this deal to what took place 27 years ago, 26 years ago. The team had already disappeared. The team had gone. we were trying collectively to get the name back and the colors back. They were gone. They were history. And I commend the mayor and my colleagues at that time. Were putting on a full court press, and I was involved in that to get the team back. Because when you think about it, think about the Arizona Cardinals, the Indianapolis Colts, the LA Raiders, the Las Vegas Raiders. We were the only city to get our team back and the name back. What took place then was the fact then the NFL extorted us as it pertains to the terms of the deal. And that's why a group of us, the who's who of council at the time, voted against the deal. We weren't voting against the Browns. We were voting against the terms of the deal. That's what's before us today, the terms of the deal. And so, Mr. Chairman, to my honorable colleagues and to Councilman Harsh, again, I have yet to see a report as it pertains to the condition of the stadium. I keep hearing all this stuff, but I see nothing given to us about the condition of the stadium. I've seen no report, no engineering report, no nothing saying that this place is so bad. And in the terms of the deal, my brothers and sisters, and I would hope you would read it, that the HSG, they get everything in the stadium. They get to steal. They get to sell the seats. They get to sell whatever they can within the confines of what is presently now known as Huntington Bank Fieldhouse or Stadium. They get it all. The taxpayers get nothing. If they want to charge $150, $200 a seat, they get it for the demolition, which I don't even know. Again, and I'll state for the record, show me an independent engineering report that the stadium has to come down. So what's before us today is the terms of the deal. And I appreciate the council president and the leadership team trying to, again, to extract whatever they can out of the deal. But here's my basic rub. I go back to the $100 million figure that I was told 2 years ago. I don't know what the discussion was in Jimmy Haslam's home with the mayor. I don't know what the discussion was. There was no attorneys there. There was nobody else in that room. I don't know what the starting point was in the negotiations. I don't know what the starting point was. Was it $100 million, or was it 50 million? I don't know what the starting point was. But what's before us now is $100 million, with 30 million coming out of that and once we vote on this and it is approved, that stadium is gone. There's no possibility of it being utilized for anything else. If at some point the city would like to raise it, then give us that opportunity. Give us that flexibility in the deal where we could then decide after an engineering report, after trying to do everything we can to repurpose it. It's got to go, it's got to go. But that's not in the terms. And now even with the lease extension to $1 million for 2029, is it? The $1 million doesn't even cover the insurance and the taxes on the building. Don't even cover the insurance and taxes on the frickin' building. I mean, give me a break. Give me a break. If you're going to extend the lease, at least cover our costs, the cost to the taxpayers of the city of Cleveland. I don't get it. I don't get it. So at the end of the day, I appreciate the efforts that were made by the council president and leadership team to try to extract something more out of this deal, because that's what we're voting on today. As I said to Mr. Haslam, I understand he owns a team. It's his team. I want to say that to the people watching this. It is his team. It's not our team. He owns the team. I'm very much aware of that it's his team. And he can do with the team which he would like to do. But at the end of the day, We, the citizens of Cleveland, sacrificed greatly for that team. And I heard the figure today used repeatedly, 600 million. I would argue that point. I believe it's closer to 700 million that we, our citizens, gave over this period of time. What did we wind up with? We wind up now with a stadium that's supposed to be torn down, a hole in the ground, or what we're referring to as pad ready. $100 million needed for infrastructure, which we were told today, for lakefront for infrastructure improvements. I don't know where the money's going to come from to redo the lakefront. I don't know what neighborhood projects are going to get bumped. Any developer that wants to come down there's going to want tax abatement, going to want TIFs, and God knows what else they're going to want to go on the lakefront. At the same time, we've heard repeatedly, all my colleagues have heard from their citizens what we need in our neighborhood. So, Mr. Chairman, again, to my colleagues, I want to just say this. You're voting on a deal today. There should not be any emotion. And I want to just say this to all my colleagues and to the administration. I appreciate the level of the debate. It's been cordial. There hasn't been any hostility at the table. I think that in itself is a good sign. In light, there could have been hostility at the table. But it's been cordial. It's been direct.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
But at the end of the day, we're voting on the deal. And the deal, as it's structured right now, does not favor the city of Cleveland. That's my opinion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And I want to just correct something. The public just didn't see the hostility. If you see me a little frowned up, it's they don't always know what happens behind the scenes. Let me
Well, I
just say
understand that.
So I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Don't think that your council president doesn't fight on our behalf.
Right.
But, we got
I know that.
some things that we're dealing with. Councilman Brian Casey.
Councilman Polensek may have spoke too soon. I'm just kidding.
Because he's ready to go. He wired him up.
So, Mr. President, to the law director, in the amended settlement term sheet that we're looking at here, under 1B, those are already part of the charter, correct? We're just reiterating that the 30% participation, businesses having principal office located in the city of Cleveland, all those are pretty much baked in already to any development project.
Through the council, President, to the councilman, what's different is that this is going to be undertaken by the Browns. So it's not something that they normally be required to do.
Okay.
But in response back, in part to your questions and to others, we made sure that they would follow these things that would otherwise not be applicable.
Okay. And then, Mr. Chairman, to the law director, so what happens if they don't follow this?
Then we can go to court and enforce either for injunctive, actually, I'm sorry, we have mandatory arbitration to expedite things so that we don't have to go to court, and we can get an arbitrator's order ordering them to comply.
And where in this settlement agreement, Mr. President, to the law directors, does it state that?
It's in the other terms that we are negotiating. So these are the core terms, but the alternative dispute resolution mechanism, choice of law, where notices go to, those are things that are not before you.
Are they going to be before us?
They're part of the settlement agreement.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, to the law director, you want us to vote on a settlement agreement that's not even finalized? Am I
Through the
correct?
council president, through the councilman, all of the core terms are here in front of you. There are things that lawyers consider to be ancillary, like I just mentioned, choice of law, how you resolve disputes. These are all kind of procedural issues. Arbitrators, yeah.
Yeah, but Mr. President, to the law director, what I'm asking, what's in front of us right now, which I thought it was, is this is not, or it is the final term sheet, or there's more to be added to it.
These are the final substantive terms.
If you could clarify his question, because I think he's on to a very good question. What we have to vote on And what we have to accept as a council are these core terms.
Correct.
Which is acceptance of any money and any real estate actions that will take place. When it comes to the legal language, alternative dispute resolution, arbiters, and all of those kind of legalese, those are things that you guys will design in the final contractual language.
Correct.
Mr. President, to the law director, that we would have already voted on.
I don't understand your question.
So in other words, what's in front of us right here, this is it, correct? This is the final version. It's not going to be amended. It's not going to be altered. It's not going to be in any way, shape, or form.
It is the final of all substantive terms.
Okay, so I understand, okay, Mr. Chairman to the law director, I understand you're using the term substantive, correct? But the piece of legislation that we're going to vote on and pass today is the only piece of legislation that is in front of us right now.
Correct.
All of it. So there will be a second piece of legislation that will come through?
No, because the legislation authorizes the law director, the Department of Recs, to enter into agreements according to these terms.
Okay. So in other words, Mr. Chairman,
That's in the terms.
did you want to add something? Oh, okay. So in other words, we don't know if they break this, right? If they don't do the 20% participation among Cleveland area small businesses, we as a council there's nothing we voted on because it's not in the piece of legislation that in other words, the penalty or anything like that, which is maybe how we got here to begin with the lease that they originally signed, that the city originally signed with the Browns. But if there's more to it, then you want us to vote on it, Mr. President, to the law director. Don't you think we should see those?
Through the council president, through the councilman, a couple things. First of all, if there is a violation that concerns that is evident, you can absolutely pass an ordinance ordering the law director to sue and to take it to arbitration. So there is that other piece. But secondly, we do hundreds of settlements every single year. And this is the only one that we've ever taken to talk about the details of the procedure of enforcing a settlement agreement.
All right.
In fact, it's actually the only one where we've even talked about the terms as well.
All right.
But procedure is never in my practice been something that we've put forward.
Which brings me to my next point, Mr. President, to the law director. I've been here quite a long time, right? I'm going to be going on my 12th year serving. And a lot has changed in those 12 years. But one thing always stayed consistent, no matter who asked it or where they asked it. And you've even done it to me down in the parking garage. And that is when we ask about a certain lawsuit or a piece of legislation that could affect a lawsuit, and we'll use utilities just because I know them, water, whatever, right? The answer always was, we don't comment on ongoing lawsuits. And then, Mr. President, to the law director, you sat here 3 weeks ago in public, commented on the lawsuit, and mentioned that we were out of options, basically, right? I was floored. So my question to you, Mr. Chairman, to the law director, is do you believe that you yourself or the law department is in violation of 391-2024?
No.
Okay.
And let me also say this, which is we are happy to be here to talk, and I am trying to answer as transparently as possible all of the questions from you, Councilman Casey, but also all of your colleagues. And so when we do have options, they're not always great ones. And so I think I've been more transparent here than I would normally be. Because I think you are asking questions about how we got to the place that we want. And if I were to sit here and say, I'm sorry, I'm not answering your question, I think that this body would be unhappy with that response.
I understand that, Mr. President, the law director, but there was also a lot of legal things that were going on that these hearings, well, whoever you want, you can blame that side, blame this side. We asked, you answered, whatever. which could have put a big damper into the lawsuit or the negotiations that we had going forward. It's my goal of 2026 to make something fishy happened here. I'm just, you can say what you want. I have the right to say what I want, Mr. Chairman, to whomever's listening. It doesn't have to necessarily be the law director. But at some point, I actually believe that HSG wanted to stay on the lake. And I think that they put a couple of $1 million into designing something, and something happened somewhere where negotiations broke down. You can admit it, they can admit it, neither one of the two of you can admit it. Doesn't matter, okay? I'm just saying, something happened, right? It's gonna be my goal of 2026 that we're gonna find out what happened. I don't know how we're gonna do it. If I have to use the power of subpoenas through the council, if we have to hire an outside law firm not associated with you to find out what happened, where the negotiations, what stopped, something happened where that team decided that they were no longer going to stay in the city of Cleveland. And you may not know the answer because you're not them, okay? So something happened somewhere. Communications broke down between the administration and Haslam Sports Group or something. We may never be able to prove it, but I'm not going to stop fighting, right? And just because I want to keep fighting this fight doesn't make it childish or anything like that. It makes me want to believe that I still think there's something worth fighting for. And I have all the confidence in the world that a new community development or new community authority would be able to raise the $30 million to take the stadium down. That's how much confidence I have in your new lakefront development. So I don't think that it would cost the taxpayers anything, still, because that's going to come from the new community authority. That's my feeling on it. I'm only one person. I only have one vote. It's not going to be without, obviously, you know that it's not going to be without objection. You can respond if you want to, but it's just going to keep it going back and forth. I'd rather you not, but somehow, some way, somebody's going to end up spilling something somewhere. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Through the chair to the councilman, I would hate for you to wait a whole year to get to the truth when we can just answer that now. I don't think that there's any football being hidden. What happened was the HSG and the Browns put forward a stadium renovation that was going to require substantial investment by the city of Cleveland. We've put forward the way in which that we would fund said stadium renovation. It did not meet the demands of HSG, and it would not have gone forward in this body because what would have been required was general fund dollars or increases in taxes on parking or some other, direct tax on our residents or our visitors. And so it was clear that we did not have a path to fund the stadium that was designed for the lakefront. And so that is the breakdown, Councilman. This city, not just the administration, includes your council body, made clear that there was not going to be a bailout for the billionaires to develop a new stadium. And when that was made clear to them, they made clear to us that they were going to take their talents to play football somewhere else where they believed they could get the money, and they did. And so, the state has been pretty clear about what they were hoping to achieve and what they enabled. It enabled that, and now we're having a conversation about what payment and remit back to the city will look like.
And Councilman, if I could, because Councilwoman Santana asked that specific question, and I could just go off of why some of their conversation was so enlightening. They feel that the $461 million offer, in their eyes, was not really 461. They believe that it was only 175 million. They also believe that when the mayor and the administration made it clear that they were not going to use any general fund, that they started saying, well, is the city really going to move forward on this? And then last but not least, just going off of what they basically told us, is that after that was done, that conversations had basically fell off and there were no counter offers by the county or city, even though that there was arbitration or a convening by several groups like the GCP and others that the county nor the city put together a package that they felt was acceptable, which then caused them to start to look elsewhere. That's what if I can remember, Council Lady, because she asked that specific question that you're asking. And I believe that they might be more than willing to share with you their chronology of how this wound up breaking down.
All I would say to that statement is the administration would confirm that we did indeed say that more taxpayer dollars should not be utilized to develop a stadium that most residents don't get to visit. So yeah, absolutely correct. HSG has been clear about that. They've made it clear to you, and it's truly my pleasure to confirm that statement.
And nobody likes to negotiate in public, which is what also created a lot of tension amongst everybody. So just to give you that kind of heads up. Go ahead,
All
Councilman.
right, well, either way, I mean,
You're within your right to keep on doing your autopsy.
definitely love to find out, because I think the taxpayers who have invested as much money as they have, and, you know, the TIF stuff and everything else that's going to come forward for this body, you know, it's just if it doesn't smell right, something's not right. And it's just something is off kilter here. And I just wish that we actually knew the truth to how we actually got here, as opposed to just having this dumped in our lap.
I see, and
Thank
I
you
think
very
Mr.
much.
Skinner also wanted to respond to the $30 million that the NWCDC now is going to find under the pillowcases.
Sure. To the councilman through the chair, one, NCA being able to fund construction is based off of future revenue. So if you're using it to demolish a stadium, there is by definition no future revenue to fund the demolition of a stadium. Secondly, even if it were able to, which it is, to be clear, it is definitely not, then in that world, it would give us an additional $30 million from the settlement to build public space or do something else elsewhere. But I just wanted, because the NCA is going to be in front of this body quite a lot, so I just wanted to be clear there as well.
Well, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Skinner, you're a smart guy. You'll figure it out. Thank you.
All right, I have Councilwoman Martin and Councilman Hairston.
Sorry, now I'm going to be mean to you, Councilman Polensek. I just said, and Councilman Jones wasn't even here today, but your phone keeps going off. I want to echo, I mean, I think the themes, certainly we're headed towards 5:30, so we're clocking in our full 8 hours, and we'll keep going through the council meeting tonight, which is, of course, the last of the term, and of course, the last for me as a sitting member of City Council. I want to echo the themes. I think you've heard my colleagues kind of weighing this very heavily. And on the one hand, I really hear the efforts at a balanced approach and just the pragmatic need for resolution when we're at a point where HSG is moving the team outside of the city and is moving forward and has been given the capacity by the state to move the team out. So I hear that. And what I weigh that with on the other side is what each of us wants to put our money down on. Where are we putting our chips down? What matters to us when we resolve this settlement? Because as we all know, this is the last time that we will have leverage over this team and the Browns and the resolution of this deal. There's no kind of going back for a second bite at the apple as things evolve at the stadium. And I note that the settlement terms aren't, because of that, they are not just a strict resolution of the litigation. It is not an immediate swap of money for dismissal of the case. There are other questions related to HSG's involvement with the city and the city's involvement with the Browns that find their way into the deal. So, you have notes like HSG will be a partner when Burke Lakefront is developed. You have notes about infrastructure at the at the Brook Park site coming into the deal. So we're not strictly looking within the bounds of money for litigation. And with that in mind, as I weighed this, I found two key questions that I continue to hone in on. And I'll be honest, I'm undecided as to where I'll vote tonight. Genuinely undecided. And I've hung my hat on a one that I've brought up repeatedly, and I just want to clarify that the final position of this updated and amended term sheet around ensuring that there is not a setup for a bait and switch where the Haslams take the team outside of the region. And my proposition to prevent that from happening was to stay the litigation immediately pending signage of the settlement, and only dismiss with prejudice once there were shovels in the ground in Brook Park. And I understand that the Haslams feel that they are very, very far along and very close to having shovels in the ground at Brook Park, as close as January. But to be clear, through the chair, to the team, there is no updated language in this updated term sheet that changes when the actual lawsuit will be dismissed with prejudice. Is that correct?
Councilman Casey would tell me I shouldn't be commenting on legal matters. But the answer to that is that's correct, in part because the Haslams are not willing to, a settlement has to be agreed to by both sides.
Yeah.
And no one in their right minds would agree to this without a prompt dismissal of the claims.
Yeah, and here's what I'll say. It makes complete sense from a litigation perspective that you could stay pending a critical settlement term that we need, which is the Brook Park Stadium working. And right now, the critical settlement term that we need is the deal being finalized. But we could say that our key settlement term is the Brook Park Stadium being built. And we have decided that's not the basis at which we will dismiss with prejudice. Instead, we will dismiss with prejudice when this settlement is signed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. And I will say, in terms of things I'm hanging my hat on, point number one, I would just disagree with that from a risk management perspective. That I understand it's a very small tail end risk, but it's one that I've kept coming back to. That if we would be able to delay the dismissal with prejudice until there were shovels in the ground in Brook Park, that would seem to that would seem to mitigate a critical risk for the city, but I understand that's not the city's position at this time.
And if I may, I think there are two pieces to this. One is we do have accelerated arbitration, so I think that gives us some comfort. The other piece is that for actually all of us, we want some certainty. And so the idea of prolonging litigation creates uncertainty for us in terms of our lakefront development, but it certainly creates uncertainty also for the Haslams as they try to develop and raise money to build their stadium. So resolving things quicker is actually better for both parties.
Thank you. And I made this point when a representative from Haslam Sports Group reached out that if the private debt that's going to have to come into this stadium to make it successful, there's sort of a chicken and the egg. They might not come in until the litigation is resolved, but also them coming into the deal is when we know this deal is going to happen. And right now, the private money isn't there. So right now, the private money isn't at the table. They don't feel as confident that the stadium is going to happen, in part because this is going on. I understand. I'm not insinuating it's going to fall apart. This is, again, a very tail-end risk, but it's one that I thought could have been more easily managed if we would have delayed the dismissal until the new year.
If that were to happen, here's an interesting piece, which is we get our $25 million. That's in the bank.
Yeah.
And then they come back and play at the lakefront. That's a way that we mitigate our risk. We have guaranteed money up front, and then they bear the risk.
Well, the other option is that we keep our $25 million and then they go to Columbus, or wherever the Haslams have other assets. So that is the tail end risk that I worry about.
We can't stop that. We can't prevent them from going to Columbus.
Well, to be clear, we would have had stronger claims potentially to prevent them from doing that under the Modell law if we didn't dismiss with prejudice beforehand. Just my 2 cents on it. So that's kind of point number one, sticking point number one for me that I've weighed, and I take seriously the statements of Ken Silliman that the risk of this is extremely low. I also take seriously the pragmatic need for resolution. And I honestly believe that Haslam Sports Group honestly believes they're going to be playing in Brook Park in a couple of years. I don't think it's a current thing in the back of their minds. My fear is the money at the state falling apart and then the deal falling apart and then things start to cascade. So I weigh that against my concern. The second thing that I have been hanging my hat on, I've been concerned about is the contrast between how the building trades have been supported and uplifted throughout this process versus the service workers who are going to be working in this stadium, hopefully for 30 plus years. Because remember, the building trades are going to be building it for 3 years, and then there's going to be 30 years worth of people working inside this stadium. And the service workers, the janitorial staff, the security staff, the concession staff, they have always gotten the short end of the stick around unionization, in part because of the exact conundrum you're in. You can't negotiate around the service workers before the stadium is built, but it's very easy for the building trades to come in and say, hey, we want X, Y, and Z, because that's the thing that gets the shovels in the ground. And I want to clarify on the record, is it correct, my understanding, that this settlement term sheet does not in any way complement any commitments from the Haslam Sports Group around the service workers at the new Brook Park Stadium? Through the chair.
Through the chair to the councilwoman. Let me first address Ken Silliman's piece, which is, I believe that you'll see in the new term sheet, best efforts has largely been replaced with reasonable efforts. So,
okay.
And again, we try to listen, we try to be responsive. With respect to the labor terms that are occurring outside of the city of Cleveland, this does not address those.
Yeah, and it does, to be clear, now add a requirement around prevailing wage for the demolition site within the city of Cleveland. Is that correct?
Yes,
through the chair?
does.
And it does include some terms around issues outside of the current stadium. It does include reference to involvement in future support for future development at Burke. Is that correct?
It requires the parties to cooperate, particularly with respect to safety. I mean, we have continuing safety issues that we are still allowed to address as we can at ODOT.
It does include, though, a reference to future development at Burke Lakefront, including the use best efforts for the city regarding
Yeah.
infrastructure plans.
And I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you were talking about Hopkins, but yes.
Yes, at Burke. Yeah, I apologize. I'm making this point about elements of this settlement agreement that are outside the scope of the physical stadium in Cleveland. And it would seem that there are some. And it would seem that when we included those, we then didn't include any commitments whatsoever around the service workers at the stadium. Because to be very clear, those service workers right now at the current stadium are unionized. And right now, there is no indication that in the future, in the Brook Park Stadium, that those service industries will be union.
Through the chair to the councilwoman, I think, the director has been pretty clear that, yes, we do not consider what will happen and take place inside of the Brook Park Stadium. But as we have discussed many a time at this table, there is the exit deal, and then there is the development deal, right? And so there is still a stadium deal that needs to be put together, examined, voted on by a different and distinct legislative body, and that will be in Brook Park, that will be at the county, and that will take place at a table not very different from this one, but not this one. And so I want to be clear that while absolutely there is a lot to be said about the potential positive benefits of a future stadium development in Brook Park, that is not in the jurisdiction currently of the conversation that we're having.
I understand. I appreciate that point. I think my response to that would just be that we brought in things from outside the jurisdiction of the physical stadium elsewhere. We didn't do it in this instance, and I only want to make that point that this is something that we have missed. Because, for instance, you could imagine a commitment around a right of first refusal for current stadium workers to have a chance at their jobs at the Brook Park Stadium. Most of those workers are Clevelanders. Most of those workers have been there for decades. Frankly, for most of them, it's not their full-time job because they have there's only so many games a year. But there's no commitment around right of first refusal contemplated within this settlement term sheet for the service workers at the new stadium.
So we've tried to do what we can within the city of Cleveland proper limits to make sure that we protect labor. I mean, we are absolutely in favor of organized labor and protecting the workers who work here in the city of Cleveland. But once you go outside of the city boundaries, we really don't have the authority or the ability to do that. And so we've done what we can and everything that we can within the city, but Brook Park is a separate city.
Understood. I understand that position. I think my counterpoint to that is, again, that we've brought in things from outside the physical jurisdiction of the litigation.
Of the stadium.
Well, again, these are Cleveland workers, right, who are currently working in Cleveland. And again, I honestly remain undecided because I understand and weigh the balance that's needed around the pragmatic need to resolve the stadium with the question with these questions at hand, right? And I'll only say them to weigh that as I'm deciding in literally the next few hours which way I go. These are the two things that weigh on my mind. Is this very long tail end risk I'm not sure that we have mitigated, and our commitment to the service workers who are currently working in the city of Cleveland and would be moving to the new stadium. I'll leave my remarks there and say that I appreciate the efforts to come to the table so many times and respond to so many sets of questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Moore. Councilman Anthony Hairston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to go back really quick, and so to be clear, there's no penalty that's going to be added to this term sheet if they do not fulfill the 30% or the 20% requirements or any part of this this deal, correct? But more so 1B, through the chair.
Director.
So your question, so first of all, they're required to comply with Chapter 187 of the codified ordinances, and then they're required to pay prevailing wage as well. So we would have the opportunity to bring claims either for breach of contract or on behalf of the laborers in the arbitration process to make sure they comply with prevailing wage.
Gotcha. So is there a reason why we did not include penalties in here like we do other agreements for this particular portion? I get bringing a claim against them for breach of contract or not fulfilling parts of the contract, which is, part of the legal process. But specifically as it relates to these particular goals, right? Because we do this in other places. I know this is kind of unique and it's a little bit different than what we normally do, right? But I'm just curious of why we did not add that in here.
Director McNair.
Through the chair to Councilman, my anticipation is that would be handled the same way any city contract is. So if there's a $30 million demolition of the stadium, for example, they will have to set goals with OEO. There will be outlined penalties for not reaching those. And I think it's also important to know as we think about this too, this is not just $30 million for a stadium demolition, nor $50+ million of infrastructure, but at some point there's going to be real projects surfacing on the lakefront, all of which are going to have the ability to set those type of goals.
Sure, and I get looking at what's after the fact, but we're talking about this.
Yep.
Right? The demolition in particular. And typically if a private person wants to come and tear down something in our city, we don't say that you have to meet, these particular goals, right? Or these requirements. This is different, right? This is they're agreeing to do this, but in agreeing to do this, there should have been some sort of, hey, just in case, right? If you decide you don't meet these goals, or you say, hey, we couldn't find anybody, to do this work, to outline, what that penalty looks like, should that they not meet that goal. Do I have confidence that all parties are going to work together to achieve every aspect of this term sheet of this agreement? Absolutely, I do. I don't share the same, I don't share the same opinions as many, about, the motives of others who do business in the city or who operate around the city. That's not me, right? I'm optimistic, that folks truly want to do the best they can, for the people of the city. Because many people can say many things about each and every one of us on both sides of this hall. So I'll leave that there. So can you, again, give me a reason why we didn't add any additional support here?
So through the chair to Councilman, I'm happy to defer this to the law director, but when it says that the Browns shall comply with all terms, conditions, and requirements imposed by the contract or the Equal Opportunity Clause, Section 187, that's our 187 law, we now have a document that is requiring them to comply with that. That will require them then to enter into an agreement with OEO. Right? So if they were to not do that, which would have enforceable penalties within that document, then they would be subject to a lawsuit by the city of Cleveland. Is that correct?
Correct.
And through the chair to the law director, based on Mr. Chief McNair's comments, this compels them to enter into an agreement with OEL?
Yes.
Yeah.
That language alone will compel them to do that. Now, I know in terms of the the goals, yes, but does it require them to specifically go into a contract with OEO?
Yes, the same requirements that we would have for any contractor under OEO would apply to the demolition contract.
Okay, sounds good. Second part of that is the goal of these numbers that we've added to be one large, massive contract, right? Or is this going to be smaller bid packages that's going to be rolled out? Because, a lot of the true small businesses and minority businesses here in Cleveland are not these massive $50 million, $100 million, $200 million companies, right? They're more of $1 million, couple $1 million companies who exist in many parts of our city. So how are we going to make sure the goals look good, right? They look good. They speak well, right? But how are we going to ensure that the smaller companies who are about 10 men and women strong, or $1 million or $2 million in business that they do, will have the opportunity to participate, and this not be one big massive contract that the normal large companies come in, bid on the project, and go?
In large contracts like this, we do one large contract, but then they have subcontractor goals. So they'll give us a report of what percentage and how do they meet their CSP and MBE requirements. So there will be one large contract, but within that, there will be subs that will be required for the larger contract to meet their goals.
Sure, and I'm very versed on how that process goes.
Okay.
Right, and what happens there. But I also know the other side of that too, though, right? That, again, while it sounds good, right? And we get to the point, and I see we have good faith effort, to meet these requirements. Now, we all done been through this, we know what that means, and yes, that first line that the chief iterated and you co-signed that says this compels them to absolutely meet these goals, right? But on the flip side, what happens is they say, well, listen, we tried. The good faith effort part, we did that, right? We had these meetings in the neighborhoods. We went out to try to find people, but we still couldn't meet these goals, right? To have the level of participation that you all wanted us to have. That's my concern here, right? And so having smaller bid packages, right? Even though you have the prime on the project, but the prime being compelled, by, this agreement or us or the Browns to say, hey, you need to make sure we pull this apart, that you have a trucking component, right? That you have trucking hauling component, that you have a materials component, because there's companies locally that are minority owned that offer materials, right? Whether it's gravel, whether it's dirt, whether it's what else sand, grass seeds, right? Ridall offers dirt and mulch, right? I can think of a many list of small businesses locally that can provide different aspects on this project. And so, I really want to see that they really pull this apart, right? And not, look for the $5 million or the $1 million or the $2 million contracts in this, and you end up with maybe 4 or 5 people on the project. Really, pull this apart, to allow for multiple small and minority businesses here in Cleveland to participate on this project. And so I hope that, I'm sure they're watching. I'm sure they're watching. That they hear our comments and really, work to make sure that that is the case. And I hope that you all will take that back to them and really, drive that home with them. And also when they come to OEO, that Director Mitchell really, push that point to them as well. Through the chair.
Through the chair to the councilman, absolutely, and we share your concerns to make sure that the money that the city of Cleveland spends should stay in the city of Cleveland as much as possible to benefit our residents and to support our minority and female businesses here. Very important, and I can tell you that OEO Director Mitchell does a really good job of calling people up where they say, oh, we've made a good faith effort and we just can't find anyone. He says, really? Well, here are 3 or 4 people who could help you. And so I submit to you that I have confidence that he will push things. I'll also tell you that when I run Board of Control, that is absolutely the questions that I ask for every contract, because it's amazing how if you push them on good faith effort, they suddenly find ways to actually meet their goals.
Absolutely. And last 2 points, Mr. Chair. For the city Cleveland-based principal office is located in the city of Cleveland. Does the city currently have some sort of threshold? Like you have to be, like when you run for office, you got to be in the city at least a year or 30, 30 days or whatever it is.
Through the chair to the councilman, yes, I don't know exactly what those are, but I know that we've had at least 2 challenges since I've been there where a losing bidder disputed whether the other person was in fact a Cleveland area business. And I know that Director Mitchell actually went out and visited on at least 2 occasions to go and make sure they in fact had offices where they claimed they do.
All right, that's great. Because I can see this now. Folks rushing in. They went and found a little space. Put attach the phone line there, and we're in Cleveland now, right? So we want to make sure that again, the businesses who have been here and weathered the storm, the good days and the bad days, and the in between are absolutely at the table, and provide an opportunity to participate, on this project. That's happening now. In addition to the stuff that is coming after the fact, right? Once we get through these next few years. And lastly, Mr. Chair, to the team there, $30 million that's going to be used to tear down the stadium. What if we decide that, hey, you know what? We actually found someone who's willing to come in and make some capital repairs to the stadium that is needed, and they want to keep the stadium and lease it from us. What happens to that $30 million commitment? Can we still ask for that, since if we decide we don't want to tear that down?
Through the chair to the councilman, the settlement agreement does require the demolition of the stadium. Let me say a couple things. One is, I believe that in the course of this, we did provide a study by Osborne Engineering about the status of the stadium, and they estimated. So it was provided to Mr. Titron. It's a 2024 study by Osborne Engineering.
It was sent to us.
It was? Yeah, okay. And they estimated it would cost another $117 million to maintain that stadium.
Mm-hmm.
But in addition to that, I think the question really, and we've talked about it a little bit, which is, can it really be reused? And it's built as a stadium specific to football with perhaps what was acceptable 30 years ago, but is not today. So in answer to your question, the settlement agreement requires the demolition and pad readiness of it. And so that's what we would expect to have happen.
Sure, and I thank you for that response. And I get that it's built for a specific purpose, for today, or from that point and what the use is today. But there's always the possibility somebody may come along as a soccer team with tennis group, I don't know, and say, hey, I think we can use that stadium, right? We can make a few modifications. We can use that stadium and pay you $2 million a year in rent, $1 million a year in rent. Just wonder whether there was room to keep that as an option on the table should we decide to do that. So my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
To the councilman through the chair, we're in the middle of this process of looking for development partners and everything, right? A couple, just in addition to it being an old stadium and designed for NFL, on average, the last 4 or 5 years, the Browns have hosted somewhere between 3 and 6 concerts there, right? So in terms of activating the lakefront, utilizing the stadium, it's not just about the physical condition, it's also about the market and what has the capacity for that. I've spoken to a number of soccer teams across the country about if this site or if the stadium is of interest. The unanimous response is it's too big for us. Even MLS teams are looking at under 20,000 seats, and it's just too large for any other sports use to go in the stadium. On top of that, I'll add in, of the 18 developers who responded to our lakefront RFQ, not a single one of them proposed reusing the stadium, despite the fact that we specifically said it was an option and they could do that if they want to. So I think I will let the administration talk about the deal itself, but just from a practicality perspective, I want you to have that context.
Sure, and again, through the chair to the team here, just having the conversation, just dialoguing about it, what the possibilities are. Thank you for your response. I know that it's been a consistent response, from the administration and folks who sits on that side of the table. Again, just have a discussion what the possibilities are should we decide to pivot, and make a different decision along the way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate it. All right, I know that our attorneys are going over this, but if we could have our team go over the amendments, and then once the amendments are read into the record, I would need a second, and then if there's any discussion. Yes, please proceed, Councilwoman Gray, while we're putting that together.
Chair, I was reading the Chair to Law Director Griffin. I was reading the article that was that's out here with the last article. I guess it's the last article, the one that states Browns may stay downtown 2 years longer under the new settlement, per se. But also in this article, it has stated that when Huntington Bank decided to put their name on the football, on the stadium. I believe I read in reference that there was an understanding that, that they will only hold the name until the move to Brook Park. Was that part of Huntington Bank agreement, knowing that they was going to have a limited time to be, have their name on the Brown Stadium, and knowing that they knew about this deal beforehand as well, even though over the last, as our chief has stated, that it's been an ongoing conversation. And that's just kind of triggered when, you remember you said that this been, because this been discussed maybe like 2 years or so. So during that time frame, the Huntington Bank decided to put their name on the stadium name in Huntington Bank. So were they aware they had a limited time frame of their name on the stadium, knowing that knowing that Haslam was planned to go ahead and move to Brook Park? Chair to
Through the chair to the councilwoman, we don't know. So under the original and existing lease agreement, the Browns control all of the naming rights. So those are private agreements, contracts between the Browns and whoever names. Previously it was First Energy, and then it moved over. My understanding is that they were contemplating a move, and that's why Huntington, my understanding from the media, is that their naming rights would transfer to a new stadium. But I have not seen that agreement. I can only tell you that that is my understanding.
Okay, thank you for that. And also, what will be the new name in Brook Park for the stadium? If you guys know that, chair to anyone at the table.
I have plenty of snarky suggestions, but I will refrain from those.
All right. And my last question is, in this article, it stated that I don't know if Mayor Bill referenced to the extension. Say if the stadium is built before the 2031, 2031, will that extension deal be canceled? Dealing with the dealing with the amount of money that is being paid into the extension for 2031, but if the stadium is done before 2031, where will that money go to, and or will that money be canceled out? That's part of the settlement, that funding.
If they choose to take advantage of an extension, they have to give us notice, I believe 12 months in advance, and would pay at that time. If they decide that they don't need it, then they wouldn't pay going forward. But once they decide to exercise that option, they pay. So they make a decision 12 months in advance, I believe is what we have. They pay. If they decide they're not going to use it for all 12 months, well, we still keep the money.
Okay. All right. That's it, Chair.
All right, thank you. I'm going to ask if Councilman Slife can read the amendments, and then I will take a second, and then we'll have any discussion on the amendments.
Thank you. Before I read anything, to Vishnu, since there was a minor change clarifying in section 1C of the term sheet, is this still a valid term sheet number, or do we need to come up with a new term sheet?
If you would please just hang on for Rachel.
We are going to hang on for Rachel. There was a small overcorrection, so I want to just make sure we get it right.
Okay, so we need to do one technical correction.
Yep.
I think we even had a long enough discussion on this today. Did the administration want to make any last remarks while we're waiting for the amendments to come back from our attorneys?
Oh, I think we're good. Yeah.
Tell me something to make us, beloved, tell us something to make us feel good.
Councilman, sure, I'm happy to report that Chief Todd would like to have a conversation with you about the cat that
Okay,
you
yes, good to know.
illegally brought into your
Yeah.
apartment. Other than that, the administration rests its case.
I do, while we're waiting, and this is more of a McNair and Scott Skinner question. Somebody needs to help me understand the vision of how the new lakefront is going to be a net positive at some point in time. I really do want to understand that. Is it because of the development, because of the housing, when we don't get much of the property taxes? Just trying to make sure how we envision generating revenue off of that.
Thank you, Councilor. I'm happy to kick this off and then let Scott fill in here. But I think it's important to note as we think about this. So I kind of mentioned this at one of our last meetings. There's about 750,000 people or so who visit Cleveland Browns Stadium on an annual basis. Sorry, Huntington Bank Field. There's 2 million people who come to Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. There's 1.8 million people who come to Progressive Field, right? So they have about 5 times more visitors annually, and they do about 15 times more events. Now, I am not minimizing this at all, right? Because of those 700,000+ people that are coming downtown to visit Cleveland Browns Stadium, right? Many of them are visiting places and establishments on West 6th Street, right, that northern half of downtown, and those businesses certainly feel the support that's going on there. Important context, Great Lakes Science Center brings in over 300,000 visitors annually. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame brings in over 600,000 visitors annually. So I hear all the time, right, that like, well, who else is going to go stand out on that lakefront, right, on a day like today? We can all see it out there going on. And probably not a lot of people are just going to walk out there and stand and look out at the lakefront on a day like today. But they're already coming in great numbers to visit facilities on our lakefront. And so I think as you think about the transformation that we're talking about putting in place here, it's a combination of both making 50+ acres available for development, which is going to, yes, I think that will improve property taxes. I think it brings in the opportunity for many more income taxes that exist on that site. But 50 acres is a lot of space, right? And it opens up tons of opportunities to bring probably more in its aggregate than 700,000+ people down there. So, and again, this is things that I'm very excited about. You guys have probably heard me say this joke all the time. I'm 49 years old. We've been talking about connecting our waterfront since I was -10, right? And so here we are, but we're finally, as a group, putting the pieces in place to make this stuff a reality, right? The North Coast Waterfront Development Corporation, right, lives beyond political boundaries and has the ability to move these things forward. The downtown TIF district finally starts to give us a revenue stream that can kind of continuously work on some of these infrastructure improvements, all of which is starting to make this possible. So again, this is why Scott Skinner and the North Coast Waterfront Development Corporation exists, right, to help figure out and lead this transformation and maximize that value. But ultimately, when I think about top assets in the city of Cleveland, things that we can build our future around, where the river meets the lake, there are many places around the world that cut off their proverbial fingers to have like the opportunity in front of us today to remake that. I've said on multiple occasions, and it still holds true to me, I wish we lived in a world where the Cleveland Browns were both investing in downtown Cleveland and in a world-class lakefront. That is unfortunately not the world that we're living in. And so I don't think that I have, or many of us here have, the luxury of saying, well, we're just going to bury our head in the sand and pretend this isn't happening, right? We are doing everything we can to find a way to further what comes next and accelerate it as much as possible.
Mr. Skinner.
All that is correct, and Council President. I would just add in one sort of context for, can I give you specific economic impact numbers right now? No, I can't, because we don't know exactly what is going to replace it. We don't know how many housing units. We don't know how many hotel keys. We don't know what sort of entertainment or recreation space could be there. You've been in all those interviews with development partners thinking about what it can be. What the next 12 months will look like is us putting together a new master plan that includes an economic impact analysis. So we can bring numbers, so we can bring visuals back to this table.
Okay. Councilwoman Welch had a quick question. Councilman Welch, and then I'll come back. Councilwoman Welch.
Appreciate it. Through the council president, just wondering if there were any conversations that were on the table currently around going back to the table and renegotiating some of the buildings that taxpayers are already paying for. So even though we go to Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and things like that, the Medical Mart is what we have taxpayers paying for. We also paid for the Hilton, which I believe we're still paying on that. I mean, we paid for Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. I mean, I think that kind of slipped up on everybody. You know, people were like, oh, what's going on? Then we paid for that. We benefit for that. We love the Cavs, go Cavs. But there are a number of different buildings in which taxpayers have been paying for the last decade. And so I'm just wondering if there were any negotiations on the table in the next 5 years that would be alleviated from what we're paying that can then go into this space where in the lakefront, or are we just going to be adding more onto taxpayers' plate with some of this lakefront development? I'm just wondering if that's something that's come up. I mean, or alternatively, as you're rolling these things out, what is the rollout plan to talk about how these different I see you. Yeah, Chief. Just to wonder if, we're building a story here around how we have been paying these dollars and they've actually been benefiting residents as opposed to still piling onto them. I think that this could just, while I love the lakefront and I'm grateful for the work that's going to be done, what I do know will be a conversation that will probably come up is the piling on every 3 years of a new idea or a new building that we think is going to be revolutionary. And then we have to pay for it. And I have to tell you, I don't think that residents go to the Hilton as much as tourists, and neither do they go to the Medical Mart. But they will go to the lakefront, but we have to justify that, right? So.
Chief or anybody want to take
Through the chair to the councilwoman, and I'll tag team this with Chief McNair. Often people ask me what surprises me most about my time at City Hall. I usually say two things: one, my fantastic relationship with members of council, and two, and two.
Don't let your nose start.
Look at that. And then it's unilateral. I like you guys. And the second is the truth is that every chief of staff, and I think that this has been illustrated by your visit from my former chief of staff Ken Silliman, certainly any engagement with Sharon Dumas. What comes with the job is stadium funding. And I don't think you think a lot about that coming in. And so the answer to your question is of course, a lot of our time is consumed thinking about the way in which buildings that we own in some way or another get repaired, get taken care of, and continue to generate all of the positive things that you and we have described. We're going to have a lot of choices to make, Councilwoman, and they aren't far. I think if Council President has illustrated a good example of collaboration in Bedrock, what I would say is an emerging collaboration, one that we still have time to make better, is our collaboration around broader funding for future stadias, for Gateway, and for other assets. And so if we can do anything at this table today, I hope it's an opportunity for us to say that we're going to have to collaborate a lot more on this very soon, and that we agree that oftentimes residents are not going to be aligned with these massive expenses. But what we also know is true is that we value them. Right? Chief McNair described the number of visitors that come down to our sites. We want this to happen. It creates positive opportunities. These are good corporate citizens. So we have to balance being good corporate citizens and also holding the line. And so our commitment is to keep communicating on that. What did I get wrong?
Through the chair to Councilwoman Welch, I don't believe you got anything wrong. I'd also add, though, I think that there is a difference between private development with public finance tools and like public bonds that are issued to support buildings of the scale of what you're talking about, right? And so, one, I think it's important to know as we think about the private development that we use public financing tools like tax increment financing to do. I always say it's like one of the reasons that we use tax tools a lot is because we actually don't have the capital to invest in them, right? But this is why I said it. Sometimes they get a bad name. If you look at all the active tax increment financing deals that the city of Cleveland has right now, we forego $3.8-ish million a year that would otherwise be in the budget for you guys to, but that would assume that those projects would happen without that deal, right? And, my professional belief is that they wouldn't. And for that, the Cleveland Metropolitan School District is benefiting, and the Cleveland Metropolitan School District, as we all know, is facing a $100+ million annual budget crisis, right? And they are yet getting $18+ million a year from those TIFs there. Mr. Skinner and I have been having this conversation for several years, right? Cleveland is a weird market. At once, and you guys have heard me say this before, right? Like, we don't actually have an affordable housing problem in the city of Cleveland. We have an income problem, which doesn't mean if you can't afford the housing, right? Simultaneously, this was the part Scott filled me in, and it still gives me nightmares. We don't have a housing supply problem. We have a housing quality problem. You start adding all that stuff up together, it's like almost every deal that you try to do is underwater, right? And so we use these tools to try to offset it. But I think the types of projects you're talking about are different. Like with Stadia, again, we essentially allow them to cannibalize their own tax revenues for that spinoff we get. And while that is complicated, and I know that there are a lot of opinions on that, I think that if you also walked around downtown Cleveland in 1992 prior to the Gateway Project coming on, and you saw the sheer number of vacant and abandoned buildings that populated our downtown versus today, I think it worked, right? There's a real cost to pay for that, though, that we're all finding out. Simultaneously, again, you look at those public bonds, which are guarantees that the public is going, that if these things do not produce as much revenue as they say they're going to produce, somebody's on the hook, right? And that was at the crux, I think, of the issue of Cleveland Brown Stadium and where we are. And simultaneously, I think what is exciting about the potential of the Lakefront and Forest, we are talking about using now grant dollars to spearhead public infrastructure investments, which can lead to private investment. We may need to support that in some way, but I don't think anyone is talking right now about issuing public bonds for a specific building for which we're guaranteeing on revenues. Make sense?
Conwell, you got the last comment before we move to.
Super helpful, thank you.
Everyone else.
Because we got to get ready for
but I think also looking at this piece here, when we were talking about the administration talking with us, that's just not how you guys, energy compels you to be. I mean, that's why I was disappointed also, even at the school issue in Collinwood, because you don't talk with people. And you don't even bringing the leaders in to sit down and talk with you. Let's say you had council member, council president, if he was a part of this deal, as well as with Santana and his council leadership, that would have been great. And people are talking about it throughout the community and throughout the city, how you guys go solo. You got to have partners. I'm very disappointed. And I mentioned that at Collinwood, remember? I mentioned that about the schools as well as with what's going on right now. And I don't think, and I get along well with the mayor, but it's the way your energy compels you to be. You're going to do it again and again and again. You'll get us, if you get us to vote for this right here, you'll go back doing the same thing because that's the way you guys are. And I'm highly disappointed in that because all the mayors that I've dealt with, Mike White, all of them, they would at least talk with council leadership and then they would talk with us. And then that way we can find out the way. But you guys you're just not going to do that. We're ready.
All right.
We're ready?
Yep. All right, Councilman Slife, if you could read the amendments and outline each one, and then we'll go for.
Council President, I would like to proffer an amendment.
Please move forward.
There is no legal objection to this legislation if amended as follows. 1, in the title, line 19, strike lakefront and insert Cleveland lakefront. Number 2, in section 1, line 6, strike 1325-2025A and insert 1325-2025-A1. To my colleagues, that is where the change referring to the increase in community dollars is placed within the term sheet. Amendment 3, in Section 2, line 13, after the lease, insert or incorporating into a settlement agreement. Number 4, in Section 8, lines 3 and 4, strike $5 million payments totaling $25 million and insert $4 million payments totaling $20 million. And in lines 5 and 6, strike lakefront development and insert development of the Cleveland lakefront. And then, so this is where we are saying instead of $25 million going to the lakefront in the second period of funding in $5 million increments, instead it'll be $20 million total in 4. So that's where the money's coming from to go into the neighborhoods. Okay. Then finally, number 5, in section 11 at the end, insert RQS 4503 RL 2025-117. That is the funding source, correct?
The fund number.
Yeah.
The fund number. Yes. That's where, when they have RL, that's what it means where it's coming from.
That is it.
All right. I have amendments on the table that have been proffered. Do I have a second? Second. Councilman Conwell has seconded. Any discussion on the amendments? Any discussion on amendments? Seeing no other discussion on the amendments, I'm going to ask for a vote. And in this one, I think it'd be best if you just call the roll. Okay? Yeah, I mean, this is, I'm sorry. All in favor of the amendments and second and say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, Councilman Casey has expressed opposition and Councilman Polinsky has expressed opposition. The ayes have it. Now we will move towards a roll call vote on ordinance number 1325-2025 as amended. Committee, this is committee of the whole. Yep. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Hairston?
Yes.
Harsh?
Yes.
Casey?
No.
Moore?
Yes.
Lindsay?
No.
Montana?
Yes.
Zide?
Yes.
Spencer? Stark? Welch?
Yes.
9 yeas, 2 nays.
Okay, so this has been recommended by committee of the whole. It will be heard by the entire council tonight. Remember that it's 1325. I do want to say this in closing. This is probably one of the toughest things. This is the last meeting of Cleveland City Council for the year. I want to thank all my colleagues for always taking up the tough task. I want to make it clear, we could have punted this and we could have kept kicking the can down the road. I did not feel that it would have been fair to the new council, which have to spend a significant time getting onboarded and trying to make sure that they understand the complexities of this issue without having their due diligence. Then it would have pushed us into budget, which begins in February. Then we all know that we all have national commitments that many of us would not be around till March. This would have then eventually pushed us probably into April. In between that time, I know that there's a lot more conversations that could be had, but, I would just be clear. I don't know if any of you have lived across the street from an abandoned factory or an abandoned school building. Councilman Polinsky talks about it all the time. Right. 18 schools may close in the neighborhood. My first question to the CMSD, how are you going to dispose of these buildings? This young lady right here has a building that's been sitting in her neighborhood for probably about 20 years or more. Which one is the two couple of them? The one on 152nd Lafayette and also Dickens. So, when you have these big schools and these big monoliths sitting in neighborhoods, whether it's when the Catholic Church closed and several of their big buildings remain, whether it's a big factory that remains in neighborhoods, they began to sink that surrounding area. So I had to really do some soul searching to ask myself a question on what do I get if we say no to this? What do the taxpayers get if we say no to this? And the risk of just being facetious, it just, and seeking advice from all kinds of attorneys, lay people, and others that said, Blaine, get that money. And the reason that they said get that money, I said get some more for the neighborhoods, but they said get that money because never, in their contracts, is there an exit strategy for the city to recoup costs. If it's one thing I learned from this, and I hope anytime anybody has a big deal that they bring to us, I want to know what the exit strategy, what's going to be our options to get out of this and be held harmless whenever we do this. I think Ken Silliman said it best when he said we can only delay, not prevent the Browns from leaving the Central Business District. And delay versus prevent is not, in my opinion, making a sound, reasonable decision with taxpayers' dollars. Because yes, we can go out and say we fought hard, but we ain't getting nothing at the end of the day. And we end up with an irresponsible situation where we have boarded up buildings downtown that could be a problem. Last but not least, we as a body, along with the administration, have work to do. If it's one thing that every leader that I've talked to, even though I won't say any names, but a lot of people don't like this deal. A lot of people don't like the fact that the Browns are leaving the Central Business District, and a lot of people don't like a lot of this and believe that it would have been better to negotiate and do some other things. But the one thing that everybody says is that it's hard for any private investment to come into a region if they see a disjointed region that is not aligned. So part of this decision-making is to try to send a clear message that even though we might have to have tough discussions like this, but that this community will try to align for the most part so that we can leverage assets like this to try to bring more private sector dollars, because the public sector is not going to do it alone. So I do want to make sure that everybody knows a lot of research went into this, a lot of conversations went into this, a lot of back and forth, even today between the administration and myself. And, I don't negotiate in public, but what I am clear about is that there was some very, very intense discussions about how we move forward and why we should do this. And I just want to make sure that council members know I don't take this for granted. This has kept me up at nights because I really thought of even the question about owning the team. I researched that just to find out that the NFL has pretty much blocked that from even happening anymore. Because I thought maybe we even get a small percentage that would help mitigate some of the costs, and we'd actually be able to do that. So a lot of dead ends on this. I think Ken Silliman was very articulate when he said if we really want to affect and give ourselves better leverage over stadiums, we're going to have to go to Congress and make sure that they start giving us the tools to be able to do this. So I wanted to make sure that everybody understood. I see the dean. I know I'm coming to you. I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that this was not done haphazardly. No, we were not just a rubber stamp. It would have been greater if we would have had more time to deliberate with the administration and unified way come out to support this. It didn't happen. We'll work on how to figure out that we'll never allow that to happen again. But at the same time, I do think this is a responsible decision. So, Councilman Michael Polensek.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't comment because we've already voted on the deal itself. But this is what I think that I've came out of this whole discussion, is that we collectively, we have to talk more to the team owners. And the team owners have to talk more to us. I learned that in my discussion with Mr. Haslam on 2 occasions. And not just that, but the Jeep's Greater Cleveland Partnership downtown. There has to be better discussion. They have to understand our concerns and our issues, and we have to listen to them as well. But at the end of the day, there has to be greater communication. And unless that happens, we're going to continue to find ourselves in this jackpot of difference of opinion. This was a healthy debate. I appreciate the level of debate. But at the end of the day, the 3 team owners, and I think out of all of them, the Cavaliers have stepped up to the plate more than any of them. But there's got to be clear discussion. They have to understand the challenges that we're confronted with in this city. And I don't know if they really do understand the challenges. And I hope that you can lead that discussion and create that environment where we can talk on a regular basis, and again with Greater Cleveland Partnership, because it's inconceivable to me how out of touch some of those people are over there. They are out of touch. And so they better get in touch if we're going to make some significant changes, some significant inroads in this city in dealing with the challenges that 15 members are going to be dealing with come January 1st and in the administration. Better communications, better lines of communication is going to be beneficial to all of us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and I totally agree, totally concur, and I've had that conversations with them. And just to let everybody know, because I know people want to say, well, the council president should know. The council president knew 25 minutes to be exact before the mayor made his press conference, the details of this deal. And he did not have the details until 25 minutes before the press conference between the team owners and the mayor of the city of Cleveland. So I just want to make it clear that there are several conversations that were held, however, no details, and that's something we got to deal with. Councilman Hairston? Okay, all right, I think we've beat this horse to death. So we're going to adjourn this finance, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Please convene at 7 o'clock across the hall. Thank you.